我是清华大学图书馆馆长金建斌。
I'm Kate Robinson. I'm the University Librarian at the University of Bath in the UK, and I'm also President of IATL, the International Association of University Libraries. As well as that, I am the Chair of Trustees of CILIP, the Library Association of the UK.
I'm Consuela Askew, Vice President for University Libraries at Rutgers, the State University of New Jersey, located in the United States.
Менің атым Оразалиев Бақытжан. Мен Қазақстан Республикасы жоғары оқу орындары кітапханашыларының қауымдастығының президентімін және Лев Гумилев атындағы Еуразия ұлттық университеті ғылыми кітапханасының директорымын.
我是厦门大学图书馆馆长超小红。
我是中山大学图书馆馆长张静。
我是太原理工大学图书馆馆长龚培雷。
热烈祝贺2026年世界学术图书馆未来论坛在福州召开。
I'm delighted to join colleagues from around the world for the 2026 Forum on Future of World Academic Libraries.
I am absolutely delighted to be part of this prestigious forum, and I'm especially looking forward to meeting and collaborating with fellow librarians.
WAL конференциясы біз өте маңызды. Конференция жұмысына Қазақстанның түрлі өңірлерінен Астанадан, Алматыдан, Тараздан, Шымкенттен және Қарағандыдан университет кітапханашылар мен кітапхана директорлары қатысуда. Конференция жұмысына қатысу біз үшін зор мәртебе және жаңа мүмкіндіктерге жол ашады деп сенеміз.
WAL conferences are an excellent opportunity to learn about the unique characteristics and the progress of libraries in different countries. And this forum is a wonderful opportunity to foster stronger ties between our communities.
开放科学是本次论坛的主题之一。当前，开放科学发展进入关键平台期，何去何从，如何突破，需要我们主动有为。
AI 对图书馆工作的推动作用，主要体现在革新技术、拓展资源、提升服务、方便用户。
当前，人工智能正在重塑高等教育格局。我们以图书馆人的智慧，理解新的情境，塑造新的自我，看见学术图书馆在被 AI 改变着的高等教育中的无限空间。我们以图书馆人的服务，转移新的价值，塑造新的情景，让学术图书馆在被 AI 改变着的高等教育中被真正看见，被深度需要，被持续信赖。
30年前，图书馆是书的仓库，今天我要让它成为知识的引擎。跨界融合，产业牵引。太原理工大学图书馆深化数据治理，锚定人工智能，链接学科分管，搭建学术社区，驱动学科创新。
As we explore how academic libraries can move from transformation to integration, serving as innovation engines for sustainable development.
我们将秉持共建共治理念，积极参与到全球开放科学的对话与治理中，让我们携手努力，推动知识实现更大范围、更高质量的开放共享。
中大图书馆愿与全球同仁携手，探索学术图书馆新未来。
从转型到融合，让我们一起重新定义未来学术图书馆的力量。
Конференция жұмысына сәттілік тілейміз.
预祝本次论坛圆满成功。
预祝大会圆满成功。
祝这次大会圆满成功。
我是清华大学图书馆馆长金建斌。
I'm Kate Robinson. I'm the University Librarian at the University of Bath in the UK, and I'm also president of IATL, the International Association of University Libraries. As well as that, I am the chair of trustees of CILIP, the Library Association of the UK.
I'm Consuela Askew, Vice President for University Libraries at Rutgers, the State University of New Jersey, located in the United States.
Менің атым Оразалиев Бақытжан. Мен Қазақстан Республикасы жоғары оқу орындары кітапханашыларының қауымдастығының президентімін және лев гумилев атындағы Еуразия ұлттық университеті ғылыми кітапханасының директорымын.
我是厦门大学图书馆馆长超小红。
我是中山大学图书馆馆长张静。
我是太原理工大学图书馆馆长龚培雷。
热烈祝贺2026年世界学术图书馆未来论坛在福州召开。
I'm delighted to join colleagues from around the world for the 2026 Forum on Future of World Academic Libraries.
I am absolutely delighted to be part of this prestigious forum, and I'm especially looking forward to meeting and collaborating with fellow librarians.
WAL конференциясы бұл үшін өте маңызды. Конференция жұмысына Қазақстанның түрлі өңірлерінен, Астанадан, Алматыдан, Тараздан, Шымкенттен және Қарағандыдан университет кітапханашылар мен кітапхана директорлары қатысуда. Конференция жұмысына қатысу біз үшін зор мәртебе және жаңа мүмкіндіктерге жол ашады деп сенеміз.
WAL conferences are an excellent opportunity to learn about the unique characteristics and the progress of libraries in different countries. And this forum is a wonderful opportunity to foster stronger ties between our communities.
开放科学是本次论坛的主题之一。当前，开放科学发展进入关键平台期，何去何从，如何突破，需要我们主动有为。
AI 对图书馆工作的推动作用，主要体现在革新技术、拓展资源、提升服务、方便用户。
当前，人工智能正在重塑高等教育格局。我们以图书馆人的智慧，理解新的情境，塑造新的自我，看见学术图书馆在被 AI 改变着的高等教育中的无限空间。我们以图书馆人的服务，转移新的价值，塑造新的情景，让学术图书馆在被 AI 改变着的高等教育中被真正看见，被深度需要，被持续信赖。
30年前，图书馆是书的仓库，今天我要让它成为知识的引擎。跨界融合，产业牵引。太原理工大学图书馆深化数据治理，锚定人工智能，链接学科分管，搭建学术社区，驱动学科创新。
As we explore how academic libraries can move from transformation to integration, serving as innovation engines for sustainable development.
我们将秉持共建共治理念，积极参与到全球开放科学的对话与治理中。让我们携手努力，推动知识实现更大范围、更高质量的开放共享。
中大图书馆愿与全球同仁携手，探索学术图书馆新未来。
从转型到融合，让我们一起重新定义未来学术图书馆的力量。
Конференция жұмысына сәттілік тілейміз.
预祝本次论坛圆满成功。
预祝大会圆满成功。
祝这次大会圆满成功。
我是清华大学图书馆管接彦斌。
I'm Kate Robinson. I'm the University Librarian at the University of Bath in the UK, and I'm also President of IATL, the International Association of University Libraries. As well as that, I am the Chair of Trustees of CILIP, the Library Association of the UK.
I'm Consuela Askew, Vice President for University Libraries at Rutgers, the State University of New Jersey, located in the United States.
Менің атым Розалиев Бақытжан. Мен Қазақстан Республикасы жоғары оқу орындары кітапханашыларының қауымдастығының президентімін және Лев Гумилев атындағы Еуразия ұлттық университеті ғылыми кітапханасының директорымын.
我是厦门大学图书馆馆长超小红。
我是中山大学图书馆馆长张静。
我是太原理工大学图书馆馆长龚培雷。
热烈祝贺2026年世界学术图书馆未来论坛在福州召开。
I'm delighted to join colleagues from around the world for the 2026 Forum on Future of World Academic Libraries.
I am absolutely delighted to be part of this prestigious forum, and I'm especially looking forward to meeting and collaborating with fellow librarians.
WAL конференциясы бұл үшін өте маңызды. Конференция жұмысына Қазақстанның түрлі өңірлерінен, Астанадан, Алматыдан, Тараздан, Шымкенттен және Қарағандыдан университет кітапханашылар мен кітапхана директорлары қатысуда. Конференция жұмысына қатысу біз үшін зор мәртебе және жаңа мүмкіндіктерге жол ашады деп сенеміз.
WAL conferences are an excellent opportunity to learn about the unique characteristics and the progress of libraries in different countries. And this forum is a wonderful opportunity to foster stronger ties between our communities.
开放科学是本次论坛的主题之一。当前，开放科学发展进入关键平台期，何去何从，如何突破，需要我们主动有为。
AI 对图书馆工作的推动作用，主要体现在革新技术、拓展资源、提升服务、方便用户。
当前，人工智能正在重塑高等教育格局。我们以图书馆人的智慧，理解新的情境，塑造新的自我，看见学术图书馆在被 AI 改变着的高等教育中的无限空间。我们以图书馆人的服务，转移新的价值，塑造新的情景，让学术图书馆在被 AI 改变着的高等教育中被真正看见，被深度需要，被持续信赖。
30年前，图书馆是书的仓库，今天我要让它成为知识的引擎。跨界融合，产业牵引。太原理工大学图书馆深化数据治理，锚定人工智能，链接学科分管，搭建学术社区，驱动学科创新。
As we explore how academic libraries can move from transformation to integration, serving as innovation engines for sustainable development.
我们将秉持共建共治理念，积极参与到全球开放科学的对话与治理中。让我们携手努力，推动知识实现更大范围、更高质量的开放共享。
中大图书馆愿与全球同仁携手，探索学术图书馆新未来。
从转型到融合，让我们一起重新定义未来学术图书馆的力量。
Конференция жұмысына сәттілік тілейміз.
预祝本次论坛圆满成功。
预祝大会圆满成功。
祝这次大会圆满成功。
我是清华大学图书馆馆长金建斌。
I'm Kate Robinson. I'm the University Librarian at the University of Bath in the UK, and I'm also President of IATL, the International Association of University Libraries. As well as that, I am the Chair of Trustees of CILIP, the Library Association of the UK.
I'm Consuela Askew, Vice President for University Libraries at Rutgers, the State University of New Jersey, located in the United States.
Менің атым Оразалиев Бақытжан. Мен Қазақстан Республикасы жоғары оқу орындары кітапханашыларының қауымдастығының президентімін және Лев Гумилев атындағы Еуразия ұлттық университеті ғылыми кітапханасының директорымын.
我是厦门大学图书馆馆长超小红。
我是中山大学图书馆馆长张静。
我是太原理工大学图书馆馆长洪培雷。
热烈祝贺2026年世界学术图书馆未来论坛在福州召开。
I'm delighted to join colleagues from around the world for the 2026 Forum on Future of World Academic Libraries.
I am absolutely delighted to be part of this prestigious forum, and I'm especially looking forward to meeting and collaborating with fellow librarians.
WAL конференциясы біз үшін өте маңызды. Конференция жұмысына Қазақстанның түрлі өңірлерінен, Астанадан, Алматыдан, Тараздан, Шымкенттен және Қарағандыдан университет кітапханашылар мен кітапхана директорлары қатысуда. Конференция жұмысына қатысу біз үшін зор мәртебе және жаңа мүмкіндіктерге жол ашады деп сенеміз.
WAL conferences are an excellent opportunity to learn about the unique characteristics and the progress of libraries in different countries. And this forum is a wonderful opportunity to foster stronger ties between our communities.
开放科学是本次论坛的主题之一。当前，开放科学发展进入关键平台期，何去何从，如何突破，需要我们主动有为。
AI 对图书馆工作的推动作用，主要体现在革新技术、拓展资源、提升服务、方便用户。
当前，人工智能正在重塑高等教育格局。我们以图书馆人的智慧，理解新的情境，塑造新的自我，看见学术图书馆在被 AI 改变着的高等教育中的无限空间。我们以图书馆人的服务，转移新的价值，塑造新的情景，让学术图书馆在被 AI 改变着的高等教育中被真正看见，被深度需要，被持续信赖。
30年前，图书馆是书的仓库，今天我要让它成为知识的引擎。跨界融合，产业牵引。太原理工大学图书馆深化数据治理，锚定人工智能，链接学科分管，搭建学术社区，驱动学科创新。
As we explore how academic libraries can move from transformation to integration, serving as innovation engines for sustainable development.
我们将秉持共建共治理念，积极参与到全球开放科学的对话与治理中。让我们携手努力，推动知识实现更大范围、更高质量的开放共享。
中大图书馆愿与全球同仁携手，探索学术图书馆新未来。
从转型到融合，让我们一起重新定义未来学术图书馆的力量。
Конференция жұмысына сәттілік тілейміз.
预祝本次论坛圆满成功。
预祝大会圆满成功。
祝这次大会圆满成功。
我是清华大学图书馆馆长金建斌。
I'm Kate Robinson. I'm the University Librarian at the University of Bath in the UK, and I'm also president of IATL, the International Association of University Libraries. As well as that, I am the chair of trustees of CILIP, the Library Association of the UK.
I'm Consuela Askew, Vice President for University Libraries at Rutgers, the State University of New Jersey, located in the United States.
Менің атым Оразалиев Бақытжан. Мен Қазақстан Республикасы жоғары оқу орындары кітапханашыларының қауымдастығының президентімін және Лев Гумилев атындағы Еуразия ұлттық университеті ғылыми кітапханасының директорымын.
我是厦门大学图书馆馆长超小红。
我是中山大学图书馆馆长张静。
我是太原理工大学图书馆馆长洪培雷。
热烈祝贺2026年世界学术图书馆未来论坛在福州召开。
I'm delighted to join colleagues from around the world for the 2026 Forum on Future of World Academic Libraries.
I am absolutely delighted to be part of this prestigious forum, and I'm especially looking forward to meeting and collaborating with fellow librarians.
WAL конференциясы біз үшін өте маңызды. Конференция жұмысына Қазақстанның түрлі өңірлерінен Астанадан, Алматыдан, Тараздан, Шымкенттен және Қарағандыдан университет кітапханашылар мен кітапхана директорлары қатысуда. Конференция жұмысына қатысу біз үшін зор мәртебе және жаңа мүмкіндіктерге жол ашады деп сенеміз.
WAL conferences are an excellent opportunity to learn about the unique characteristics and the progress of libraries in different countries. And this forum is a wonderful opportunity to foster stronger ties between our communities.
开放科学是本次论坛的主题之一。当前，开放科学发展进入关键平台期，何去何从，如何突破，需要我们主动有为。
AI 对图书馆工作的推动作用，主要体现在革新技术、拓展资源、提升服务、方便用户。
当前，人工智能正在重塑高等教育格局。我们以图书馆人的智慧，理解新的情境，塑造新的自我，看见学术图书馆在被 AI 改变着的高等教育中的无限空间。我们以图书馆人的服务，转移新的价值，塑造新的情景，让学术图书馆在被 AI 改变着的高等教育中被真正看见，被深度需要，被持续信赖。
30年前，图书馆是书的仓库，今天我要让它成为知识的引擎。跨界融合，产业牵引。太原理工大学图书馆深化数据治理，锚定人工智能，链接学科分管，搭建学术社区，驱动学科创新。
As we explore how academic libraries can move from transformation to integration, serving as innovation engines for sustainable development.
我们将秉持共建共治理念，积极参与到全球开放科学的对话与治理中。让我们携手努力，推动知识实现更大范围、更高质量的开放共享。
中大图书馆愿与全球同仁携手，探索学术图书馆新未来。
从转型到融合，让我们一起重新定义未来学术图书馆的力量。
Конференция жұмысына сәттілік тілейміз.
预祝本次论坛圆满成功。
预祝大会圆满成功。
祝这次大会圆满成功。
我是清华大学图书馆馆长金建斌。
I'm Kate Robinson. I'm the University Librarian at the University of Bath in the UK, and I'm also President of IATL, the International Association of University Libraries. As well as that, I am the Chair of Trustees of CILIP, the Library Association of the UK.
I'm Consuela Askew, Vice President for University Libraries at Rutgers, the State University of New Jersey, located in the United States.
Менің атым Розалиев Бақытжан. Мен Қазақстан Республикасы жоғары оқу орындары кітапханашыларының қауымдастығының президентімін және Лев Гумилев атындағы Еуразия ұлттық университеті ғылыми кітапханасының директорымын.
我是厦门大学图书馆馆长超小红。
我是中山大学图书馆馆长张静。
我是太原理工大学图书馆馆长洪培雷。
热烈祝贺2026年世界学术图书馆未来论坛在福州召开。
I'm delighted to join colleagues from around the world for the 2026 Forum on Future of World Academic Libraries.
I am absolutely delighted to be part of this prestigious forum, and I'm especially looking forward to meeting and collaborating with fellow librarians.
WAL конференциясы біз үшін өте маңызды. Конференция жұмысына Қазақстанның түрлі өңірлерінен Астанадан, Алматыдан, Тараздан, Шымкенттен және Қарағандыдан университет кітапханашылар мен кітапхана директорлары қатысуда. Конференция жұмысына қатысу біз үшін зор мәртебе және жаңа мүмкіндіктерге жол ашады деп сенеміз.
WAL conferences are an excellent opportunity to learn about the unique characteristics and the progress of libraries in different countries. And this forum is a wonderful opportunity to foster stronger ties between our communities.
开放科学是本次论坛的主题之一。当前，开放科学发展进入关键平台期，何去何从，如何突破，需要我们主动有为。
AI 对图书馆工作的推动作用，主要体现在革新技术、拓展资源、提升服务、方便用户。
当前，人工智能正在重塑高等教育格局。我们以图书馆人的智慧，理解新的情境，塑造新的自我，看见学术图书馆在被 AI 改变着的高等教育中的无限空间。我们以图书馆人的服务，转移新的价值，塑造新的情景，让学术图书馆在被 AI 改变着的高等教育中被真正看见，被深度需要，被持续信赖。
30年前，图书馆是书的仓库，今天我要让它成为知识的引擎，跨界融合，产业牵引。太原理工大学图书馆深化数据治理，锚定人工智能，链接学科分管，搭建学术社区，驱动学科创新。
As we explore how academic libraries can move from transformation to integration, serving as innovation engines for sustainable development.
我们将秉持共建共治理念，积极参与到全球开放科学的对话与治理中。让我们携手努力，推动知识实现更大范围、更高质量的开放共享。
中大图书馆愿与全球同仁携手，探索学术图书馆新未来。
从转型到融合，让我们一起重新定义未来学术图书馆的力量。
Конференция жұмысына сәттілік тілейміз.
预祝本次论坛圆满成功。
预祝大会圆满成功。
祝这次大会圆满成功。
Now, let's welcome our chair, Mr. Jin Jianbing, University Librarian of Tsinghua University. 下面让我们用热烈的掌声，有请主持人，清华大学图书馆馆长金坚斌先生。
Distinguished Ms. Kate Robinson, President of the International Association of University Library, Distinguished Professor Huang Xianjing, Director of the Steering Committee for Chinese Academic Libraries, Distinguished Mr. Zhang Fuli, Executive Vice President of Fuyao University of Science and Technology, Distinguished Mr. Zhang Hongwei, General Manager of Tongfang Knowledge Network Digital Technology Corporation. Dear colleagues from library at home and abroad, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. In this blessed city, permitted with jasmine fragrance, we gather as promised along the banks of the beautiful Ming River to mark the grand opening of the 2026 World Academic Library Future Forum. I'm Jin Jianbing from Tsinghua University Library. First, please allow me, on behalf of the organizing committee, to extend our warmest welcome and sincerest gratitude to distinguished guests traveling from near and far, experts and scholars of academic libraries join us online and in person from China and overseas, as well as friends from all walks of life who have long cared for and supported the advancement of academic library. This forum is jointly hosted by Tsinghua University Library, the University of the Hong Kong Library, the International Association of University Library, or ITO, and Tongfang Knowledge Network Digital Technology Corporation. Fuyao University of Science and Technology Library acts as a supporting organization and host institution, offering tremendous support for the preparation and convening of this event. Let us express our heartfelt thanks with a warm round of applause to the colleagues of Fuyao University of Science and Technology. Time flies. Launched in 2020, the World Academic Library Future Forum has now been successfully held for 6 consecutive years. Over these 6 years, we have consistently embraced openness, inclusiveness, and innovation, committed to building a high-level international exchange platform for the library community. This year's forum adopted the theme from transformation to integration, libraries as an innovation engine for sustainable development. It consists of a one-day preliminary forum and 4 parallel sub-forums, exploring how libraries can generate lasting momentum for sustainable development amid intelligent transformation. Alongside the 2 keynote presentations that will come very soon, today's preliminary forum, including 3 sessions focusing respectively on our 3 special topics: sustainable development and innovation, innovative serving models of library, transforming, restructuring, and ecological empowerment of academic libraries in the AI era, and the emerging landscape of AI-enabled cross-sector integration and sustainable library development. Tomorrow, 4 parallel sessions will be held in separate venue, covering library leadership, development, and talent cultivation, organized by ITO. From concept to action,
new library initiative to advance open science organized by Tsinghua University Library, strengthen academic resource to bolster research support organized by University of Hong Kong Library, and innovation and strategic planning for libraries in modern private higher education organized by Fuyao University of Science and Technology Libraries. So we will now move to the opening ceremony addresses. We are greatly honored to be joined by a number of distinguished guests for today's opening session. First, let us welcome with warm applause Ms. Kate Robinson, President of the International Association for University Libraries and University Librarians of the University of Bath, to deliver her address. Kate, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, colleagues, and friends, good morning. I'm Kate Robinson, the President of IATL, the International Association of University Libraries. I'm also the University Librarian at the University of Bath in the UK and Chair of Trustees of CILIP, which is the Library Association of the UK. It's my great pleasure to welcome you to the 2026 Forum on the Future of World Academic Libraries. On behalf of the host organisations, I would like to express our sincere appreciation to Fuyao University of Science and Technology Library for its generous support and for helping create such a welcoming environment for this gathering. To all the speakers, panellists and participants joining us from around the world, thank you for making the journey and for sharing your expertise, your insights and your experiences with us. Your contributions are what make this forum such a valuable platform for exchange and collaboration. This year's theme, From Transformation to Integration, Libraries as Innovation Engines for Sustainable Development, addresses one of the most important questions facing academic libraries today. How can we continue to transform ourselves while integrating our evolving roles into the wider goals of sustainable development? For more than 70 years, IATL has been committed to fostering international collaboration, knowledge exchange, and innovation amongst university libraries. Our mission is to provide a global platform where library and information professionals can share ideas, respond to change, and shape the future of higher education and research. Today, libraries have evolved beyond their traditional role as repositories of information. They are dynamic spaces for learning, discovery, innovation, and collaboration. They support dialogue, digital transformation, and lifelong learning, and they play an increasingly important role in advancing sustainable development. The journey from transformation to integration is at the heart of this forum. Transformation alone is not enough. We must integrate new technologies and capabilities with our enduring values of openness, equality, and service. We must strengthen collaboration across disciplines, across institutions and borders, and align our work with a broader global sustainability agenda. IATL is proud to continue its partnership with Tsinghua University Library, the University of Hong Kong Libraries, and CNKI. Our return to China this year represents not only the continuation of our long-standing collaboration, but also the strengthening of our shared commitment and vision for the future of academic libraries. I look forward to the inspiring discussions and meaningful exchanges over the next 2 days. Through the main forum and parallel sessions, we will explore how libraries can continue to serve as catalysts for sustainable development through our innovation, our collaboration, and our strategic innovation. Let us work together to build a future where libraries remain open, accessible, relevant, and resilient, where everyone has the opportunity to learn, to grow, and to contribute to a more inclusive and sustainable world. I thank you, and I wish the forum every success.
Thank you, Kate, for sharing valuable insights on our journey towards sustainable development of library from an international perspective. Next, let us welcome Mr. Wang Yanjing, Director of the Steering Committee for Chinese Academic Library and also the librarian of Nanjing University Library. Director Wang, please.
好，谢谢金馆长，尊敬的开铁罗比森主席、张宏伟总经理、张富利副校长、各位同仁、各位来宾，海半尖峰，青自然，荣存夏日，古洪涛。很高兴与大家共同相聚在具有东方威尼斯之称的上海画廊福建福州，这次2026年学术图书馆未来论坛隆重开幕之际，请允许我代表教育部高等学校图书情报工作指导委员会，向莅临本次盛会的国内外图书馆同仁、专家学者表示最热烈的欢迎，向本届论坛主办方清华大学图书馆、香港大学图书馆、国际高校图书馆协会、同方知网数字科技有限公司以及支持方福耀科技大学图书馆的精心筹备致以诚挚谢意。当前，全球高等教育正经历一场前所未有的深刻变革。随着深层次知识服务的系统性推进，图书馆正面临着读者知识发现能力日益增强，图书馆自身知识服务能力日益不足的矛盾。因此，人工智能催生的这场变革，使得学术图书馆不再仅仅是文献资源的收藏与流通场所，如何主动融入人类社会发展，尤其是教育教学改革、科研范式变革的大逻辑，成为支撑高校教学科研、推动知识创新、服务社会发展核心基础设施与战略支撑力量，由此成为每一位馆长，也是每一位馆员所面临的现实挑战与未来冲击。本届 WAL 论坛以从转型到融合，图书馆作为可持续发展的创新引擎为主题，精准复印了这一时代的召唤。转型是路径，融合是方向，成为全球可持续发展的创新引擎，助力联合国可持续发展2030目标实现，这是我们肩负的共同愿景。2026年也是中国“十五五”规划的开局之年，在10天前召开的教育部高校图书情报工作指导委员会全体委员会上，教育部高教司领导提出“十五五”是教育强国建设趋势突破的关键。
The library and information work of the Ministry of Education held 10 days ago. The leaders of the ministry
高校图书情报资源的生存价值，加快搭建知识图谱、能力图谱体系，推动图书馆从资源驱动向能力驱动转型。但包括 SOL、斯普林格奈切、克瑞维安，当然也包括我们今天的知网在内的知识服务供给者，为我们提供的底层数据相互隔离的人工智能工具，显然难以助力这一目标的实现，也会影响全球学术图书馆的知识合作，助力联合国 SDGs 目标的实现。而2020年以来，世界学术图书馆未来论坛的召开，汇聚了来自中国、美国、英国、南非、日本等32个国家和地区图书馆人的倾心参与，就是致力于全球各国学术图书馆，致力于全球各类知识服务供给者，通过包括人工智能技术在内的人类智慧，助力知识融合、服务融合，最终实现因此创新融合。面临着不同知识服务供给者之间的原数据壁垒，对人类知识生产面临着不同知识服务供给者之间的图书馆人需要通过原数据壁垒对人类影响。我们图书馆人需要通过世界学术打造绝不可阻断的未来论坛等合作联盟。绝不可折断的友谊里的也是这个林肯总统讲的一句话：打造绝不可折断的原数据友谊纽带，不但为助力人类科技发展创新创造新的创新引擎，绝不可折断的友谊纽带 需要对于全球文献资源共建共享体系加以维系。世界学术图书馆论坛机制不但为助力人类创造全球学术图书馆不可替代的重要意义，建立不可替代的，所以解决文献量和价格激增带来的问题，同时还可以避免政治或国家因素而影响文献资源利用，提高文献资源利用效率。绝不可自断的友情纽带需要适应政治差异以及文化多样性的特征，文化传统、历史、语言、宗教、习俗等方面的差异，虽然可能影响文献资源内涵的理解与分享，但也为文化交流与融合促进了无限的可能性。世界学术图书馆合作机制的不断完善，非常有助于推动不同国家或地区以及不同图书馆管理的跨文化交流，从而进一步促进全球各高校图书馆之间的相互了解和尊重。绝不可直断的友情纽带需要彰显中华文明的影响力。中华民族讲仁爱，重民生，守诚信，从正义，上和合，求大同。在全球文献资源建设过程中，也自然推动着中华民族文化基因与当代文化相适应，与现代社会相协调，与全球可持续发展相融合，从而为共同的人类文明创造新的价值。像知网在这方面就做出了很大的贡献。作为教育部高校图工委，一直是世界学术图书馆论坛的重要得益者。我们通过论坛密切了与世界的沟通，通过论坛我们分享了各个图书馆治理的经验。今天我们就有400位来自大陆高校图书馆的馆长、馆员在这里继续分享第7届世界学术图书馆论坛的成果。当然，我们也让世界更多地了解了中国高校图书馆的建设与发展，以及通过中国高校图书馆所开展的文献资源传递与分享对于世界科技的贡献。各位馆长、各位专家，正如美国诗人哈利勒·基伯伦所说，友谊远远是一个甜柔的责任。世界学术图书馆未来论坛也为我们赋予了推进全球文献资源共建、共享、共用的全球责任。今年新一届的教育部高校图工委也设立了图书馆合作与营销工作组，就是为了对接世界学术图书馆未来论坛等重要学术交流，就是为了推进与国际图联、国际高校图书馆协会等国际组织的深入合作。当然，也包括我们与中国这个图书馆学会这个包括我们公共馆的合作和交流。让我们再次以世界学术图书馆论坛为契机，相互了解、友好交流、互通有无，并通过我们之间绝不可直断的友情纽带，更好地为全球读者提供高质量的知识服务。最后，预祝本次论坛取得圆满成功，祝愿中外同仁在会议期间收获友谊，共担甜柔的责任。谢谢大家。
Thank you, Director Wang, for your inspiring perspectives charting the course for academic advancement in librarianship in the area of AI, and also recognizing the special significance of this meeting. Thank you. Next, let us welcome our host, Mr. Zhang Fuli, Executive Vice President of Fuyao University of Science and Technology, for his speech. President Zhang, please.
先生致辞。
尊敬的各位来宾，海内外大学图书馆的各位学者、嘉宾们，大家上午好。盛夏时节，很高兴呢看到来自全球图书馆界的各位代表跨越山海，相聚在美丽的福州，共同开启第7届世界学术图书馆未来论坛。文锦代表辅药科技大学 向莅临本次盛会的各位专家学者、图书馆界的同仁表示最热烈的欢迎，向论坛的主办方中国知网国际高校图书馆协会、清华大学图书馆和香港大学图书馆表示衷心的感谢，同时也感谢各方给予我校图书馆的信任，让我们有机会作为学术支持单位深度参与这场全球学术图书馆的盛会。各位朋友，阜阳科技大学是一所肩负特殊使命的新型研究型大学，我们因时代变革而生，为创新而建。当下，新一轮技术革命正以前所未有的速度突破认知边界，知识的半宣期不断缩短，很多前沿领域还来不及写进教材，便已迭代。这倒逼我们必须探索一条全新的育人之路。国家批准设立阜阳科技大学，以高起点、小而精、研究型、国际化作为我们4个基本定位的特征，探索民办公助的新模式。我们不断追求规模，不追求规模，每年只招收少量的精英学生，通过产教融合、科教融汇双路径，以个性化育人和科创育人为特色，培养具有 high caliber 卓越素养和能力的创新拔尖人才。在这条探索之路上，图书馆发挥着不可替代的战略作用。它是大学的知识文化的枢纽，是教学科研的基础，为前沿探索提供精准的知识服务和情报支撑，更是学校管理决策的智库，是大学创新链条中不可或缺的一环。走进校园，各位可以看到阜阳科技大学图书馆屹立在教学区的中轴线上，是教学区的最高建筑。这一设计不是偶然，而是我们校园的设计规划者，我校的理事长曹德旺先生深思熟虑的决定。以此也表明，在一所面向未来的大学里，图书馆不是配角，不是辅助设施，更是驱动教学、科研、管理协同发展的重要引擎。本次论坛以转型到融合，图书馆作为可持续发展的创新引擎为主题，既直面现实，又指向未来。人工智能重构知识服务，开放科研重塑学术生态，每一项议题都直指图书馆的未来走向。在接下来的2天会议里，从主会场到4场平行论坛，也希望每一次交流都会带来全新的视野和洞见。也特别邀请各位同仁走进我们的校园和图书馆，实地考察和指导。我们也将尽心做好各项服务保障工作。最后呢，再次感谢主办方的信任，也感谢全球同仁的莅临，预祝第7届世界学术图书馆未来论坛圆满成功。祝愿大家在福州福州我们叫有福之州哈，这个福是建出来的福也是药出来的，所以有了福建和福药这个2名字哈。那么度过一段充实和难忘的时光，收获思想，收获友谊。谢谢大家。
Thank you, President Zhang, for your warm welcome and thoughtful remarks. President Zhang mentioned the founder of Mr. Cao Dewang, and some of us, just met Mr. Cao before this opening ceremony, and I want also take this chance to extend his best regards, best welcome, most welcome to all of you. Okay, so finally, let us welcome the representative to our co-organizer, Mr. Zhang Hongwei, General Manager of Tongfang Knowledge Network Digital Technology Corporation, to deliver his address. Please welcome General Manager Zhang.
Dear副校长 Peter Robertson 主席、黄贤金主任、海内外的各位专家、各位同仁，大家上午好。8月的蓉城，热情似火，生机盎然，非常高兴与大家相聚在有福之州福州，共同出席2026年学术图书馆未来论坛。首先，我谨代表联合主办方中国知网，向远道而来的各位嘉宾致以热烈的欢迎和衷心的感谢。 学术图书馆未来论坛发起6年来，从最初几十位同行的思想碰撞，成长为今天1000余家图书馆广泛参与的全球性平台。它已不仅仅是一场年度的聚会，更是一座连接东西方、贯通学术共同体的智慧桥梁。这让我们也更加的坚定，开放的平台比封闭的系统更加的有力量，共同的创造比单方面的共济更加的可持续。本届论坛的主题是从转型到融合，图书馆作为可持续发展的创新引擎。我想呢，这不仅仅是词语的简单的更替，更是对图书馆发展方位的集体的再判断。过去几年呢，我们说的最多的是转型，从纸本到数字，从被动服务到主动服务，从资源中心到学习中心。但是转型从来不是终点。AI 时代，我们的核心课题是如何让技术和知识深度的互嵌，平台和场景无缝的对接，全球的智慧在地方实践中生根，让图书馆与所服务的学术共同体融为一体。唯有完成这样的融合，图书馆才能真正成为驱动可持续发展的创新引擎。各位同仁，我们正站在一个变革的十字路口。2026年被业界认为是组织 AI 化的元年 ，AI 助教正在重构课堂。AI for Science 正在重塑科研，用户的行为也正在发生根本性的变化。他们不再满足于找到文献，而是希望获得答案；不再满足于信息获取，而是追求知识生成；不再满足于工具的使用，而是需要能力的赋能。面对这一深刻的变革，我们不得不追问：当用户可以直接向大模型提问获取知识的时候，我们未来的图书馆的核心价值在哪里？当科研和教育的范式本身都在重构的时候，与之适配的知识服务的新范式应该是什么？图书馆应该如何重新定义自己的角色？这些追问呢，没有现成的答案。但我们想，未来的图书馆不应仅仅是精密的知识库、知识宝库，更应当是嵌入高校、教学、科研核心业务的学术伙伴和数字的枢纽。在科研上，从文献保障走向数据驱动的科研赋能；在育才上，将 AI 素养和知识服务深度的嵌入 AI 加教学的全过程，培养面向未来的复合性创新人才。作为全球图书馆界的老朋友和同行者，中国知网在这条道路上呢，也在持续的探索。那我们的实践呢，大概可以归为3件事情。第一呢，以高质量的数据筑基，我们与全球的出版界、图形界呢紧密的合作，打通出版的管配、纸电融合的统一链路，通过严格的数据治理，激活特色资源，释放知识潜能，助力图书馆夯实可信知识的底座。第二，用 AI 重构知识服务，我们致力打造专业、安全、可信的华智大模型，围绕专业知识加深度的思考，可信增强加可控的生成，推出了 Think AI 新一代的知识服务平台，在知识问答、增强检索、智能研读、深度研究、辅助创造等全链路中，为研究者提供专业可控的智能辅助。目前呢，这项服务已经进入了全球的5000多家的教育科研机构，成为上千万师生探索新范式的 AI 伙伴。那么第三呢，共建 AI for Science 的智能生态，我们也在与图书馆的伙伴呢一起探索，让图书馆成为 AI 时代学校教学科研的智能基础设施，实现多模态可信知识资源的融合发现，将知识服务主动嵌入师生的教研教学的全过程，成为 AI 助教和科研助手的数字底座。我们也期待与更多的合作伙伴呢联合攻关，我们中国知网呢提供技术和平台的支撑，图书馆呢贡献场景和需求共同把我们图书馆的未来变成现实。我们深知 AI 时代的知识服务新范式不可能由任何一家机构单方面的定义，它必须在与全球图书馆界共同的实践中， 一步步的生长出来，打磨成型。这也正是知网持续深度参与 WAL 的初心。借此机会呢，我也想代表知网呢，与各位呢分享3点共同的期望。一是呢，期待 WAL 能够成为全球学术图书馆转型的思想的策源地，持续的产出有全球影响力的研究报告、行业标准、实践指南。二是期待与更多的国际伙伴深度的合作，来共同的探寻可信 AI 赋能教学科研的最佳路径，携手构建 AI 辅助的科研诚信治理体系，共同捍卫学术研究的公信力。三是期待共同见证图书馆从资源的提供者向创新的赋能者跃迁，从知识服务的后端走向前端，从支撑者变为引领者，也真正的实现本届论坛所倡导的从转型到融合。各位嘉宾、各位同仁，数字浪潮已至，图书馆的角色正在被重新的定义。当图书馆真正成为可信知识的策源地、智慧服务的赋能者，它就不再仅仅是校园里的安静的一角，而是驱动未来大学的核心引擎。中国知网愿与在座的每一位同仁并肩同行，以数据驱动为引擎，以融合创新为路径，共同开启学术图书馆可持续发展的全新篇章。最后，期待各位专家的精彩发言，预祝论坛圆满成功，祝各位在容期间身体健康，收获满满。谢谢大家。
Thank you, General Manager Zhang, for your warm remarks and inspiring perspectives, which illustrate the promising outlook for joint progress between content service industry and academic libraries. And I also want to take a chance on behalf of all the participants to extend a special thanks to our supporting team from CNKI for preparing this wonderful forum. Thank you all. Ladies and gentlemen, the 4 distinguished speakers have just delivered visionary and in-depth addresses, laying a solid forward-looking foundation for our forum. Please join me in another warm round of applause to express our sincere gratitude for their inspiring presentation. Now, please remain seated. Our photographer, 我们的那个照相环节 yeah, will come in onto the stage for an on-seat group photograph. Let us capture the precious moment and preserving the memories. Okay. Distinguished guests, our intellectual gathering is underway, and the bridges for collaboration have been established. In the session ahead, we look forward to open discussions and awareness of insightful contributions from all participants. And I wish the 7th Academic Library Future Forum every success. May all guests enjoy fruitful exchange and stay well throughout the event. The opening ceremony has now concluded, and now we will move on to the first keynote session to be chaired by Deputy General Manager Yang Xiaofei from CNKI. Mr. Yang, the floor is yours.
女士们、先生们，尊敬的各位来宾，大家上午好。我是同方知网数科副总经理杨晓辉，非常荣幸受主办方单位的委托，主持本场特邀报告的环节。近年来，人工智能技术迅猛发展，正在深刻地重塑高等教育与学术研究的生态格局。作为知识基础设施的重要组成部分，学术图书馆正面临着前所未有的机遇与挑战。从资源收藏者到科研赋能者，角色的边界在不断的拓展，职能的内涵在持续深化。本次会议特别邀请到来自海外高校图书馆的2位专家，他们将分别从馆员角色演进与图书馆功能重构2个维度，分享他们前沿的思想与实践的经验。首先，有请第1位演讲嘉宾，罗格斯大学副校长兼图书馆馆长卡斯维拉·斯丘博士。卡斯维拉·斯丘博士曾任佛罗里达州国际大学图书馆副馆长，他积极参与与研究图书馆协会、10大联盟、学术图书馆联盟等行业联盟组织，拥有丰富的图书馆管理经验，长期致力于推动高校图书馆开放获取建设的服务质量。今天，他为我们带来的主题报告是“应变有方：高校图书馆馆员的角色演进与职业成长”。让我们以热烈的掌声有请阿斯丘博士。
Sorry, let me get myself together. So good morning, everyone. I am Consuela Askew, and I bring greetings from Rutgers University Libraries, where I serve as Vice President for University Libraries. Rutgers, the 8th oldest higher education institution in the United States, is a publicly funded research institution with 13 library facilities that service 3 distinct campuses dispersed across the state of New Jersey, and a diverse academic community of over 71,000 students, 23,000 faculty, staff, researchers, clinicians, and the university has 29 plus schools and colleges offering over 150 undergraduate majors and more than 400 graduate programs. It is a pleasure to be with you today at the Forum on the Future of World Academic Libraries. I want to thank the Planning Committee and the hosts for the invitation to speak and for creating this opportunity for bringing together colleagues from around the world to discuss the future of our profession. Although we represent different countries, cultures, and institutions, I suspect that many of us are confronting remarkably similar challenges. Higher education is evolving at an unprecedented pace. The ways in which knowledge is created, shared, and preserved continue to change. Research is becoming more collaborative and increasingly interdisciplinary. Students arrive to college with different expectations about learning, access to information, and the role of technology in their academic experience. Not to mention the revolving door of changing institutional leadership, particularly in the United States. Artificial intelligence is already reshaping scholarly inquiry and teaching in ways that few of us could have imagined only a few years ago. And against that backdrop, academic libraries are also evolving. Many of our institutions are navigating the opportunities and challenges that accompany organizational change, technological advancement, and increasing expectations for institutional impact. These changes represent a broader transformation in the role of academic libraries within higher education. Today, libraries are expected to contribute in new ways to student success. research excellence, innovation, community engagement, and institutional strategy. We are increasingly asked to serve as partners in addressing complex institutional challenges rather than simply supporting the work of others. That evolution requires us to think differently about ourselves, not only as librarians, but as leaders, collaborators, educators, and strategic partners. Agility is sometimes equated with the speed or of flexibility. While those characteristics certainly have value, I believe that agility is something more fundamental. It is an organizational mindset. It is the willingness to remain curious, to approach change thoughtfully rather than reactively, to continue learning throughout our careers, and to help our institutions navigate complexity with confidence and purpose. As librarians, we have always helped others make sense of an increasingly complex information environment. Today, that responsibility extends beyond information to helping our institutions navigate change. And that is why I chose this topic for my talk today. I believe the conversation about agility is important. It's not about just preparing for the next technology. It is about preparing our organizations and ourselves for continuous evolution. So during the next 30 minutes, I would like to explore three facets to the question, what does it mean to be an agile librarian in today's higher education ecosystem? The first facet concerns moving from a service mindset to that of a strategic partner. The second is identifying core competencies for librarians navigating institutional and organizational changes. The third is how to cultivate agility through ongoing learning. Throughout the presentation, I'll return to one central idea. Our future will be shaped by our collective capacity to learn, to adapt, and to lead through change, while remaining firmly committed to our core values: intellectual freedom, equitable access, and academic integrity. This, I believe, is what it means to be an agile librarian. So now that I've introduced the idea of agility, I'd like to spend a few minutes reflecting on why agility is such an important characteristic of academic librarianship. To understand where we are today, it's helpful to consider how our profession has evolved over the past several decades. Universities today operate in a very different environment than they did 20 years ago, or even a year ago. A few of these examples of changes include: research is more interdisciplinary and collaborative. Teaching and learning extends well beyond the traditional classroom and into the online environment. Digital technologies have transformed how scholarship is created, disseminated, and preserved. And students engage with information differently. And increasingly, they expect services that are convenient for them, that are integrated, accessible, and available wherever learning takes place for them. As these changes have occurred, the expectations placed upon academic libraries have changed as well. And now we must focus on demonstrating our contribution to the success of our institutions in this evolving and demanding environment in ways that are strategic, collaborative, and measurable. For much of the 20th century, academic libraries were viewed primarily as service organizations, and we often refer to the contributions of our work in terms of being of support to the teaching, learning, and research activities of our institution. We placed ourselves in a supporting role, and although we considered ourselves to be the heart of the university, a critical part of the university, we actually positioned ourselves as a pacemaker. The environment around us has changed, however. Today's universities increasingly expect libraries to contribute to institutional priorities that extend beyond our traditional services. Libraries are asked to advance student success initiatives, support research competitiveness, contribute to digital scholarship, facilitate open science and open knowledge, among other critical activities in higher education. In some respects, our role expanded from supporting the academic enterprise to help shaping it. This evolution requires us to think differently about our professional identity and our roles. Librarians and library staff have taken on many professional roles in recent decades, including that of data consultant, project managers and specialists, digital project consultants, and collaborators and research partners. One could say the most significant work occurring within academic libraries today is rarely accomplished in isolation. It is accomplished through partnerships with faculty, students, information technology organizations, teaching and learning centers, research offices, community organizations, and countless other professional organizations across our institution. So this slide illustrates what I see as an evolution rather than a replacement of our traditional responsibilities. The work represented on the left slide remains very important. Collections work remains important. Subject expertise remains important. Information literacy instruction remains essential. And reference services, of course, remain important. And none of these responsibilities have disappeared. Rather, they have become part of a broader portfolio of contributions. Now, how do we talk about or demonstrate our important contributions? Historically, librarians often measured success by inputs, outputs, how many volumes we own, or by the number of service transactions we provided. For example, how many reference questions did we answer? How many times were our subject guides accessed? How many information literacy sessions did we teach? However, our institutions today are looking for different measures of impact and look for metrics that respond to the following questions. What difference does the library make? What is its impact? And how do library services advance our institutional priorities? More specifically, how does the library contribute to student persistence and graduation rates? How do they strengthen faculty research? How do they improve the visibility and impact of student and faculty scholarship? And how do they contribute to institutional reputation and public engagement? These questions shift our focus within the libraries from how much, how often, our activity, that is, to our impact. This distinction has become increasingly important because universities are uniformly being held accountable for higher education outcomes. In the United States specifically, public opinion on higher education is low, and the scrutiny of higher education institutions has become more prevalent and actionable. As an example of the latter, my president has a goal of raising Rutgers' profile in the national and global higher education rankings. So I am learning the various ranking organizations' methodologies to understand how our library's metrics align with the criteria for each so that I can speak to the library's value in accomplishing this goal. The same evolution can be seen in the way librarians work. Many of us began our careers within clearly defined functional areas: collections, reference, cataloging, archives, instruction. And while these areas of specialized expertise remain essentially internal, our work increasingly crosses organizational and disciplinary boundaries externally. A few examples. Research data management now brings together librarians, faculty, information technology specialists, and research administrators. Digital scholarship requires expertise from multiple disciplines. And artificial intelligence raises questions involving experts in technology, ethics, copyright, pedagogy, and scholarly communications simultaneously. Because of this need to collaborate, our libraries occupy a unique position as we already work across discipline areas and interact with a number of non-disciplinary units and centers within the university. This institution-wide perspective is one of our strengths. We not only provide expertise, we also connect expertise. Librarians have become mediators and translators between different communities across our university. This is a very different role than many of us envisioned when we became librarians. Okay, it's a different vision than I actually thought about when I entered the profession. But it's also a position that one that positions the libraries to be at the center of significant conversations taking place within higher education today. So, a question for a bit of reflection on your library. When university leadership begins discussing a major institutional priority, is the library a part of that conversation from the beginning? If your answer is yes, then congratulations. Your library is viewed as a strategic partner. If your answer is no, then you have an opportunity to better demonstrate your library's value to your institution. Now, this question is not meant to cast judgment. Rather, it serves to highlight a strategic opportunity. And one final observation. What I believe distinguishes this moment for academic libraries from our historical adaptability to change is that the pace of change has accelerated. While the issues confronting higher education has become increasingly interconnected, no single university or institutional unit can address those challenges independently. Our collective success depends upon collaborations and partnerships. And it depends upon organizations that are focused on continuous learning. That is why agility has become such an important organizational capability. It's not simply about responding to change. It is about developing the capacity to anticipate change, adapt thoughtfully, and continue contributing meaningfully to the evolving mission of higher education and your institution. Since our role within the university continues to evolve, then it follows that the competencies required of academic libraries must evolve as well. While the foundational skills of librarianship remain indispensable, they are no longer sufficient on their own. And so the next question then becomes, what knowledge, skills, capabilities will define the agile librarian of the future? So let's talk about competencies for agility. This section of the presentation responds to the practical questions. What competencies do agile librarians need to continuously evolve to meet the demands and expectations of their user community? So I spoke about the foundational skills and activities of academic librarians in the previous slides. Yet today, those competencies must be complemented by a broader set of capabilities that enable us to lead through complexity. This slide distinguishes between competencies needed by library leaders and those needed by librarians and professional staff. There is a strategic overlap between the two. You'll see creativity and innovation, collaboration and assessment highlighted in red. And although the emphasis differs, there is one characteristic that unites both the groups, and that is the ability to learn continuously. For library leaders, the challenge is increasingly organizational rather than operational. We must become proficient in leading change, building strategic partnerships, demonstrating institutional value, and creating cultures that encourage innovation. Our success is measured not only by how effectively we manage the library, but by how meaningfully we contribute to the success of the university. For librarians and professional staff, the landscape is equally dynamic. Supporting research in a digital environment requires competencies in research data services, digital scholarship, assessment, instructional design, artificial intelligence, and advanced metadata. At the same time, creativity, collaboration, and communication have become as important as technical expertise. At Rutgers University Libraries, we have found that many of our most successful initiatives have emerged when colleagues from different functional areas came together to solve institutional and organizational challenges. A metadata specialist, an instructional librarian, a data expert, and a subject librarian each bring different expertise, but together they create solutions no one individual could develop alone. And that collaborative model is becoming increasingly important across the research libraries worldwide. Our librarians are active in the university's governance structure and also on university-wide committees at Rutgers, on data management and artificial intelligence, helping to shape Rutgers' strategy and approach on these critical areas and others. So the takeaway I want to leave you with here is that the competencies that will define our future are not simply technical. They are relational and interpersonal. They are strategic and adaptive. So if these are the competencies that we need, then perhaps the next question is even more important. How should we think about expertise itself in an environment where knowledge changes almost daily? As leaders and practitioners, we ask ourselves, how can we possibly keep pace with technologies that seem to change every week? My response to that is our responsibility is not to master every technology, it's to understand them enough to help our communities navigate complexity with confidence. So this brings me to what I believe is one of the most important responsibilities of library leadership. If we expect our organizations to become more agile, we must intentionally create cultures where continuous learning is not simply encouraged, it is expected. Professional development can no longer be viewed as attending an occasional workshop or conference. Our professional enrichment needs to be intentional, and it must become part of the daily work of the organization. An organizational priority for my libraries is to become a learning organization. We are building a calendar of ongoing enrichment programming offered internally and drawing upon the rich instructional resources that are internal to the libraries available across the university and throughout our community of professional organizations. It includes a range of workshops and training that focus on skills-based, such as intermediate Excel, to leadership and management training. An agile and innovative culture is characterized by curiosity, experimentation, collaboration, and psychological safety. It is an environment where leadership can encourage individuals to ask questions, test new ideas, learn from experience, and share knowledge openly. It is built through these practices that prepare our library colleagues to respond confidently when change inevitably occurs. Agility, therefore, is not about becoming an expert in every emerging platform or technology. It's about cultivating the capacity to learn, evaluate, interpret, and guide. In many respects, adaptability has become more valuable than mastery. Because technologies will continue to evolve, our capacity to interpret change thoughtfully is what remains constant. It enables us to help faculty distinguish meaningful innovation from temporary trends, students to develop critical judgment rather than simply technical proficiency, and in partnership with institutional divisions, help institutional leaders understand both the opportunities and the limitations of rapidly evolving technologies like AI. So even most adaptable professionals cannot succeed in isolation. So agility ultimately depends upon the environments in which people work. Successful and sustained efforts must have deeply rooted support. In the upcoming slides, I'll talk about a few institutional and professional support structures that we can or should draw upon. So here are several ways libraries can embed professional growth into their culture, and this is by no means an exhaustive list. Mentorship remains one of the most effective approaches to developing future leaders because it accelerates learning through relationships rather than formal instruction. Peer learning and community of practices create opportunities for colleagues to learn from one another while addressing authentic institutional challenges. Cross-training helps organizations become more resilient by broadening organizational knowledge, increasing capacity, and reducing dependence upon individual expertise. But equally important are the structural supports. Cross-functional teams expose libraries personnel from across our system to different perspectives while encouraging innovation. And in Rutgers University Libraries, we've intentionally expanded opportunities for cross-functional collaboration through strategic planning initiatives, operational project teams, leadership development, and partnerships that bring together expertise from across our organization. Leadership pathways allow emerging leaders and middle managers to develop strategic thinking in informal leadership roles long before they assume formal roles. Professional enrichment signals that learning is an institutional priority rather than an individual pursuit. And these experiences not only strengthen individual competencies, but also deepen our collective capacity to respond to institutional priorities. It is my belief that organizations that invest consistently in their people become organizations capable of adapting consistently to change. However, libraries do not operate independently, as I've said before. Our ability to innovate also depends upon the relationships we cultivate across the university. So, what institutional support might look like? Within our institutions, there are often existing resources that can help librarians and staff build new competencies. Again, this list is not meant to be comprehensive or exhaustive, and some of these divisions may have different names in your institution. Teaching and learning centers, for example, can support teaching librarians with instructional design, pedagogical approaches, and assessment of student learning. Offices for Research can help strengthen and deepen library faculty knowledge in the areas of grant development, data analysis, visualization, and open knowledge. Institutional research can help libraries think more broadly and deeply about gathering data, providing evidence, and demonstrating impact. Data and statistical services can become partners in research support and capacity building. Human resources can help support professional enrichment. Within Rutgers, they have programs that deal with leadership development, workforce strategy, and they may also be able to assist with succession planning. Continuing education units can provide training for lifelong learning and credentialing for your professional staff and your librarians. Disciplinary faculty and staff experts across the university can also serve as collaborators, teachers, co-learners, as well as consultants. So the point here is that libraries shouldn't feel like they must build every structure alone. We are part of a larger academic ecosystem. And just as we ask the university to see the libraries as a strategic partner, we should also see the university as a network of partners in our own development. That approach reinforces the idea that agility is relational. It grows through connection. It also reinforces the expectation of collaborative behavior for our colleagues in the libraries. So the path forward. As we look ahead, I want to return to the central takeaway of this presentation. No single technology or title will define the future of academic librarianship, but our capacity to adapt will. This capacity requires deliberate investment. We need to invest in competency development as an ongoing strategy rather than a periodic response to change. We need to build organizational resilience through collaboration, shared learning, and clear communication. We need to demonstrate and clearly articulate the library's value as a critical academic and research partner using compelling impact data that speaks to the priorities of our institutions. At the same time, however, we must remember that agility is not only about systems and strategy, it's also about people. It's about creating organizations where colleagues have the confidence, support, and trust to learn new things, to work across boundaries, and to contribute to the evolving mission of the library and our institutions. It is about helping our institutions understand that libraries are not peripheral to the academic enterprise. We are deeply connected to teaching, research, discovery, access preservation, and the public good. For library leaders, the work ahead is both challenging and hopeful. We will need to make difficult choices. We will need to rethink familiar structures and roles within our libraries. We will need to support colleagues through change while also holding on to the enduring commitments that define our profession. But I believe that academic libraries are well positioned for this work because adaptation has always been a part of our history. What is different now, though, is that agility must become more intentional, more visible, and more deeply embedded in how we lead. The future of academic libraries will be shaped by many forces: technology, funding, policy, demographics, research practices, and the changing expectations of the communities we serve. None of this is new. But more importantly, it will also be shaped by the choices that we make as leaders and professionals in anticipation of or in response to these changes. In closing, I want to thank you again for the opportunity to share these reflections and the opportunity to learn from you as we all navigate these changing and often challenging times. Thank you.
非常感谢阿斯图博士的精彩分享。他系统地梳理了过去20年间高校图书馆馆员的角色与变迁，指出随着图书馆服务模式转型，馆员兼具教育者、项目合作者、战略顾问等多重身份。报告深入探讨了院校发展目标如何影响馆员的能力建设，并强调情绪感知、自我认知、伙伴关系的构建、批判性思维等软技能，已成为馆员跨学科、跨机构开展有效协作的必要基础。报告既是对当前实践的系统总结，也为理解高校图书馆员职业的演进逻辑提供了前瞻性的分析框架。再次感谢阿斯修博士。接下来有请美国西北大学图书馆馆长王雪毛先生为我们带来分享。王雪茂先生拥有30余年来图书馆信息技术、服务运营管理领导经验，曾在国际图联、美国图书馆协会、研究图书馆中心、美国研究型图书馆协会、学术出版与学术资源联盟、俄亥俄图书馆联盟担任领导职务，现任联基计算机图书馆中心理事会理事，历任辛辛那提大学数字学术副教育长、图书馆馆长，曾在埃默里大学、约翰普斯金斯大学、纽约大都会图书馆委员会、皇后区公共图书馆担任管理岗位。今天他为我们报告的主题是从资源馆藏到科研引擎 AI 时代高校图书馆、高校研究型图书馆的重新构想。让我们以热烈的掌声欢迎王雪毛先生。
Good morning, everyone. First, I'd like to thank the organization committee for the invitation. And good to see so many of the familiar with the old friends here, and look forward to meeting the new friends. Thank you, Mr. Yan, for the introduction. I hope my talk today will be the good follow-up with my good colleagues, Consuela. In her last slide, she mentioned the path forward. So today, I'm going to talk connect into a little bit about the Northwestern, my institution. Northwestern is one of the top 10 research university in the United States. And we are located in the Chicago, and actually precisely about the suburban of the Chicago. We are the top research university, heavily research. We have about 24,000 of the students, and 14,000 of them are more graduate students than undergraduate students. The research funding annually over the $1 billion US. So that's the university. So today, I'm going to share with you the thoughts about the AI actually is not making the library less relevant. AI does not make the library less important. It makes the library mission even more consequential. So for me today, the argument I want to share with you is we are not simply just about adapting the AI tool. It's about reimagine. Here the keywords is reimagine the research library's future. You have already heard so many mentioned from the previous speakers, including the general manager, Mr. Zhang Hongwei's talk, and my colleague Consuela's talk. We are on the journey for the research library to transform us from the collection-centric, reactive repository model to a knowledge, insight-centric, and a proactive research engine. You will hear me talking a lot today about the terminology I use as the research engine. This is the involving terminology I'm using. So if you ask me how to define that, I'm still working on that. I welcome the thoughts from the audience and from the colleagues, and join me to define that research engine. The point I want to make is library needs to redesign or further redesign our value proposition in the academia or university and colleges. I will also, over my presentation, use the two examples from the Northwestern University and to emphasize about some of the practical way in the Northwestern University, what we have been doing, and in terms of the practice, this involving vision from the repository, reactive repository function to the proactive research engine function in the AI areas. One thing I want to make sure I say that loud and clear. When we see this transformational change from the repository to the research engine, we are not talking about repository function is no longer important. Or I'm talking about the repository function is no longer enough to serve our university mission, right? The repository function still very important, and our mission about acquire, organize, disseminate, and preserve the knowledge is the actually foundation, a fundamental base for the today's trustable, responsible AI development. That is something I want to make very clearly for the audience. Another argument I want to share with you is I believe the library is at the stage no longer we are no longer just respond to the AI challenge by adapting a few disconnected AI piloting project or trying or exploration. I argue it's not about how the AI tools can do for the libraries. It's more about how can we reimagine, redesign our entire library workflow by or in the environment of the AI. This is very different. One is repairing, making more productive about in the AI world about the library function. Another is actually transforming, redesign of the library for the future. That philosophically mindset shift is important for leaders today to thinking about. I already mentioned the repository function is very still important, but I argue, and we are on the journey to transform us to the what I call the knowledge insight, the so-called knowledge insight. I don't have the very good Chinese translation. I tentatively call that 知识洞察为中心, the knowledge insight centric, the library function. The repository function, I said, is remains necessary, but is no longer sufficient for AI-mediated scholarship. Why is that? Why that is so important for me to emphasize that? The access is still necessary. Why is not good enough, sufficient enough? Thinking about this, today's users' approach to the library, or tomorrow's users, or younger generation of the users' approach to the library, is no longer just looking for retrieval of the item, or downloading of the full text, or even the data sets. They are looking for answers. The way user access library by keying the keywords in our Boolean logic research is long gone. Is not going to come back. People will be having the conversation with your collection. People were going to have a conversation with your data repository. People are going to have the conversation and the questions about the every service that the library offers in the future. That is why I'm emphasizing on it is very important the change we made for the future. Why libraries still relevant involved to this journey for the future? Let's look at the 5 layers of our library's strengths here. The first layer on the left side is our curated collections and the data sets. Without those trusted content, AI is not really reliable. You all experience AI for the hallucination, 梦幻梦觉, right? Why is that? Because the data they feed to training the AI is not highly curated knowledge database, but the library is in that situation. Second layer is our library's specialty about the metadata, standard, provenance. This is where library created the structured context, responsibility, and the trust. That is our setting point for the library of the future in the AI areas. The level 3 is computational infrastructure. I have to say, this is where I feel libraries still weak. about the computational infrastructure. We need to working with our partners like the central IT and working together to including the more of the computational infrastructure, more of the precisely more of the modern AI capable, AI enabled computational infrastructure that created the computational platform, data repository, data analytic environment. The level 4 is AI-enabled discovery and analysis, and that including semantic search, retrieval augmented generation, the RAG, and the machine assisting the description, and the research agents. This is where many of the vendors already moved to that direction. I have not get chance to catch up with the CNKI's recent development, but I have a very strong impression knowing about CNKI is one of the cutting edge company in this country. I'm sure they are already catch up in the level 4 about these areas. The last but not least is the level 5 of the human expertise and stewardship. Again, this is library strength. This is the intentionally, I place this at the top of the level 5. That is the librarians, archivists, technologists, and scholars provide the judgment, ethics, validation, and sustainability. This is, again, the strength of the library. Conclude about this 5 level, AI may power the inch, but it is the library value and expertise to steer this inch. Now let's talking about the 2 examples briefly. I don't have enough time to share with you the demo and the details. 2 examples I want to mention to you is starting with the vision of the Northwestern University Library I set for them. I set a very briefly vision about Northwestern Library to become the Consuela already mentioned the Rogers vision, somewhat similar, to become the intellectual hub or nexus of the university. We are pursuing 3 strategic priorities. The first one is transforming the digital research. The second one is enhance the scholarly content, scholarly resource. The last one, not least one, is the increase or enhance transforming the user experience. What I'm trying to achieve at the Northwestern or the many of the US library or global library leaders try to achieve in this area is about how to position our libraries as some sort of the living institutional laboratory, living institutional laboratory for the AI era of the research library's future. The first project I want to share with you is called the, I don't know what exactly the label we are using now. It's funded by the US federal government agency called IMRS. It is a specialized, relatively small funding agency for the library, museum, and the cultural heritage organization. We got a grant, and we are creating the specialized software platform built on the large language model. And what we're supposed to accomplish is build this language conversational model on the top of our curated, special digitized, curated indexed special collection, and have the user have the ability to have the conversation with these research collections. Users can ask research questions in the natural language, and the librarians remains in the part of the validation and the metadata improvement. This tool is not better than AI, freely invent their answers. It's using the RAG technology. So every answers the AI provide will have the retrievable provenance from our collections. This is the goal is to create the open source software we can share with the entire world with transparent discovery layer granted in the collection, metadata, and provenance. One of the future for this project is multilingual access, including Chinese, and you can actually simultaneously ask our special collection questions. Even we don't have the collection in Chinese, the machine can translate the content into the Chinese in the simultaneous way. This is the example of how the library created a new knowledge mediation layers. The next project is known as the Andrew W. Mellon Foundation funded EIS project. The EIS stands for Environmental Impact System. It's the federal, we are one of the federal depository library, one of our specialized library called the Transportation Library has collected this collection, is growing in many years. I don't remember how many years. It's more than 45 years, I believe. It has about 3.5 minutes of the page. We are digitized all of them. We are created the publicly accessible digital exhibits. That's the only starting. We treat this entire document with a multimedia format from the OCR document, metadata enrichment, geo-temporal analyze, multimedia, multi-model interpretation, public access, make all of this and build the research AI agentic tool on the top. The concept is like this. If Northwestern can have the 3.5 million page of the special collection and build with the protected world AI tool on the top, then we can spread this method to many of the libraries, including yours, to create the research agent for your specialized collections. This is one of the strong examples of the library as the builder of the scholarly infrastructure. Remember, this is not commercial language model, right? This is a specialized, curated content, and for the researchers. This is the example for the library created the new research objects and new research possibilities. I use the proactive research engine, and I believe by moving from the repository to the proactive research engine, we are moving our library's value to the upstream in the research ecosystem. Right. You can see on the slide here, I have outlined and several of the steps and to move this value from a traditional library and often entered the research when the scholar needed a resource. The AI era of the library I already mentioned, and it's changed. We are helping research try to formulate, asking better questions and identify stronger evidence, recognize relevant data, choose the different methods, and interpret variety of the result. The knowledge insights are produced through an interactive loop, not only just the one-time research transactions. So this slide outlined several of the loops are different between retrieval service. Retrieval service are built on top of a repository function, and proactive and insights service are built on the research engine, new functions. The goal about the research engine transformation is not simply to get a fast answer. The goal is better question, better evidence, better context, and more trustworthy interpretation. My colleague Consuela has the very comprehensive sharing with you about the core competencies and the workforce development. I'm going to keep this brief, but I want to see the future workforce become the integration layer. Here's keywords, the integration layer between the collections, systems, research, and our values. This is extremely important. AI, at least for me, AI do not eliminate the needs for the library. AI will strengthen the workforce for the library and the librarians. The library workforce is not displaced by the AI. It becomes more essential as the human integration layer for the trustable AI scholarship. A few words about the library. Another strength and our selling point is responsible AI is not merely about library ethics. For me, responsible AI is library leadership niche. This is where library can shine ourselves. This is where library can define our value proposition or even the new value proposition for the university. And this is our strength. So library has been always trustable institution for the trust. In the areas, trust must be designed into the system, workflow, metadata, policy, and the partnership. In closing, I want to share with you what I try to argue and provide you the concept of the future library is not less necessary and is more about the essential for the library's access and transformation to the research engine. AI gave us scale. Library turned the scale into the structure, context, stewardship, and meaning. This is first summarized. I want you to take away. Second, from collection-centric, reactive repository to the knowledge insight-centric, proactive research engine is our transforming future. Next, libraries cannot respond to AI by adding a few disconnected piloting projects or adapted AI to increase our productivity. We need institutional integration and transformation and redesign our workflow. Then the next, not simply about adapting, again, about transforming. The last, not the least, the future library is not only a place research go after they know what they need. The future library become a partner that helps research to discover what question they can ask and what question they can answer for what they don't know. I look forward for the exchange. Thank you.
感谢王雪毛馆长的精彩分享。他以西北大学图书馆的转型实践为案例，展示了研究型图书馆如何从信息的存储库向 AI 赋能的知识基础设施的转型。报告介绍了 AI 辅助发现系统、检索增强研究环境、元数据丰富化等多项实践探索，证明图书馆在 AI 时代凭借可信赖的馆藏资源与标准化的组织体系，具有不可替代的独特优势。报告强调指出 ，AI 让图书馆变得愈发重要，正是因为图书馆依托馆藏、元数据、专业解读能力以及公共服务使命，将信息转化为可信知识的根本保障。再次感谢两位嘉宾带来富有启发性的精彩报告，他们视角不同，却互相呼应。分别从人与功能两个维度，共同勾勒出学术图书馆在变革时代的前行方向，也启发我们进一步思考 如何在变革中坚守图书馆的核心使命，持续拓展服务的价值边界。接下来呢，会场外为大家准备了茶歇，请各位嘉宾稍作休息，放松交流。会议在20分钟以后将重返会场。后续主旨的报告环节，我们将有请武汉大学图书馆馆长董有民先生主持。谢谢大家。一步啊。
各位代表，请会场外的各位代表进会场。我们按安排时间晚了5分钟，请后面的坐下。好，下边我们大会的第一单元，这个马上开始。女士们、先生们、尊敬的各位来宾，我是武汉大学的董有明，非常荣幸受组委会的委托，主持第一单元的主旨报告环节。本单元的主题是图书馆可持续发展与服务模式创新。刚才呢，2位嘉宾在特邀报告中间对大学图书馆馆员的角色演变以及功能重构做了宏观上的阐述。本单元的主旨将从微观层面、从操作层面来探讨人工智能、开放科学等时代背景下的图书馆的可持续发展，以及我们在服务中间如何创新发展。本单元共有6位嘉宾5场报告，6位嘉宾5场报告，每场报告的时长20分钟。到手1分钟的时候，我会站起来。首先，请国际高校图书馆协会副主席、阿联酋沙加美国大学图书馆馆长卡拉琼斯女士做主旨报告。卡拉琼斯女士在澳大利亚、英国、阿联酋的大学图书馆领域拥有25年的丰富经验，担任沙加美国大学图书馆馆长，现任国际图书馆协会副主席，代表中东地区，并担任图书馆空间特别兴趣小组负责人。他今天的报告题目是黄金 STARS 助力大学可持续发展与影响力计划的智慧图书馆服务。掌声有请卡拉琼斯女士。
Thank you so much for that lovely welcome, and thank you for the hospitality that we've received here in Fuzhou, and thank you very much to our hosts for having us here. I appreciate this opportunity to come and see you. My presentation today will discuss contributions from academic libraries that contribute strategically to university sustainability and impact agendas, including AI-enabled functions and services. My name is Cara Jones. I'm from the American University in Sharjah, which is in the United Arab Emirates. It's easier if I just say Dubai, because everybody recognizes Dubai. It's very close. Okay. Over the past generation, many societies around the world are increasingly concerned with the same kind of significant challenges. From environmental and climate issues, health and well-being, social and economic challenges, technological and digital issues, to governance and security challenges. An issue is typically considered to be a grand challenge if it has widespread societal significance, and it cannot be resolved by one discipline, sector, or country by itself. It needs long-term systemic change to fix. Sustainability is a grand challenge. Various frameworks have been developed to help conceptualize and address these challenges, including the well-known United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, or SDGs. The 17 goals are part of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, adopted by the United Nations member states in 2015. It provides a shared blueprint for peace, prosperity, for people and the planet, now and into the future. So let's stop and consider what is sustainability. The modern definition of sustainable development is development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. This comes from a 1987 report from the World Commission on Environment and Development, referred to as the Brundtland Report. This moved discussion away from discussions about pollution control to more sophisticated principles that we see here and include environmental, social, and government issues. Higher education institutions have leaned into the framework of the SDGs with a broader sustainability agenda. While the traditional aims of universities have focused on research and teaching, their own goals often now include more emphasis on their societal roles. Here, universities exchange knowledge, undertake technology transfer, and intensify their public engagement. Universities increasingly define sustainability as how we embed sustainable development into teaching and learning, how we conduct research that addresses global challenges, the way that campuses are responsibly operated, and how we engage with communities and industry to create positive societal impact. As this evolving service-oriented element has matured, metrics and measures have also developed. Sustainability has been a part of university rankings for about 15 years, but it has only become a more mainstream component as part of global major rankings in the last 5 to 7 years. So we see here a timetable that shows you over the last 7 years, we've moved, well, actually from the last 15 years when the first ranking came out from the University of Indonesia to the Times Higher Education Impact Rankings and the QS rankings, World University Rankings on Sustainability. There are many more rankings, and in this region, there may be more specific ones. The key shift is that early sustainability rankings focused mainly on campus operations, such as energy efficiency, waste management, and green infrastructure. Since 2019, that emphasis has broadened to include universities' wider societal impact, especially their contributions to the SDGs through research, teaching, partnerships, and community engagement. At the same time, measures such as the Green Campus Evaluation Standard in China and the Sustainability Tracking, Assessment and Rating System, or STARS, offer universities a way to signal their efforts towards sustainability. China's domestic Green Campus evaluations are initiatives supported by the China Ministry of Education, regional governments, and university alliances. STARS, we have here, the Sustainability Tracking, Assessment and Rating System, is a self-reporting framework for colleges, universities to measure their sustainability performance. It covers areas such as academics or courses and teaching, engagement, operations, planning and administration, and innovation and leadership. Institutions submit data against STARS criteria and receive a rating based on their performance. The main ratings are bronze, silver, gold, and platinum, with higher ratings representing stronger overall performance. The library at my university, which is the American University of Sharjah, actively reports into this framework, and I will speak about this soon. Alongside this, we have broad societal initiatives at the country level. The UAE's Green Agenda 2030 is a long-term plan that local initiatives also weave the same objectives of sustainable development, meaning that work towards STARS and rankings are not done in isolation from government policy. Our university is also part of the University's Climate Network in the UAE, representing around 37 universities that came together for COP28, which was held in Dubai and explores themes of research, young people, green campus, and communal advancement of sustainable agendas. We'll now move on to look at how library initiatives can contribute measurable outcomes recognized by these international sustainability frameworks. The key here is, rather than treating sustainability as a separate project, libraries can integrate it into their core functions and demonstrate evidence-based outcomes by aligning their services, programs, and operations with recognized indicators and reporting methods. Reviewing experience around the globe, we can see many efforts already in place. We have curated climate-focused collections, green library initiatives, climate and sustainable literacy, advocacy and policy engagement, and digital repositories. Just going to look at a few brief examples with these case studies here on ways academic libraries can contribute to university sustainability activities that support ranking and rating efforts. The first one is around information provision, particularly for AI-related sustainability themes. We just heard our last speaker speak about this in detail, actually, which was a nice segue into this part of the presentation. Libraries play a big role in the availability of information and of the information on which AI sources can be trained by supporting open access to research on relevant topics. Open access research can provide training for AI tools in several important ways. This is, of course, a key function in many academic libraries. OA repositories are key to sharing academic sources to inform LLMs. It's important to recognize that copyright licenses, research data restrictions, privacy, and the quality of the material matter. For example, research released under a license permitting reuse is generally much easier to incorporate into AI development than material that is merely free to read. Why is it important that more training material is available? There's a wider range of scientific papers, data sets, and technical reports with better representation from more countries and disciplines. It's also easier to inspect the sources used to develop AI claims against the original research when it's open, as our previous speaker noted. Supporting open access is also an indicator in the QS sustainability rankings. QS lists open access publishing as an indicator under the good governance lens. It carries a 1% weighting in the overall sustainability ranking. Policy citations is another category that academic libraries see involvement with increased support for and monitoring of research impact recorded in policy documents. At a smaller scale, ethics culture is relevant, with many libraries working with research officers to advocate for responsible research assessment. The STARS ranking I mentioned before, particularly version 3, also considers and awards open access services, with up to 2 points awarded for comprehensive open access mechanisms. Another element for research support is encouraging authors to use keywords that identify their material as SDG relevant. Using AI tools to identify themes and match them to appropriate headings is one option for increasing the findability of SDG-related material. For example, in Elsevier's Scopus database, and maybe our CNKI friends have got some options here as well, Sustainable Development Goals are mapped to a document by matching terms from the record plus predictive machine learning element. Terms in the article that are considered for mapping are from the record title, keyword, key descriptors, journal subject areas, and abstracts. The Times Higher Education are using this mapping as part of their impact rankings. So the metadata in a record is important for the algorithm to pick up an SDG-related piece of research. Encouraging awareness of this in faculty as part of their digital profile training can fall under the scholarly communications remit of libraries. Our second case study is on environmental stewardship. So the 2026 top trends in academic libraries from ACRL highlight structural issues faced by higher education, particularly the consequences of deferred maintenance and building costs. There's aging infrastructure and obsolete technologies affecting academic libraries and their ability to carry out day-to-day operations. In the past, environmental sustainability in academic libraries was seen in terms of green, energy-efficient buildings, also waste reduction and recycling. Initiatives like the UK's Green Library Manifesto helped bring this into focus, and our library has signed this to signal a commitment to sustainable processes. University libraries are large, expansive, and very heavily climate-controlled facilities, operating for extended hours, creating significant energy use. Core resources include heating, cooling, ventilation, dehumidification, lighting, computing, and water. The challenge is that spaces for the comfort of people is frequently at odds with the ideal preservation conditions for material like books and journals. Many higher education institutions have committed to being carbon neutral between 2030 and 2050, meaning they would make no net release of carbon dioxide into the atmosphere. This will require significant operational optimization over time. Measuring and tracking energy use will be a key factor in the success of meeting decarbonization goals. Our Office of Sustainability has the on-site experience for gathering this data and is increasingly looking at AI tools to support gathering this information, which is again reported for our STARS rating. Including energy efficiencies or bringing a lens of decarbonization when dealing with the existing issue of maintenance and building costs. Also, considering green building certifications such as LEED and BREEAM is essential for environmental stewardship of our spaces. The third case study is on climate literacy. There is an abundance of examples to demonstrate how academic libraries support climate literacy, not only by providing access to information, but also developing students' critical evaluation skills. We also need to facilitate interdisciplinary research, promote open science, and engage our campus communities in informed discussion about climate change. Going back to our focus on rankings, the Times Higher Impact Rankings evaluate universities on their progress towards SDG 13, which is climate action. Climate literacy is a key factor evaluated through multiple metrics, including environmental education and outreach, and then universities can earn points by delivering free, accessible climate education to our local communities, schools, and policymakers. Finally, campus culture and student action are counted with measuring student engagement in sustainability campaigns, carbon literacy training, and green campus initiatives. So library initiatives can make a measurable difference to international sustainability frameworks. We can do this by aligning our services, programs, and operations with recognized indicators and reporting methods. So rather than treating sustainability as a separate project, libraries can integrate it into their core functions and demonstrate evidence-based outcomes. So with rankings and rating in mind, many universities and municipalities prepare environmental, social, and governance reports. We can provide lots of measurable data for things like environmental issues such as paper reduction, renewable energy use, green procurement, sustainable building management. We can provide social information such as community engagement, equity of access, and health and well-being projects, and governance such as open knowledge, research integrity, and transparency. These indicators become part of institutional sustainability reports. By linking projects, library programs to measurable indicators, libraries can show they're not only providers of information, but also active contributors to educational advancement, social inclusion, environmental stewardship, and sustainable community development. I want to give you one last example from my own library, which is a project we're proud of called Rauda, which in Arabic means a piece of land filled with plants, grass, and beauty. So Rauda is a project at the American University of Sharjah for our library plaza, designed as part of an architecture course. So our students made this with the aim of creating a regenerative landscape and interspecies refuge. It is a garden as classroom that integrates nature-based learning, biodiversity support, and student-led design. Rather than imposing a new design over an existing area that would generate demolition waste, the project works with existing site conditions to weave in new architectural elements. Beyond its physical form, the project functions as a pedagogical prototype. It cultivates ecological literacy, design agency, and community stewardship. It aligns with AUS's sustainability mission and several of the United Nations SDGs. It's time to coincide with our 20th anniversary and also responds to the Green Library Manifesto, positioning the campus library not only as a hub of knowledge, but as a steward of ecological futures. We're currently fundraising for this project with our alumni office exploring opportunities, particularly from companies looking to achieve their own corporate social responsibility goals. I would like to finish up with a mention just of so I'm the Vice President of IATL, which is the International Association of University Libraries. Some of our special interest groups prepare projects and do interviews with speakers on particular topics. This is one that we have just released in the last few weeks called Knowledge in Action. It's available on various platforms, and we're going to make sure that it's available to you here in this region as well. It contains a lot of the information I've shared with you today, but with a lot more case studies and really, really interesting developments. Thank you so much for your time and attention, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your time at the conference. Thank you.
谢谢卡纳琼斯女士的精彩生动的报告。她给我们讲了，给我们图书馆提供了一个很好的案例。按照我们的话说，就是有为才有为。他通过他们图书馆的为可持续发展评估体系做出的一系列贡献，来介绍了他们的工作。所以也值得我们深刻的学习和体会，来促进我们每一个馆的发展。接下来呢，我们有请清华大学图书馆馆长金建斌教授给我们做分享。他分享的题目是开放科学背景下学术资源保障的挑战与策略的选择，来自图书馆的视角。我们金馆长是清华大学新闻传播学院的常聘教授，也是清华大学学位评定委员会的副主席，兼任教育部特工委 副主任，中投学会常务理事，中投学会高校分会副主任，国际高校图书馆协会亚太区代表理事，环太平洋研究图书馆联盟的指导委员会的委员。让我们以热烈的掌声欢迎金馆长。
Thank you, Professor Dong. Today my talk is about the scholar resource provision, and I prepare my slides in English, but for purpose of the efficiency and accuracy of my expression, so I will shift to Chinese as my communication language. Okay. 所以今天呢，我给大家分享的这个内容主要是关于那个资源保障但是呢，会把它放在一个开放科学这样的一个背景下来进行探讨。那么总共的话呢，会分3个方面给大家来进行相关的这个讨论第一部分的话呢，我们会一块儿来回顾一下开放科学的这个发展以及它对我们学术资源保障或者建设的它的这个影响。第2个方面呢，会一块儿来梳理一下我们现在面临的多重挑战。那么最后的话呢，提出我们认为这样的我们可以如何来应对的一些措施3个方面。好，那第一个方面是关于我们那个开放科学它对我们图书馆资源建设的这个影响在这里边我想可能我们还是首先可以一块来简单的回顾一下开放科学的这个发展那在这里边实际上大家如果回顾一下的话，开放科学这个概念最早是在世纪初2002年、2003年的那个时候提出来的。那在这里边比较重要的，比如说这个布达佩斯当时最初的这样的一个动议，以及2003年的柏林宣言经过10年发展以后，2015年那个德国马普学会Frank Marx Society， 尤其是他们的 Digital Library， 他们经过测算这个是个非常重要的一个里程碑，就认为的话呢，其实我们图书馆因为它的这个整个的所有的缘起就是说，高校图书馆发现越来越那个各种期刊越来越多，越来越贵我们的这个资源建设的费用已经那个很难为继去买这样的这个学术期刊所以提出了这样的一种想法，就知识应该是开放的应该是那个免费获取的所以呢，2015年马普学会提出一个方案就既然我们现在实际上我们所有的订阅的这个钱其实用来 cover 掉这个出版商的他的那个出版的费用，其实是足够了所以理论上的话呢，今后我们其实所有的这个期刊就是它的这个内容，当我们给它资助出版的时候，它其实所有的都应该可以免费的出版和那个免费的就是能够那个被访问所以这是一个非常重要的一个转折点。那么大家记住，就是这个 OA 2020实际上是由图书馆图书馆界提出来的。那么另外一个方面非常重要的一个那个 milestone 就是2018年有这个欧洲的这个 funder 就资金资助方提出来的多国的一个资助方coalition那么他在这里边提出个 Plan S， 那么他在这里边实际上也是为了推动这个就是所谓这个转换协议我们在这里边非常重要的一个概念 transformative agreements那么在这里边它的这个美好的目标呢，就是到2025年、2021年开始实施正式资助相关的这个期刊。你们希望的话呢，大概5年左右的时间能够全部的这个期刊就是在这里边能够逐渐的转换为这个 OA 的这个期刊当然它首先是所有的他们受欧盟资助的相关的这些论文都要以这个开放获取的方式发表所以这是一个大概的一个背景那在这个过程里边，实际上大家可以看到的大的这个路线图，实际上是就从原先的就这种订阅模式它叫 Pay to Read， 最后转换为这个 Pay to Publish然后的话呢 Freely Access 免费的去接触，但中间有个非常重要的一个过渡啊，就是这种所谓 hybrid 啊，就这种混合的这种期刊啊，它中间会有一段过渡。但是的话呢，经过这个10几年的这个发展，就2015，我们从2015年啊，提出2016年这个实施啊 OA， 2020这个计划到后边的 Plan S， 那么实际上的结果怎么样呢？实际上的这个结果，我们先说这个结果啊，就是这个 TA 的这个发展，实际上是在世界上呈现泾渭分明的不同的这个景象啊。那在这里边总体上来说，在欧洲它的这个工作的非常好啊，就大家可以啊，几个国家大家可以看到啊，实际上大部分啊，都是无论是这个TA 的方式还是金氏 OA 的方式啊，对不对？这里边都实现了就75%到80%的开放获取啊。但是的话呢，那些热门高产的国家啊，包括中国、包括美国、包括印度啊，在这里边它的这个比例 TA 的比例非常低啊，包括我们中国，迄今为止我们只和一些小型的学协会取得了这样的 TA 方面的进展，更大的这个出版商在这方面没有取得任何的进展。那这中间的这个原因啊，其实我们可以去深思一下，其实也是不难理解的啊。那我们首先还是先来看这个欧洲的啊，就总体上这个 Plan S 的它的这个进展，其实 Plan S 的进展也没有达到预期的目标啊。它原先的一个目标就是每年它要以15%的增速提高它的期刊里边的，就是接受这个 curation 的这个资助的这些期刊而言，15%的比例提高它的这个开放获取的文章的比例，然后一旦达到75%啊，这个期刊要全部转换为纯粹的啊完全的这个 OA 刊啊。但实际上的话呢，最后发现达到这样的这个目标非常少啊，非常少。经过几年的这个努力啊，只有大概3%的期刊啊，实际上转换为了完全的 OA 刊。大部分的刊实际上原本的这个过渡阶段，就混合 OA 的阶段，它就待在那儿了。那马普学会当年啊，16年啊实行的这个 OA 2020，实际上提出了这个最重要的一个理由啊，就是第一个我们的出版费订阅费已经能够 cover 掉它的出版费用了，所以你应该开放。第二个的话呢，实际上在这里边有个非常重要的一个指出，就是说如果这个期刊它一方面还要收订阅费，另外一方面它出版的话还要去收 APC 费啊，它实际上就双重收费啊，就所谓这种 dual 或者是 double 啊低频啊。那么这个现象是显然是不合理的啊，显然是不合理的。但实际上的话呢，我们可以看到啊，这个发展了以后啊，其实一旦尝到了这个甜头啊 ，Plans hybrid 的这个阶段，它很难走出来啊。特别是对于像中国、美国、印度面对这样的市场，出版商他不愿让步，因为所有的这个欧洲为什么可以啊？它的这个就所谓 read and publish 这样的这种模式，它的这个订阅制度的时候，它 cover 掉的这个所谓这个出版的这个配额，实际上基本上跟这个国家的发表的总量是相当的，或者多的不多啊。但在中国的话呢，如果要按这样一个一个去算的话啊，其实它愿意给出来的这个订阅以后给出来的这个所谓这个什么，就这个 quota 啊，量非常少。那么我们中国唯一打的那个局部性的一个协议，就 S2 跟我们中科院系统。在中科院系统，据我所知，它能够 cover 掉的这个就是它的这个免 APC 的这个配额，其实量也非常小，占它的这个总的什么里边，总的这个发表的里边啊，所以这是实际上是我们开放科学它发展的一个情况啊。总的途径我们总结一下，就是首先现在开放获取的这个发展已经到了一个瓶颈期，也不是个平台期啊。总体的文章它的数量已经得减少啊，增速已经大大的放缓啊。然后的话呢，完全 OA 刊里边的这个它的这个文章实际上是在减少啊。然后呢，混合 OA 刊里边的这个文章实际上是在增加，大概是这么一个景象啊。那么在这个过程里边的话呢，实际上大家可以看到的啊，就是整个过程里边在这里边有个非常重要的一个转折点，就是一旦当我们的这个总体的这个出版的这个文章里边 OA 的形刊啊 OA 形式的出版物超过这个什么，就是传统的订阅方式的这种出版物以后啊，就它的这个向上的这个动能啊，就已经明显的放缓了啊。那背后的这个原因啊，其实我刚才也给大家做了一些分析啊，就出版商他在这里边不断的推出新刊 不断的推出这个就是所谓包括一些掠夺性的刊物所以在这个过程里边，就对于那些论文高产的国家，特别是像中国、美国、印度这样的话，出版商他很难给你来进行这样的这种妥协我想可能这里边唯一的一个办法今后就是像我们这个国家也应该组织起来一个国家整体的跟这些出版商去进行这个谈这样的这种所谓转换协议，否则的话，转换协议这条路是走不通的所以在这里边我们在这里边做了一些简单的分析，为什么开放获取的这个 momentum 这个势头就下来了实际上，当然一方面是这个开放获取它经过野蛮发展了以后这个出版界自己在做一些资金化的调整砍掉了一些就是所谓的这种掠夺性的这个期刊但另外一方面的话呢，这里边大家可以看到就是那个开放获取这种方式 APC 的这种方式，它其实适用不同的国家，对于很多欠发达国家或地区，实际上这个 APC 费还是很贵的所以用 APC 这种方式去获得这个 OA 的这个模式，并不是全世界都适用的所以我想可能这是我们看到的开放获取发展的第一个方面。就换言之的话，简单的结论就是说，如果光靠以后的这个开放获取的这个那个刊物，我们能够就是去作为一个我们现在看起来作为一个资源高质量的学术资源建设的唯一的这个途径的话，这条路存在很大问题，因为它仍然有相当部分的这个学术资源，它没有以 OA 的方式所以你迫使你必须的还要去订阅所以学者个人或者团队去付这个 APC 费，图书馆去那个花钱买，仍然是一个所谓这个双重付费的这样的一个景象那在这里边，我想可能开放科学、开放获取里边非常重要的另外一个问题，很多人没有注意其实在这里边开放后边还有一个所谓这个相关的这个开放获取的这些资源，它能不能够再利用这个问题？那我们在这里边如果看一下的话就是在那些纯粹的 OA 刊物里边它的这个允许你这个重新不允许你重新使用的就再利用的，比如说我们现在非常重要的一个场景，就是每个大学每个学科现在这里边都在发展自己的学科大模型，它需要大量的这个机构自己能够有权去使用的这样的高质量的数据但是我们现在即使是 OA 刊物的这样的这种文章，它在这里边规定了相关的这种使用限制条款那在这里边，比如说混合的 OA 里边有3%，有1/3的刊物，它实际上是禁止你就是即使它是 OA 的，但它是所谓这种 NC non-commercial non-derivative这样的一种使用方式。换言之的话，你大学收集了这些资料以后，你也不能用于训练你自己的学科大模型所以它的限制是有很大的这个限制这个比例相对来说，在所有完整的这个 OA 刊里边比例会低一点，大概1/5所以我想可能所有的这些东西都带来了一个问题就是我们依赖开放科学或者开放科学给我们开放获取带来的对我们学术资源建设里边或者学资源保障里边它的这个意义，我们现在是将面临的一些很大的一个问题，或者是一个新的问题那在这里边，一方面是这个它的这种所谓转换不彻底，第二个的话呢，即使转换为这种开放获取，在这里边它的使用也不是完全的授予你的这种所谓这种 reuse 的这个使用这方面设置了很多的这个条款那么针对这样的这种情况，实际上现在世界上很多国家和地区在这里边根据 OAD 也是个非常重要的一个目录，不光是关于学术期刊，关于不同资源它的一个目录里边统计，现在全世界实际上已超过这个160多家的这个机构，实际上设置了这样所谓我们叫做作者权利保留作者权利保留这样的这个相关的这种就所谓这个机构或者大学对自己的这种政策当然这个政策主要是对我们的这个大学所资助的或者大学里边的这个学者的那么所以在这里边如果我们可以看一下就是这个其实我们学术资源保障整个的这个过程里边，其实不光是我们现在当然主要的形式仍然是这个期刊论文、研究论文那么今后的话呢，这中间的很多的这个资源，其实除了论文以外还包括我们很多过程性的这个数据、科学研究数据以及各种各样的这种代码以及其他的这些方式 啊。那我们开放科学实际上很早就提出了一个原则，就所谓 fair 原则啊，能够 fair FA 啊，就能够找得到，能够接触到啊。然后最后2个的话呢，能够互操作，以及能够 reuse 啊。那我们在这里边如果简单可以看一下，头2个实际上是对于我们人的使用啊。那现在回过头去看后2个 I 和 R， 实际上更多的是强调了，就是我们以后的这种机器或者是大模型能够对这相关的就是这些学术文献啊，特别是这个机构自己产生的这些学术文献，它的这种使用的这种权利，或者是开放获取的这样的这种资料的这种再利用的这个权利。那么这方面的话呢，我想可能现在啊，实际上对我们这个大学的资源建设里边，学术资源建设里边啊，是面对的一个非常大的一个问题啊。好，这个是关于开放科学对我们学术资源建设的这个影响。那在这里边，其实我们学术资源保障里边还会有一些其他的一些问题啊。那在这里边，第一个在这里边给大家看到的，实际上就是说，现在实际上全世界范围之内，一方面啊，大家看到上边2个图，无论是这种完全 OA 刊还是这种混合 OA 刊，它的 APC 费实际上都在稳定的增长啊。那么另外一方面的话呢，根据相关的一些国际权威的一些追踪调查，实际上世界范围内啊，绝大多数图书馆啊，在过去这些年里边，它的这个经费其实在下降啊，甚至有些这个地区它的这个下降的幅度还是这个非常的大啊。那在这里边，我们提供了2个啊，就是相关的这种追踪调查的这个数据啊，所以实际上它形成了一个非常重要的啊，就这样的我们现在资源建设里边面对的这种困境啊。一方面就是说它的APC 啊，就当然这种大学的这个角度啊，其实无论是图书馆的这种 TA 的这种支付，还是每个科研团队自己的这个支付啊，最终实际上都是大学自己的大学的这个经费来进行支出啊。所以我想可能这是这样的一个非常显著的一个矛盾啊。那么关于资源这个费用或者图书馆的这个经费这方面的宽限，我们在这里边以我们清华大学图书馆啊作为一个例子啊，也可以给大家说，在这里边啊，实际上我们清华相对来说还是不错的啊，学校对我们这个发展非常支持啊。去年啊，相比于前年经费略有下降，今年相对于去年其实基本上保持平衡，但是因为资源的费用的上涨，所以我们实际上这2年内啊，在这里边2023到2025年，我们没有增加一个新的数据库啊。那么相反的话呢，我们砍掉了11个数据库啊。在这个过程里边有101个啊相关的资源，我们师生建议我们去使用、去购买的啊。那么在这个过程里边，实际上我们只是去对54个进行了这个试用，但是没有一个啊就是进行购买。那在这里边最主要的一个制约就是我们图书馆的相关的这个经费的这个制约啊。所以我想可能这个也是我们在座可能很多图书馆啊，它可能这个资源啊不如清华啊，但我想可能会面对的问题可能会更严重啊。那么第2个的话呢，就是国家的相关的这个政策也在发生一些变化啊。那在这里边就是我们实际上国家啊，从今年2016年1月开始，大家很多人知道啊，进口的数据库啊，电子出版物实际上都要收增值税，这个总额是10.08%啊。那么这个额度不可谓不小啊，所以对很多图书馆的这个资源建设又是雪上加霜啊。那么另外的话呢，就是在这里边实际上我们也担忧啊，就是即使很多时候你购买了这个数据库啊，但这个数据库它的这个权利我们刚才说了，它是 access， 它是访问，而不是你拥有啊。所以在这里边可能这些数据库的利用啊，作为学术资源，它的保障的成功和可持续性也会受到地缘政治的影响啊。那在这里边实际上有很多例子啊，最新一个例子，2025年4月份啊，那么一些美国啊NIH 的一些数据库啊，中国学者和一些其他的所谓 country of concern 啊就不能够访问啊。所以我想可能这些都是我们在面对的时候啊，就是资源保障的时候需要去考虑的问题啊。那么另外一个的话呢，我刚才已经前面提到了啊，其实我们对相关的这种资源，即使是大学自己的啊发表的这些老师发表的论文，它的这个重新使用的权利，其实现在也是控制权有限，这个主动权掌握在出版商手里啊。所以所有这些东西都迫使我们图书馆在新的时代，我们进行资源建设的时候，需要有一些对策啊。那在这里边，我想第一个就是我们还是要建设自己的优化自己的资源的这种配置 通过各种各样的计算，就是我们每年都要去进行相关的资源的这种使用效率的这样的这种评估优化我们的资源建设的费用的这种花费那么第二个的话呢，我想可能在这里边，我们大学图书馆也应该转换的这种角色。我们一开始的2个特邀报告里边其实都提到了就我们不光是一个纯粹的一个资源的一个中心然后在这里边，我们的所谓这种 institutional repository 现在也应该 upgrade 到新的东西就所谓这个 resource 的概念，它已经发生了非常大的变化，更多的实际上是各种各样的数据各种各样的数据所以它的这个建设的这种思路作为一种 data hub 这样的一种思路以及我们不同的大学之间在这里边进行有机的这种联合和整合，以此来对抗就是在必要的情况下，出版商对我们的这个相关的这种资源的这种价格它的这种不让步的这种讨论所以我想可能这些都是我们可以去做的那么在这个过程里边，我想当然非常重要的一个东西就是我们怎么样去保证我们大学产出的这些学术成果，我们对它有足够的使用权，因为我刚才说的做权利的这种保留这样的一个政策，这样的一种东西，但这个东西的使用需要我们相关的大学之间以及甚至是我们图书馆之间在这里边有一个像这个的组织我们和在座的多位老师同事参加过去年的就是在柏林马可学会成立的这个组织的这个 B17有关开放科学的这个对话，这个对话今年9月份1年半以后，南让会的马可学会的召开当时我们有给出版商的这个策略有讲到，就出版商的对这个图书馆对高校的策略就是各个击破divide and defeat所以我想可能在这里边我们需要有一个非常强有力的这样的这种跨校的跨图书馆之间的整合去对它进行这个相关的这种谈判，这个是非常有必要的那么最后的话呢，在这里边稍微总结一下今天我给大家分享的这个内容。那第一点我们可以看到了就是实际上现在开放这个获取的这个革命，特别是 TA 的革命是一个不彻底的革命所以这里边它现在停到那儿就是实际上包括 Plan S Coalition 都已经放弃了技术自主它第二个的话呢，在这里边我们实际上对资源的保障我们这个概念也需要重新去定义资源的概念然后在这里边非常重要的就是说，我们在这里边不光是文献的拥有，还要去争取就是文献的这种再利用的这个权利，尤其在今后对我们这个文献资源的使用的方式发生重大变化的时候，如果我们的资源不能用于我们自己用来训练我们的教学科研的相关的学科大模型、科研大模型那实际上这个资源很大程度上它是沉没的那么第三个的话呢，我们在这里边讲到了，就是它的本身的这种现在的这种订阅模式和这个TA 模式这个它的这种脆弱性最后的话呢，我们倡导这样的一种应对就一方面优化我们的资源的这个配置，另外一个的话呢，我们各个高校的图书馆要积极的去建设拥有相当自主这个话语权的这样的这种资源然后的话呢，保障我们相关的这个权利。好的，好，这是我给大家的分享谢谢大家。
刚才金馆长介绍了清华这个整个自然建设，特别是开放科学背景下他们的一些探索。现在面对的我们大学图书馆自然建设最紧迫的2个问题，第一个尽管刚才没有具体讲，第一个税的问题还没解决，第2个问题就是开放科学背景下我们这些为出版的这个联合斗争的问题，也要共同的去努力。所以我们期待着我们馆长们一起联合起来做相应的工作。在这里呢，让我们以热烈的掌声感谢金馆。同时呢，我还要讲一句，就是我们这个会这么多年一直是金馆在操劳，所以我提议我们以热烈的掌声感谢金馆的操劳。 下面一个报告呢，是同方知网副总经理柯春晓先生做分享，他的题目是人工智能时代未来图书馆的价值坚守。这个柯总呢，一直负责知网的产品开发和业务拓展，是知网主营产品的主要设计人之一。下面呢，我们有请柯总做报告，大家欢迎。
尊敬的各位馆长、各位领导，非常荣幸能够代表知网再次在 WAL 会议上与各位专家一起来分享、探讨未来图书馆的一些思考。我今天的题目选了一个人工智能时代未来图书馆的价值坚守。那么，其实我们是在寻找当人工智能对我们的科研教学产生巨大的影响之后，我们图书馆应该开辟出一种什么样的适配这样一个转化的知识服务的形态？我们应该做些什么啊？这是，我寻找到的答案呢，是我们要寻找，或者是我们要坚守我们图书馆在可信、纯真这样一个领域里面的应该有所作为的地方。那我认为呢，我们应该坚守的最重要的价值，就是我们图书馆的这个可信、验证、纯正的价值。先讲一下大概它的背景。那么大家知道，我们教育部呢协同5个部门在今年发布了一个人工智能加教育的行动计划。它对人工智能对教育科研的影响做了非常深入的规划大概几个方面，无论是从他讲几个概念全学段，从基础教育一直到高等教育，另外全过程从这个科研的选题一直到最后的整个这个科研的全链条都进行赋能，包括人才培养，另外呢就包括全场景在学习的任何一个场景，比如说赋能学生、赋能教师、赋能背后的治理以及赋能科研的全过程。同时呢，也讲到了如何来构建支撑这样一个平台下的基础设施怎么建设包括制度怎么建设。同时，他也提到了怎么样去通过开放的方式来构建一个既安全又有利于发展的这个生态，做了全方位的规划。在这样一个文件的指导下呢，我们也在思考我们图书馆应该做什么怎么做。同时呢，我们的需求方就是科研和教育从人工智能对这2个方面已经产生很重要的影响，从辅助一直在或者逐步的在过渡到嵌入到整个过程现在大家提到的自主科研智能体 AI for Science、AI for Scientist 这些工作。那么从全球来看呢，各块都有人工智能对他们的服务进行升级比如说科研的全链条的闭环再比如说一些专用科学大模型的出现，再比如说以高质量数据集建设为核心的这样一些深入的研究，都推动着我们来向新的范式来挺进。那么我们应该如何在为他们提供一种什么样的服务呢？我个人的认为是我们应该提到了这个数据，我们要保证它的可信度；那么算法我们要使它可验证；那么过程我们要让它可追溯这是从需求侧。那从技术本身来看呢，大家也都知道，我们正在面临人工智能对我们带来效率的同时也带来了诸多的问题最主要的大家都提到了，就是它的幻觉问题。我们怎么样使得它输入给我们的或者输出给我们的呈现给我们的它的幻觉去控制它，或者保证它不失真？那么同时也提到另一个问题这是 Nature 警示的，就是它使我们个人的这个效率提升的同时，实际上它使我们的研究视野在逐渐的在这个研究的视野或者知识的广度在缩窄。其实这对我们这种现在在提倡跨学科研究或者大场景研究的情况下，也是一个重要的影响。我们很多时候只发现了它对我们个人效率的这个提升，或者对安全幻觉的这个影响。实际上，我觉得刚才这个第3个影响却是更值得思考的。这是从技术的角度。当然呢，从科研诚信的角度，我们也给整个科研伦理和科研诚信的提出了很大的挑战。 比如说主体性的消解啊，再比如说原创性的这种崩塌，就如何来在人机协同的情况下，如何来保证这个内容的它的原创性，或者是谁对这个原创性来负最终的责任。另外就是真实性的悖论啊，我们输出的很多知识如何去验证它是真的还是假的，它还是虚幻的，这都提出了很多的问题。另外呢，也从法理上治理的方式上、治理的技术上都提出了很多的挑战，这也是我们需要去思考的。那再从我们图书馆本身来说，为啥我选择了一个图书馆的纯真验伪这个价值呢？就是从我们图书馆的职责来说，从古代的藏书楼开始，一直到现在。比如说，当我们听说亚历山大图书馆被焚毁的时候，我们心里想到的肯定是一系列的珍贵的史料或者珍贵的图书没有了。那么真实的是什么样子的？那么就这个真实的这个数据或者真实的这个知识消失了。当我们很多的图书馆都在做这种突出比如说版本，我们在建设在做这种珍稀的古籍的数字化，或者是我们做版本校正的时候，我们都在考虑一个问题，就是它的真实，我要把这份真实留在图书馆或者留在我们的人类，使它传承下去。那么我们在做数字图书馆的时候，我们一直在强调原数据的这种真实性。比如说我们提到 OCLC， 我们从 OCLC 下载一条原数据出来，我们就感觉很安心啊，很放心，因为您知道是全世界的同行都在为这个存真在做贡献。当然，我们现在到了人工智能时代，我们也有这样的问题，就是我们图书馆在人工智能时代输出的这么多东西的时候，我们应该做什么？我们怎么为验证而存真来提供或者尽我们的责任？从我们本职工作或者我们的价值传承上，我们也应该在这方面有所思考或者有所作为。那么从中国知网的角度，我们是怎么思考这个事情呢？我们认为，面向读者来说，我们未来是不是可以衍生出一种新的服务来？就像我们已经衍生出来的参考咨询服务，我们衍生出来的查新服务，或者我们很多在我们图书馆发展历程中一种新的服务方式，我把它构想成是不是我们能够为读者提供一种可信验证的服务？会不会这种服务成为我们未来图书馆一种新的服务的方式？再比如说，从资源建设的角度来说，我们很多的出版商都在做公域数据的建设，那么私域建设的珍贵的私域建设的责任应该留给谁？我觉得应该留给我们图书馆啊。那个私域的数据就不光是我们采购来的书本的数据，我们的科研过程数据啊，我们作者的科研工作人员的行为数据都应该留在图书馆，为未来的存伪鉴真而提供数据基础。再比如说，我们业务形态上也要随之而发生很多的变化。那这个形态发生什么变化呢？我认为应该是我们图书馆驱动智能体，去为我们更多的读者来提供服务。而这样一种服务，就需要在数据上做更深入的挖掘和提升。我想到一个工程，就是我们曾经和香港中文大学一起来来做一件事情，就是把建国以来的它馆藏的所有的报纸，每一份从中央报一直到行业报，一直到地方报纸，做了一个将近5年的工程啊，就是把它全部数字化。当时做的很辛苦，我们也当时确实不太理解港中文为啥会投入这么大资源来做这些事情。现在回想起来，到这个时代，我们觉得这件事情就非常的有意义。它使得我相信它应该是中国最完整的报纸馆藏之一啊，最要到目前为止，甚至可能是亚洲的最完整的，就是中国大陆的报纸，它包括港澳台的报纸的馆藏之一。那么在这个时代，我们就觉得它会在这个纯伪验真这个角度来说，它就是非常非常有价值和值得挖掘的。那从这个角度来说呢，知网呢也在做一些探索啊，一直在探索。我们探索的角度呢其实是从方法论的角度或者操作层面的角度去考虑这个问题的。就是大家都在说我们怎么样让大模型去验证它，或者去保证它的真实性，去掉它的幻觉。那怎么操作呢？怎么操作？就在科研教学的环境中怎么操作？我们实在是在考虑这个问题。那么考虑的初衷或者是需求的来点呢，一个呢就是全球的科研人员都对 AI 工具的质量和规范提出了要求。大家看这组数据，因为我时间关系我不赘述了，就是这种数据充分的说明了我们的科研人员在使用人工智能的时候需要对它输出的这个东西进行验证，而现在的验证工作基本是科研人员自己的验证。我跟很多我们的用户在沟通的时候，他现在怎么做呢？就比如说他和豆包或者 DeepSeek 的互动之后， 输出或者和知网的 AI 输出那个互动之后，那输出的结果，它一般情况下，它真要是去做发表的时候，它一般情况下会把那段内容拷下来，到知网的数据库里头再跑一遍，看看是不是有读者啊曾经说过这样方面的事情，是不是可信的。那这样一种行为或者这种方式，体现了我们科研人员对输出内容的这种验证性或者是这种不安全性。那我们在操作层面上如何来帮他去实现啊？这是我们思考的问题。再一个呢，就是从国际上来说，比如说我们的加州大学主导的一项调查，也充分的证明这一点。核心结论就是，95%的受访者使用这个工具并成为它的一个常规使用工具，但是大比例的人都希望能够进行这种在这种幻觉或者安全性上、规范性上要进行验证。那么再比如说我们的这是我们的图书馆哈佛大学图书馆，他在构建他 AI 工具的时候，他也强调一定要通过 RAG 的方式标注馆藏等方式、数据来源等方式来确保输出的内容是可信的或者是可支撑的，来杜绝幻觉。再比如说我们新加坡管理大学，他们在使用人工智能的时候，他要强制的要求这种代码要进行验证，要进行溯源，并且要完成这种引文网络的构建，都是从一个角度来保证我输出的内容或者我使用的内容是安全的、可控的它是真的。还包括哈佛大学的这个法律图书馆也通过这样一种方式都做了要求，他要对这个完整性和真实性进行确保。那从这个角度来说呢？从这样一个维度来说呢，我们未来图书馆这个价值应该怎么去坚守应该怎么去坚守呢？我认为呢就是这样。第一个就是我们一定要想办法在数据集上做工作数据集上，因为你要做验证、科学验证，你必须有庞大的数据集。这个数据集大概有3个来源，第一个就是像知网这样的数据商来提供，因为我们把公域数据了。第二个呢就是我们的私域数据一定要想办法的去收集。并且把它管好。当然还有一个呢，就是我们通过这个生态合作的方式把它汇集起来。另外呢，我们也要依托可信的技术形成这样一个可融合的高质量的AI 加持的这样一个数据中心这是发展路径。那么知网呢也做了一些从我们的角度做了一些实践我们大概从4个维度。第一个呢就是权威数据的可靠工具这是知网一直在做的工作。第二个呢就是我们形成了一个全链路可追溯的这样一个验证的机制。第三个呢，我们也在做结合场景一会儿会举一个例子怎么结合场景去做这个结合场景，实际上我们在思考就是让它可操作，非常的便利。你不能让学者在做科研的过程中跳出来，然后再去验证，那这个过程就阻断了或者是迟滞了他的科研。那么还有呢，就是我们要在硬件上或者制度上要有数据加密的因为这样一种验证的方式，你汇聚了大量的数据，按它安全性怎么保障，我们也在做相应的工作当然呢，在这个基础上我们有一个智能底座，我就不再赘述了。大概我们形成的这样一个这个可控的这个体系是4个方面，一个是人机协同，我们怎么让在机器输入的时候，不是它单方面的输入给人，而我人怎么参与这是我们一个考虑。再一个就是我们要精准的识别它的学术意图保障在精准的场景下、精准的点上把这个可信内容输出给它。当然，我们从底层检索技术上也做了一些创新。另外呢，我们希望能够有一种深入问答的这种探讨的这种学习方式，而不是简单的这种对话式的方式。当然我们也在技术上做了一些创新举个例子吧这个 CNKI-AI 呢，大家知道，就是这是知网面向新一代的知识服务提出的知识服务平台。那其中我们怎么做的？我介绍一个新的功能点，就是怎么样从纯真这个角度去做的。我们最近提出的一个呢，就是这种学术范式就是一个是学术新锐的，一个是研究专家的。我举一个例子，因为时间关系就是我们在这个过程中，大家看，当他输入一个题目之后，我们会把从框定边界一直到分层次的递进检索，最后形成识别意图这样一个逻辑体系，按照着我们学术研究的逻辑体系来输出内容。我们这是首先从这个角度上，从逻辑上控制了它的可信性。同时呢，我们也在这个过程中，我们结合知网这些知识呢，来控制或者是 叫做现在叫 Harness， 它这个这样一个输出的内容，使得它呢每一条输出内容都是有来源的。那在这个过程中，我们最近又提出一个，就是你看输出来内容之后，我们在这个角上有一个小的 check 的这样一个按钮。这个小的 check 按钮就指的学者输出来之后呢，因为原来我们的学者告诉我们，就是他们把这段内容会拷到一个地方去进行验证，这时候我们直接给他放在这，就是他觉得这个观点很新颖，我需要用的时候，他可以很直接的一点就帮他做一个可信的验证，告诉他这条结果是来自于哪个学者的哪篇文章里头的哪个句话的哪个观点。但是我们又在想，如果有了这样一个验证之后，虽然很直接，但是仍然是我们和机器这个简单的互动。往往我们在做科研的时候呢，我们更希望这样一个观点是机器输给我的，我认它。就是当这个观点出来的时候，你跟契合的观点是什么，与它不同的观点是什么啊，都要把它陈列出来，而且与它多元的观点都是什么。在这种情况下，其实我就在和机器和我围绕这个观点的我的同行学者在进行互动了。那这实际上我们认为它是一种批判思维的一种训练，或者是一种批判性的这种研究。我们认为这样的研究方式才是和机器互动的一种研究方式。所以说我们开发了这样一个新的小的功能服务，就是为了使得验证它可行可行，就是在读的过程中，而不仅仅是一种 reading， 而是我和机器在这种 creative 的这种 corrective 的这种互动。这是我们的一个设计的逻辑整个功能呢就很简单，我就不再赘述了。同时呢，我们还把一些数值就一些比如说弹出来一个数，往往这些数是更需要，比如说某某年的 GDP 值是多少，那这样一些数是学者更特别害怕的地方特别害怕的地方，我们也把它背后的数据给它关联起来，让它就这个数因为背后知网有一个统计研件的数据库，也帮它去验证一下确认一下，这样及时的来验证。那么当然呢，我们也可以把参考文献进行一些验证，当然还有一些可信的智能体。那这是从知网的角度来考虑这个问题的。那么从图书馆的角度来说，如何去做它的可信验证呢？我们曾经前段时间做了一个思考，就是指链融合。一开始的动机很简单就是让读者在检索知网文章的时候，同时把图书馆的馆藏检索出来。后来我发现，我们越做这个事情还挺重要的，而且我觉得可深入挖掘的地方很多。那么如果仅仅是读者在检索知网文章的时候检索到了馆藏，它其实是个本质是一个跨口检索或者是一个联邦检索。那么这个发挥的作用是让读者知道与我当前研究检索主题相关的馆藏有哪些。那么这个从可信验证的角度来说，是我们用馆藏来帮这个读者来验证他当前的主题，除了知网的文章之外，还有我大量的馆藏的书籍在支撑你这个研究。但是这样一种方式呢，从技术来说是一个很简单的方式。那么我们就在想，这个读者，只是通过这样馆藏，那我这种大量的馆藏只是从原数据这样一个层面来认，我们在想能不能让这个读者当前的研究的画像精准的和这个馆藏的数据或者未来图书馆的数据能够更深入的结合呢？所以我们就在更深入的把它做成一个千人千面的用在知网数上这种画像的数据和我们馆藏进行更直接的，那推荐出来的就是他本人当前研究或者近期一段时间研究的馆藏的东西，把它挖掘出来这是我们在做的。那这是不是另一种角度的用我们的馆藏资源或者我们未来的馆藏数据做一个验证呢？或者做一种对这个大模型使用的一种可信的护航呢？我本人认为是的，而且会越做越深。比如说我们最近在做的工作，我们把这些图书都给它做一些整理，比如这里面有各种奖的图书榜其实这些各种奖的图书榜都是我们图书的人或者我们图书馆人给它都归类好的，那这些书实际上也是一种验证，再比如说，那对于图书馆来说，我们也在思考一个问题，就是从原数据角度还不够，那么从全文的角度，我们如何来保障呢？就是比如说我们大量的古籍资源，当他引用一个古籍或者一个典故的时候，怎么我们大量的古籍资源肯定不是在公域数据中的，如何来保证它的验证？那么我们就在最近也在训练一个，就是一个CV 的大模型，让古籍不通过 OCR 就能够提供它这种验证提供验证。比如说输入某一个东西，那么通过图像 CV 的方式就能够验证它 那这也是在技术上会有大量的创新。同时，这以后也提出一个问题，就是我们图书馆的馆藏资源，我扫描之后，我不提供传播服务，我提供验证服务，是不是能够成为未来我们图书资源建设一种新的方式？我们的出版商允不允许这么做这都是我们要提出的嘛。但是我觉得这是一个趋势这是一个趋势。从技术上、模式上，我们都需要创新。那么我最后做一个总结，就是在未来可信基础设施中，图书馆的定位是什么？我认为大概是这么几个，一个是私域高质量数据的建设，另外就是从业务上，我认为我们应该为我们的学者提供这种验证与，就像我们的查询报告一样，查询报告也提供一种验证或验证的这种报告，会成为我们一种新的业务方式当然，我们会从传播者变成了这种知识的挖掘者和可信的这种检验员这是我的一个。当然呢，我们启动一个计划，也欢迎为了做好这项工作吧，我们也希望我们的图书馆和我们的科研人员一起来共同的为这样一个生态共同来服务。我们启动这样一个行动计划，希望各位馆长积极的参与支持我们，谢谢。
感谢柯总。刚才柯总围绕着人工智能时代图书馆的角色的演变，强调了图书馆在知识服务、资源整合、用户服务等方面的价值坚守和独特价值，也介绍了知网在相关领域的探索和成果布局。让我们以热烈的掌声感谢柯总。同时呢，我在这里提议，因为我们这个会，我们知网，我们张总几位老总都在，每次对这个会进行大量的投入和支持，让我们以热烈的掌声感谢中国知网。下面第4个报告，由来自香港大学图书馆的2位嘉宾联合演讲。他们是香港大学图书馆的高泽生先生和卢丽莲女士。他们演讲的题目是从信息素养迈向 AI 素养，整合人工智能赋能的学习服务。让我们以热烈的掌声欢迎高先生和卢女士上台演讲。
Thank you for having us. It's a pleasure to be here with you today. I'm Gabriella.
And I am Zesen.
When students approach us with the question, they may no longer start by asking, where can I find information? More and more often, they already have search results and an AI-generated summary. Their question sounds more like this. Can I trust this content? What do I need to check? And how should I acknowledge my use of AI? AI is becoming part of how people learn, conduct research, and create new work. Our response is not replacing information literacy with something completely new. Instead, we're building on what we already know and extending it into AI literacy. In learning and research services, we support learner and research by connect them with resources and evidence, working with partners across campus and making thoughtful use of technology. Our work already goes beyond helping people find resources. We help students develop skills, collaborate with teachers and other professional units, explore how technologies can improve our services and learning experience. As generative AI become more widely used, it naturally becomes part of our work as well. We saw it as another development affecting the relationship between people, information, technology, and also learning experience. Traditionally, information tools help us find, access, organize, and present the information. AI can now become involved much more widely access to the whole process. It can also generate, transfer, and also add. Students might use it to explore a topic, summarize reading, organize idea, and prepare a first draft. Researchers might use it to support coding tasks. Staff might use it to automate part of the workflow. It can therefore influence more than one step. Its role is not only its roles may sometimes not always visible. Users need to recognize where AI is involved, understand why it is constructing, and know when to question its role. From our perspective, information literacy remains essential. It is the foundations of discovering, evaluating, coding, and use information ethically. We still need to know the purpose, the evidence, how to verify, and the responsible use. Knowing what we are looking for and how to find relevant information, examine the evidence behind a claim, compare the resources, and recognize uncertainty. And when we create something new, we need to consider attribution, copyright, and academic integrity. All of this remains relevant whether the information comes from traditional methods like information tools or AI-generated response. AI literacy extends the information literacy. It begins with knowing what questions to ask. The core principle remains the same, like critical thinking, sources evaluation, ethical use, and academic integrity. What changed is the range of things we need to judge. We need to consider more the capacity, limitation, accountability, purpose use, copyright, and verification. What the AI can and cannot do, how bias may affect its output, whether the tool is appropriate for the task, what needs to be verified or disclosed, and who remains accountable for the final decision. AI literacy is also about knowing how to question it and when not to use it. What does it mean for library staff? We applied our expertise in this changing environment. As we all already have the experience in helping users discovering the information, evaluate evidence, navigating scholarly communication, and understand the academic integrity, our practice is now also expanding it to the area such as evaluate AI-generated output, design AI literacy learning activities, reviewing AI support workflow, and also working with partners across the campus. Instead of asking users and also ourselves to ask, is it appropriate to use AI here? What needs to be checked? And who remains responsibility for the final outcome? So our cases show changes at 3 levels. First, we explore to test them against real tasks and reflect on both useful results and failure. Next, we apply what we have learned to actual workflow. We're looking for a place when AI may reduce repetitive work while also keeping the professional review in place, like surface, reading list, systematic review, and also training management. Workshop, consultation, and also partnership forms a broadened learning ecosystem. So remove from personal practice, workflow change, and also connecting the system together. So now I will pass to Zeshan. He will walk us through 5 practical cases.
Thank you, Gabriela. So Gabriela showed the 3 levels of change. And then let me show you what they look like in practice. So first, let's talk more about our personal practices. We learn before we teach. Some colleagues, including me, are interested in AI. So we explore new tools and we try them on our tasks. But we do not use them on real user data or real work deliverables during the exploration. We only trial them. And after trying, we share inside the team. We share prompts, we share useful practices, and also our failures. And we discuss the hard questions, the limits of AI, the ethics, and the alternatives. Sometimes the answer may be, this task does not need AI. And this practice actually pays off. We can answer user questions about AI within the right context. We can design instruction that fits real needs, and we know when to use AI and when not to. So earlier this year, an open source agent framework called OpenCloud got a lot of attention. We also noticed it, but we did not put it into our real work right away. That would be too risky. Instead, I installed it and ran it by myself and shared what I found with my colleagues. And here's the demo I built. I gave the agent access to an online document and asked it to move the content into a Notion workspace. This is a really simple task, and the agent actually completed it. But the result was not clean. The content arrived, but the formatting was broken. The workspace ended up in a mess. And we saw the bigger risk clearly. The agent needs board permissions. You give instruction in a chat window, and you only see its reply. You cannot really watch what it is doing. So our advice to colleagues was simple. You just do not install this on your own computer for real work, not yet. And this is just one example. We also share other topics inside the team, like recent AI model progress and new use cases like making slides with AI. And we share this not to say, please, everyone, please just try this. We share them to understand what the tools can do and where the risks are. This is the same framework my colleague Gabriela just introduced. Knowing your purpose, checking the evidence, and using it responsibly. This is what learn before we teach looks like. And now from personal practice to real workflows, our second case is the reading list service. In this case, an instructor usually sends us a syllabus or a reference list. AI extracts the items and turns them into a structured draft. That draft is a starting point, and it is not the final product. Our colleagues then check it. Sometimes some items are matched wrongly, and some are not in our collection and may need purchase. Some records have other problems. Our colleagues will then resolve all of this. Only after that, we publish the list, and students may get one place in the learning management system to reach all their course readings and resources. So in this case, automation drafts the list, while librarians decide what students receive. The handoff may change a little bit, but the responsibility did not. The third case is from our research services, AI-assisted systematic review. This happens in selected in-depth partnerships with research teams from other faculties across the university. In these projects, AI supports the screening of titles and abstracts.
For each record, it gives a provisional answer, include, exclude, or unclear. And it gives a short reason so a human can review it. And here is the key point. Asking AI to do a first pass is low risk. Its output is only an internal suggestion. But deciding whether a study enters the review is high risk. AI cannot take responsibility for that decision. People must. And our role as librarians goes beyond prompt engineering. We also build and we maintain the internal platform that runs this screening workflow. And most importantly, we make sure the research team understands the boundary. The final inclusion decision belongs to the researchers, not to the AI. The authority should stay with people. And next, the fourth case is an internal system, our training management system, TMS. Before, running a training event means jumping across multiple platforms, registration in one place, attendance in another, recordings, surveys, statistics, all separate, so that we built one system to bring all of this together. This system was built by only one developer, and AI helped write the code. That is what made it possible. With AI's assistance, one developer in a small team could deliver a system of this size. But to be clear, TMS is not an AI product, and AI did not design the system. AI does not touch the data by its own, and we set the requirements, we decided the architecture, and we reviewed the code. We tested it, and we approved the launch. And this is the system that now runs the training side of our learning services. So all these internal practices actually builds our own AI literacy. And that literacy is what lets us to run a whole learning initiative. This is the fifth case, AI literacy for you. So not every session is taught by us. We actually invite professors and we invite students to share their own AI experiences. But the library curates the whole initiative. Because we practice AI ourselves, we know which topics matter, which tools are worth teaching, and which comes needs care. And our own librarians teach the hands-on sessions. For example, we have a session like coding with AI or AI in research workflows. So far, we have 7 series, more than 1,500 sessions, and many hours of teaching. We have different formats like online, on-site, hybrid, with lectures and hands-on workshops. Together, they offer many ways to learn. And finally, let us look across these 5 cases. In every case, we start with a clear purpose. We verify the results, and we use AI responsibly. But the stakes are different. A demo, a reading list, a systematic review, a live system, the consequences of error are not the same. So the same question leads to different safeguards. The higher the stakes, the stronger the human gate. The last rule is a little bit different. AI literacy for you is an initiative, not a single workflow. So our evidence there is to reach, and we do not come measured learning impact, and the responsibility is shared. We curate the program with clear principles, and learners apply what they learn in their own work. So what are the takeaways? Tools will keep changing, the mindset does not. First, purpose before tools. Before using AI, ask what you want to achieve. Sometimes the traditional way is faster and more reliable. Do not use AI just for the sake of AI. And second, evidence before acceptance. Before you accept an AI result, verify it. Convince yourself with evidence. Third, responsible use before action. When you act on an AI result, teaching a class or including a study in a review, someone must own the consequences. It's never the AI, it is always people. So AI literacy builds on information literacy. The two change, the framework holds. That is what our subtitle means, in integrating AI-supported learning services with purpose, with evidence, and with people who take responsibility. And this is the end of our presentation. Thank you very much.
刚才2位年轻的馆员介绍了我们图书馆的最重要的一项工作——信息素养。他们把信息素养提升到 AI 素养培训这一块，所以做了一些前沿性的、可操作性的实践。我从他们身上看到了活力，看到了敏捷，所以呢，让我们如此的精彩演讲。同时呢，我也提议我们以热烈的掌声，感谢我们主办方之一香港大学图书馆，感谢。今天上午最后一个报告嘉宾是扶摇科技大学图书馆的馆长邓景康先生。邓馆长呢是我们的老前辈，现在是扶摇科技大学文理学院的教授、图书馆馆长，曾任清华大学图书馆馆长、清华大学理学院的原副院长、清华大学物理系的教授、博士生导师。这一次我们到福州，到我们邓馆长这里来，非常荣幸，让我们一起热烈的掌声欢迎邓馆长来做报告，大家欢迎。
今天有点晚了哈，已经12点了。我尽快把我们的情况给大家介绍一下。那么扶摇科技大学呢是一个新的大学，我把扶摇科技大学图书馆在建设当中的一些体会、一些理念、想法和一些结果给大家分享一下。报告的题目大家刚才已经看到了哈。那么这是一个新学校。在介绍图书馆之前呢，我用几页PPT 简单的把学校的情况简单介绍一下。去年2月份呢，教育部批准了福建扶摇科技大学。教育部在批文里头说呢，扶摇科技大学为民办普通本科学校，定位为新型研究型大学。教育部的批文里头还说学校的办学定位是高起点、小而精、研究型、国际化。那么这是扶摇科技大学两面大旗啊，就是曹德旺理事长和王树国校长。理事长呢上午来跟一部分人见了一下，然后校长呢因为是上午在另外一个地方周转不开，他下午会来就是有一个报告。这是他们在央视的对话节目上头。那么一位呢是有情怀的民营企业家，捐资建校；一位呢是有情怀的科学家和教育家，倾力办学。他们共同携手开创了扶摇科技大学的办学模式，为高等教育呢带来了新的变革和活力。那么学校呢现在设了6个专业学院，我不一个一个念了啊。这些专业的设置呢，都是面向未来新技术革命的重点发展的一些领域。那么除了6个专业之外呢，还有文理学院负责组织实施全校学生的基础课程和通识课程的教学和管理。这是学校目前的本科招生的专业。上头一排呢是25年招生的4个专业。今年26年呢是全部的9个专业都开始招生，然后大学就是高考之后呢，按照制热能制造工程1个专业统一招进来，1年之后再根据大家的兴趣和专业特长，在9个专业里头重新选。那么学校的环境呢，可以通过这张图来介绍。主校区呢，在一个岛上，4周环水，那么另外还有一个体育岛。学校总占地面积是1286亩，大约合86公顷。整个学校呢可以分为3个区，第一个区呢是教学区，所有的学院和图书馆都在这个教学区里头。 教学区里还有行政楼、有歌剧院和博物馆。那么第二个区呢是生活区，这个包含了学生宿舍、教师公寓和食堂，其中本科和硕士的这个宿舍呢都是双人间，博士生是单人间。第三个区呢是体育区，包含了国际交流中心、对外叫佩博酒店，就是我们现在所在的地方，还有体育场、体育馆、游泳馆，这个各种体育设施啊。那么在地图上呢，我们还可以看到，图书馆是在整个学校教学区的一个中轴线上。就刚才这个就是开幕式的时候，就是张校长也说了这一点啊。好，那么第二部分呢，我从5个方面来介绍一下图书馆我们在建设当中的一些理念和体会啊。我们先看一下图书馆的这个总体情况。那么这是我们图书馆的一张实景照片。23年的时候，上半年这个图书馆这个大楼封顶，然后我们就开始呢对图书馆的功能布局和内部装修来进行规划，主要呢是希望图书馆的建设要符合学校的整体发展规划。要以面向未来、坚持可持续发展的理念来进行布局。那么同时呢，希望图书馆具备对学校在人才培养、科学研究和管理工作上提供全方位的支撑，有这么一个条件啊。所以在对人才培养方面的支撑呢，图书馆就是要提供一个可以让学生全面成长的环境。这个图书馆的建筑呢，总共10层，地下1层呢是密集书库。库存容量呢大概是300万册左右，现在密集书架全部都到位了。图书馆总面积呢是6万平米，还多一点。那么在图书资源方面呢，尽管学校的专业学院主要还是以工科为主，但是我们的纸本图书还是全学科配置的，要满足学生全面发展的这个需求。第一批上架的图书有46万册，一次性到位。那么其中的外文书有4万册左右，那么其中的文学艺术、人文社科类的占比达到了42%左右。那么除了纸本书之外，我们还挑选了100种左右的这个综合类的纸本期刊，帮助学生发展兴趣爱好，扩展知识面。这些纸本期刊呢，就包括了科普类、时事类、财经、地理、人文等等啊，就是这些就是综合类的。学术的这个期刊呢，我们都以电子数据库的这个形式提供了，就没有再买纸本的了。那么除了常规的书架之外，我们还建了这个若干的专题书架，包括这个左边的这个经典鉴读和新书架。那么右边呢，是我们最近又增加了一个大的书架，布置了更多的这个专题书，包括了国内的茅盾文学奖作品、鲁迅文学奖，还有国际上的诺贝尔文学奖、普利策小说奖等等这些获奖作品，还挑选了一些我们收到的捐赠的一些精品书上架。通过设置专题书架来提高经典图书的这个借阅，这也是阅读推广的一个这个服务的一个常态啊。那么图书馆的空间布局呢，我们首先要考虑的是招生的这个管理，或者叫做升级的管理啊。我们通过动静分离，以适应不同的学习场景的这个要求。那么在学生在学习的过程当中，开展团队的研讨、小组的合作的这个比重现在越来越高。像这类容易产生噪声的场地，我们都安排在比较低的这个楼层。那么我们在图书馆的4层里头呢，有13间大小不同的团体研讨间，最小的可以有8个人，最大的可以有18个人，以满足不同团队的这个研讨需求。研讨间里头呢，我们配了有电子屏，读者在桌面上就可以通过高清线连接笔记本，直接投屏。每个研讨间里头呢，还可以有书写的这个玻璃白板，便于读者开展讨论。这是3层的学术报告厅，有150座。我们这个明天的这个第4个这个评询分会会在这儿。那么另外还有一个50座的小报告厅，比较适合小型的这个学术报告，也放在了主要的这个阅览区之外啊。这个小报告厅呢，用起来也比较灵活。那么2层呢，还有一个沙龙区，在沙龙区可以集中讲课和讨论，也可以分成几个小组来讨论。集中的时候可以用大屏幕， 小组讨论的时候呢，可以分组用小屏幕，桌子也是组合式的，可以组成任意形状，便于安排不同类型的这个讨论形式。也可以安排在这儿进行这个翻转课堂的这个教学。需要安静环境的这个场地都安排了在比较高的这个楼层，在7层和8层，我们布置了48个单人研读间。如果读者需要在一段时间里集中精力写一个论文或者一个大作业、大报告，那么可以在网上预约，连续借用单人研读间，借用几天。他们在晚上闭馆离开的时候，可以不收拾桌面，第2天来了自己刷卡开门，桌面上还是前一天的这个布置，这样读者呢就可以很快就恢复到了昨天的写作思路上，那么这个写作效率呢就会比较高了。那么在图书馆8层呢，还安排了一个静音区，有几十个座位。我们在静音区呢就不提供电源了，也不提倡使用笔记本电脑，就从源头上来避免了键盘、鼠标的这个噪音，满足那些需要这个纯粹的安静环境的这个读者的需求。在图书馆楼层的这个规划里头，我们也很重视环境的人性化的这个布局和多元化的这个学习空间，可以给读者提供一个更舒适的环境，满足读者多元化的这个需求。那么图书馆4到8层呢都是开架阅览空间，我们配备了总共2400个常规的阅览桌椅。那么考虑到现在的这个学生呢带的电子设备和学习用具都比较多，所以我们在设计阅览座位的这个桌面呢都比较宽大一些，平均每个座位的这个桌面平均尺寸是1.1米乘60公分，并且在每个座位上呢都配的有电源这个插座。阅读椅我们也采取了人体工学的这个设计，这个腰部都有比较好的这个支撑，能够缓解久坐的这个疲劳。那么在高楼层的大玻璃窗前呢，我们安排有6组景观席位，每组呢有10个座位。景观席位的形式是8台8椅，就是在 high chair 啊。临窗看书时间长了，也可以看看窗外的风景，对于开阔思路、保护视力都有好处。那么除了标准的学习这个座椅之外，在每个楼层的4个角这个区域也放置了不同样式的这个休闲沙发，读者学习时间长了可以换个姿势放松一下。那么在图书馆的每个楼层的角窗跟前还安排有冥想区，我们也可以叫发呆区。那么读者呢可以在这儿远眺外面的风景啊，就是把思想放空一下，发发呆。通过多样化的座位呢，可以满足学生不同阅读习惯的这个需求，来丰富读者的这个阅读体验。那么图书馆的2层呢是地面层，我们有3个24小时的阅览室，每个阅览室呢有108个座位。我们挑选了软包的座椅，为熬夜的这个读者呢提供更好的这个座椅体验。24小时阅览室的硬件条件呢，我们现在已经可以满足这个通宵开放了。新生进校之后啊，就是去年的新生进校之后呢，不久就有同学要提出来说希望开放这个24小时。后来我们征求学校的意见，说还是暂缓一下啊，就现在还没开放。那么另外呢，在规划设计当中，还有一些人性化的这个设计的这个细节啊，就事情虽然看着很小，但是对将来的使用会带来很大的便利啊。比如说在书架区，我们的设计图纸上啊，就是当时设计图呢是这个水电的设计图和家具的布置图这2个重叠之后，我们就发现这个问题，所以我们就及时改进了。就是目的呢，就是要调整了全馆的书架通道和房顶的这个照明灯带的相对的这个位置，让每一个书架通道的正上方都有一条灯带啊，保证读者在这个架间找书的时候，这个光照的这个强度啊。那么图书馆作为校园文化知识传播的这个重要阵地，我们在规划的时候就考虑了图书馆这个要提供多维度的这个文化空间，包括各种类型的讲座、展览和音乐方面对学生的这个熏陶。 这个数个校长呢，就也特别强调，理工科的学生一定不能只限于自己的这个专业，要全面发展啊，就是人文素养一定不能落下。而图书馆呢，就是可以承担这个文化培育这个职能的一个最佳的一个场所啊。我们图书馆呢，要面向学生多举办科技的、人文的、艺术类的这个讲座。学校呢，也专门设置了福耀大讲堂，邀请各个领域的这个专家来分享他们前沿的这个知识。福耀大讲堂的主场地呢，就设在图书馆的这个报告厅。那么左边的图片呢，是奥运冠军邓亚萍这个去年年底的时候来做讲座的这个现场，为学生介绍他的成长经历。右边呢是一个介绍2025年诺贝尔物理学奖的这个讲座。那么图书馆的3层南侧是面积大约为1300平米的一个展览区，这个展区呢可以举办各种这个展览啊，就是艺术展啊、科技成果展啊，以及将来学生的这个作品展、摄影展等等。从去年9月份第1届新生进校以来，就是我们已经办过若干场的这个展览了。展览区也是让学生扩展视野、提升人文和艺术素养的一个功能空间。那么在学生全面发展培育当中，音乐素养的提升也十分重要。为此呢，我们规划了一间音乐讲堂。音乐讲堂里头配备有一套高保真的立体声放音系统，还有一台3角钢琴。这个观众席呢是50个座位，比较休闲一些的这个座位。在音乐讲堂里头，可以不定期的播放一些著名的音乐会的实况，或者好的 CD 或者蓝光光盘，主要聚焦在古典音乐和民族音乐上。也可以呢，请音乐专家啊，就是来做音乐讲座，边讲座边播放，或者讲座当中穿插钢琴演奏。他也可以带着小乐队啊，比如说弦乐四重奏等等啊，就是来一边讲座一边表演。那么在刚刚过去的春季学期里头，学生的音乐素养、音乐基础和音乐欣赏这个课程，也在音乐讲堂里头上课。音乐老师说呢，这是他用过的最好的音乐教室。除了音乐讲堂之外，那么在学生的音乐素养的培养方面，我们还专门设置了这个音乐赏析区，按照发烧友的这个标准，配备了高保真的放音和听音设备。以后呢，我们如果采购了这个 HiFi 的音乐资源，那么就有设备能够支持这个 HiFi 音乐的这个播放，让学生欣赏到高清的古典音乐和民族音乐。这个右边是一个电子阅览区啊，这个有2个目的，一方面呢是帮助一些没有笔记本的这个学生正常的完成学业，另外呢也有一部分这个数据库。就需要专门的这个计算机啊，就是把计算机绑定之后，才能正常的使用数据库。那么在图书馆的2层，这是我们的地面层，有一个艺术长廊，长度超过了100米，也可以举办各种艺术展览。理工科的学生需要有机会接触到更多的艺术文化熏陶，得到全面的这个发展。我们在一些公共的这个空间里头，也尽量融入了一些文化的元素。图书馆的大厅正面有一面古法的这个玻璃大屏，琉璃大屏啊，就是光影之间呢展现了传统的工艺和现代科技的交融。琉璃的烧制技术呢已经入选了国家级的非物质文化遗产名录，成为了读者感受优秀传统文化的一个重要载体。琉璃屏的后面是一面同样大小的 LED 屏，可以播放各种图案、这个动画和视频。大厅的侧面总服务台这个背景墙，我们以福州的3坊7巷的这个灯带啊，就是来展示的，让读者可以感受到地方文化的这个魅力。最后一个部分要分享一下智能设备和读者服务方面的这个内容啊。读者尽管实现人脸识别通行，这现在已经比较普遍了啊，就是刷卡刷脸都有效。那我们图书馆呢实行了大流通的这个模式，全馆只有总服务台上有馆员值班。各个楼层读者如果有问题想咨询，可以使用在 自助服务区的这个咨询电话。这个咨询电话呢，摘机即通，就不用拨号，直接连通总服务台进行咨询。为了方便读者使用馆内的这个自助服务，我们在读者的这个主要的动线上头，像大厅和各个楼层的电梯口附近，都设的有自助服务的这个终端，确保读者在任何楼层都能够方便的使用这些基础的这个服务。我们还借助 RFID 芯片定位系统，馆内的每一本藏书都实现了精准的定位和这个检索，还有全楼灯光的这个和空调的集中自动控制，这也是楼宇设施设备的这一个数字孪生。图书馆的全部空间和设施呢，在去年学生入校之前都已经准备就绪完成了，到位了。在去年9月份，第一批学生进来之后呢，我们就开展了一系列的这个迎新的这个活动，那么帮助新生快速熟悉这个图书馆的资源和服务，提升学生利用图书馆的这个意识。那么图书馆呢，也是这个结合不同的时间节点，开展多元化的阅读推广活动，推荐相关的这个图书啊，这就快点了。那么同时呢，为了丰富学生的这个课余活动，那我们在今年读书月活动当中，我们也开展了系列的电影展播。那么这个包括了数学、物理、化学和人工智能啊，就是各个领域的电影。那么作为一个崭新的大学图书馆，我们也非常重视一些特殊的馆藏的收藏。尽管这项工作我们现在是从零开始，我们也陆陆续续收到了一些社会人士各方面的这个捐赠啊。现在展示出来的这个项目呢，是我们收集到的一份就意含这个贝叶经。贝叶经呢是刻写在贝多罗树叶上的这个古老文献，在纸张普及之前，处理过的这个贝叶是记录文字的一个重要的载体。贝叶经呢，早期主要用来记载佛教的经文，所以当时就有俗称叫做佛教熊猫这么一个称号啊。后来呢，贝叶经的内容就也扩展了，包罗万象。除了佛教的经典，还通常涵盖了这个天文、医学、法律、文学等等各个领域。那么今年上半年呢，我们又刚接收到了一批欧洲的图书印刷品和老物件的这个捐赠，包括有500多册古籍和纸质的这个文献，名片的格式图片，以及工艺品和工具等等。文献部分以历史传记、艺术图谱为主，另外还有早期的法国科学院周报等连续出版物。这批图书和物件多为17世纪到19世纪的遗存，至今都在100年以上。好，最后一页，这是我们在图书馆的建设和发展过程当中的几点体会啊。第一，这个大学图书馆的建设和实践要以读者为中心。第二，大学图书馆的建设自始至终都要致力于学生的这个全面发展。第三，大学图书馆要为学校的教学、科研和管理工作提供有力的这个支撑啊。我们作为一个全新的大学的这个新图书馆，也正在朝着这个方向来努力。好，我今天的分享就到这儿，谢谢大家。
刚才邓馆介绍了福耀科技图书馆的情况，我们题目是智慧图书馆建设。我的理解不仅仅是智慧图书馆的建设，也是我们教育部一直提的未来学习中心的建设。在他这里的实践，我们找到了一个范例。这个我提议我们以热烈的掌声感谢邓馆长。同时也感谢福耀科技的图书馆的同仁。听邓馆长说一句话，欢迎大家明天下午到馆里去参观。还有今天晚上啊，今天晚上也开放，对吧？今天晚上也开放。这个今天上午呢，经过我们共同努力，我们就可持续和创新管理创新这个主题做了一个5个方面的一个报告，让我们再一次以热烈的掌声 感谢我们报告专家。我们下午的会2点钟还在这个地方，2点钟，谢谢大家，祝大家午餐愉快。
我是清华大学图书馆馆长金建斌。
I'm Kate Robinson. I'm the University Librarian at the University of Bath in the UK, and I'm also President of IATL, the International Association of University Libraries. As well as that, I am the Chair of Trustees of CILIP, the Library Association of the UK.
I'm Consuela Askew, Vice President for University Libraries at Rutgers, the State University of New Jersey, located in the United States.
Менің атым Оразалиев Бақытжан. Мен Қазақстан Республикасы жоғары оқу орындары кітапханашыларының қауымдастығының президентімін және лев гумилев атындағы Еуразия ұлттық университеті ғылыми кітапханасының директорымын.
我是厦门大学图书馆馆长超小红。
我是中山大学图书馆馆长张静。
我是太原理工大学图书馆馆长洪培雷。
热烈祝贺2026年世界学术图书馆未来论坛在福州召开。
I'm delighted to join colleagues from around the world for the 2026 Forum on Future of World Academic Libraries.
I am absolutely delighted to be part of this prestigious forum, and I'm especially looking forward to meeting and collaborating with fellow librarians.
WAL конференциясы біз өте маңызды. Конференция жұмысына Қазақстанның түрлі өңірлерінен, Астанадан, Алматыдан, Тараздан, Шымкенттен және Қарағандыдан университет кітапханашылар мен кітапхана директорлары қатысуда. Конференция жұмысына қатысу біз үшін зор мәртебе және жаңа мүмкіндіктерге жол ашады деп сенеміз.
WAL conferences are an excellent opportunity to learn about the unique characteristics and the progress of libraries in different countries. And this forum is a wonderful opportunity to foster stronger ties between our communities.
开放科学是本次论坛的主题之一。当前，开放科学发展进入关键平台期，何去何从，如何突破，需要我们主动有为。
AI 对图书馆工作的推动作用，主要体现在革新技术、拓展资源、提升服务、方便用户。
当前，人工智能正在重塑高等教育格局。我们以图书馆人的智慧，理解新的情境，塑造新的自我，看见学术图书馆在被 AI 改变着的高等教育中的无限空间。我们以图书馆人的服务，转移新的价值，塑造新的情景，让学术图书馆在被 AI 改变着的高等教育中被真正看见，被深度需要，被持续信赖。
30年前，图书馆是书的仓库。今天我要让它成为知识的引擎，跨界融合，产业牵引。太原理工大学图书馆深化数据治理，锚定人工智能，链接学科分管，搭建学术社区，驱动学科创新。
As we explore how academic libraries can move from transformation to integration, serving as innovation engines for sustainable development.
我们将秉持共建共治理念，积极参与到全球开放科学的对话与治理中，让我们携手努力，推动知识实现更大范围、更高质量的开放共享。
中大图书馆愿与全球同仁携手，探索学术图书馆新未来。
从转型到融合，让我们一起重新定义未来学术图书馆的力量。
Конференция жұмысына сәттілік тілейміз.
预祝本次论坛圆满成功。
预祝大会圆满成功。
祝这次大会圆满成功。
我是清华大学图书馆馆长金建斌。
I'm Kate Robinson. I'm the University Librarian at the University of Bath in the UK, and I'm also president of IATL, the International Association of University Libraries. As well as that, I am the chair of trustees of CILIP, the Library Association of the UK.
I'm Consuela Askew, Vice President for University Libraries at Rutgers, the State University of New Jersey, located in the United States.
Менің атым Розалиев Бақытжан. Мен Қазақстан Республикасы жоғары оқу орындары кітапханашыларының қауымдастығының президентімін және лев гумилев атындағы Еуразия ұлттық университеті ғылыми кітапханасының директорымын.
我是厦门大学图书馆馆长超小红。
我是中山大学图书馆馆长张静。
我是太原理工大学图书馆馆长龚培雷。
热烈祝贺2026年世界学术图书馆未来论坛在福州召开。
I'm delighted to join colleagues from around the world for the 2026 Forum on Future of World Academic Libraries.
I am absolutely delighted to be part of this prestigious forum, and I'm especially looking forward to meeting and collaborating with fellow librarians.
WAL конференциясы бұл өте маңызды. Конференция жұмысына Қазақстанның түрлі өңірлерінен Астанадан, Алматыдан, Тараздан, Шымкенттен және Қарағандыдан университет кітапханашылар мен кітапхана директорлары қатысуда. Конференция жұмысына қатысу біз үшін зор мәртебе және жаңа мүмкіндіктерге жол ашады деп сенеміз.
WAL conferences are an excellent opportunity to learn about the unique characteristics and the progress of libraries in different countries. And this forum is a wonderful opportunity to foster stronger ties between our communities.
开放科学是本次论坛的主题之一。当前，开放科学发展进入关键平台期，何去何从，如何突破，需要我们主动有为。
AI 对图书馆工作的推动作用，主要体现在革新技术、拓展资源、提升服务、方便用户。
当前，人工智能正重塑高等教育格局。我们以图书馆人的智慧，理解新的情境，塑造新的自我，看见学术图书馆在被 AI 改变着的高等教育中的无限空间。我们以图书馆人的服务，转移新的价值，塑造新的情景，让学术图书馆在被 AI 改变着的高等教育中被真正看见，被深度需要，被持续信赖。
30年前，图书馆是书的仓库，今天我要让它成为知识的引擎。跨界融合，产业牵引。太原理工大学图书馆深化数据治理，锚定人工智能，链接学科分管，搭建学术社区，驱动学科创新。
As we explore how academic libraries can move from transformation to integration, serving as innovation engines for sustainable development.
我们将秉持共建共治理念，积极参与到全球开放科学的对话与治理中。让我们携手努力，推动知识实现更大范围、更高质量的开放共享。
中大图书馆愿与全球同仁携手，探索学术图书馆新未来。
从转型到融合，让我们一起重新定义未来学术图书馆的力量。
Конференция жұмысына сәттілік тілейміз.
预祝本次论坛圆满成功。
预祝大会圆满成功。
祝这次大会圆满成功。
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you enjoyed your lunch break. So welcome back. I'm Tina Yang. I'm Associate Librarian of the University of Hong Kong Libraries. So in the coming keynote session, Academic Library Transformation in the AI Era, Restructuring and Empowering Knowledge Ecosystems, we will hear 5 perspectives on how libraries are adapting to AI, from institutional strategy and research support to ethics, innovation, and workforce in development. Together, this talk will offer a rich picture of what it means to build AI-ready libraries for the future. To begin, it is my pleasure to introduce our first speaker, Professor Chen Jinghua. Professor Chen is a university librarian of Shanghai Jiao Tong University and a distinguished professor of law, a Yale-trained scholar and academic leader. He serves in a number of national higher education and library leadership roles in China. He will talk about building an academic library for AI, the exploration of Shanghai Jiao Tong University. Professor Chen, please.
Thanks. Thank you, Tina. Hello, 大家下午好. This is morning call. 叫醒服务. It's my great pleasure to have this opportunity to share some idea of Shanghai Jiao University in building academic library for AI. And thanks to organizers of this conference. And this is my second time to present in this conference. And I just want to say hello in English. As suggested by Professor Jing this morning, it's more efficient, and more convenient for me to present in Chinese. But I do prepare bilingual slides, so it's more probably to give some convenience for the foreign friends. 我今天下午的报告实际上是今天上午的几位专家都已经讲到了，包括王老师，包括这个金管等等。都讲到，实际上这个 AI 的影响很大。那么对学术图书馆来说，数据基建实际上是一个非常重要的一个基本功。那么我今天下午呢，想这个用了这个题目叫为学术图书馆为 AI 建学术图书馆这个题目啊，讲讲我们交大在过去一段时间的一个探索。我大概分4个方面。先讲讲这个我们的一些想法，然后呢，看看我们怎么去规划。 采取的一些行动，那么包括现在面临的一些挑战是什么？跟大家一起来，我想是共享吧，有一些共勉。怎么去思考我们当下的工作，图书馆的工作？今天上午，无论是ESCO 副校长还是几位的其他专家都讲到了很好，我觉得这个都很同意啊。我就抓住一个点来尝试跟大家去分享一下，就是关于数据基金的问题。 我想这个从这个 AI 和学术图书馆之间关系来说，我自己的一个不成熟的一个观察，大概有3个层次。第一个层次我称之为用 AI 建学术图书馆，英文可以称之为是 Academic Library by AI。我觉得从 AI 工具被应用以来，尤其前2年的大模型以来，我觉得这个 全球图书馆的同仁们都在探索这个问题，已经很多东西做的相对还是比较的落地和成熟。那比如说在中国大陆，实际上从前年年底开始，很多的图书馆都已经开始推出了 AI 馆员这样一个功能，当然还不止这些。那么实际上，我觉得它的特色就是把 AI 工具引用到我们图书馆长期的 我们的资源建设和资源服务这个工作中来，主要是聚焦于我们自己的工作，让我们的自己工作会更加便捷一些。所以我想这个是其实应该不会有太多争议。我觉得无非是做的多好，怎么做的更好的问题。这是已经在做的第一个阶段。我想讲第二个阶段，就是说，其实它的面会更宽一点，我称之为为 AI 建学术图书馆。那么这是今天我的重点想讲的。英文可以称之为 Academic Library for AI。那就是说，实际上这一点大家注意到，他的工作主体可能是在咱们图书馆，但是他的工作的服务对象和范围可能会超越传统图书馆。一个很简单的例子就是说，现在大家都知道 AI 存在幻觉，其实知网的同事们做了很多的努力，包括华智大模型，试图去解决这个 AI 幻觉的问题。那么核心的问题就是数据基建，无非是虽然现在的大模型、通用大模型的参数很大，但它还是不能够穷尽我们已有的知识，所以它会有幻觉。那么解决幻觉路径之一就是让 AI 吃得更好，训练得更好，就像我们培养自己的孩子一样，我们让他接受更好的教育。那同样的道理 ，AI 有很好的天赋，但它后天需要教育，需要好的学术营养。我们如果有孩子的这个家长都知道，我们都会给自己的孩子选书，选最好的书，让他们读，有输入才有输出，输入好的这个知识。那这个阶段就是我想讲的，为 AI 建学图书馆，就在已经有很好基础上的话，我们要给他喂更好的素材。这个时候其实他的工作已经超越了我们传统的工作，他的服务对象可能既有我们的学校的师生用户，我们的教学场景、科研场景，可能还有更大的范围，甚至一些行业的需求。我其实现在很多行业都在做所谓的垂域大模型，那么这个是部分我经常去一些企业拜访，他们其实还是很缺一块学术数据的问题。那我想所以再回到华资模型的问题，我觉得这是一个很好的数据基建。这个工作我觉得部分已经在探索在做。第三个我不知道是不是准确哈，我称之为叫由 AI 建学图书馆，英文可以称之为 Academic Library of AI。那这个可能是我的猜想，这个它不知道准确，是当AI 更加成熟，甚至有了自我意识以后，他希望建立自己的知识体系。这个会不会发生？如何发生？我不知道。但是他的一个相关的问题是说，如果一旦有了他的自我认知，他一定会觉得人类喂给我的东西有意识形态。我和人类之间有一个意识形态之争，我要不要去建自己的这个语料？所以这个是将来事。所以我今天想讲这个，可能是 AI 和学图书馆的三个步骤、3个阶段。前面第一个呢，我觉得没有太多争议，已经在做，我们希望做得更好。第二个的话，可能已经开始在做，但是呢，相关的工作可能争议更大。我最后会讲挑战问题。第三个是一个可能的一个发生情况。这个大概是我的一个非常粗浅也初步的一个前瞻。那么基于这样一个前瞻，战略是什么？这个讲的是我上海交大的战略。这个是我们核心的战略，核心的未来5年要做的事情，或者过去是5年和将来5年要做的事情，不复杂，还是图书馆的基本工作。业务板块分3大类，一个是左边资源建设，第二资源使用，第三知识服务。其实刚才上午几位专家，我刚才讲像王雪猫老师，这个他讲的都非常深入了。那么我们围绕这3个板块的业务，过去5年怎么干的，干了什么？未来5年想怎么干，也不复杂。第一个围绕资源建设，我们在过去5年“十四五”期间讲的是建设优质的馆藏资源体系，无非就是如果有钱的话，买得更好，买得更精打细算。当然，同时我们也去关联很多数据，包括尽管上午讲的开放科学，包括还有很多的可能是免费可以获取的、合法可以获取的原数据等等。但呢，我觉得这个还只是以人类为读者和用户的一个资源基建体系。在15期间，我们加了一层，就是说除了要建构优质多元，还是传统的工作，优质和多元，多元涉及到多模态，我还要面向未来。 面向未来其实就是我想讲的，我后面会一张图讲，要给 AI 建图书馆，2层图书馆，这是面向未来的。有了优质资源以后，我知道图书馆同仁们都会同意资源为王，这个其实王老师讲的也是这个道理。我们所有的工作基础也在资源。昨天跟张宏伟董事长、总经理交流，也交流这个问题。知网有这么多的数据，有新的一些产品出来，新的产品很多是基于它的数据研发出来的产品。那怎么去更好的平衡资源的价值和工具的价值？但是这边它新的很多产品有新的智力投入，但它依托的基石也是它的数据资源。那同样道理，我觉得图书馆至少目前能想象到的，无论将来哪一天做什么服务，它是基于它的数据资源。那么第一步是资源使用，在“十四五”期间，我们希望是搭建高效的信息获取系统，其实就是多快好省地获取你的资源。在“十四五”期间，我们觉得还不够，除了这个要有让市场用户方便去获取资源以外，我等会会讲到我们做的事情，希望它变成一个工作平台。其实上午那个 ESCO 副校长讲到的，就是变成一个strategic partner， 变成一个跟学校的个人机构变成一个战略合作者的问题。其实第3点，知识服务也是这样子。我们在“十四五”期间，希望提高我们的知识服务能力。这个有很多同事知道，我们交大图书馆一直讲这个学科服务，当然清华等等很多馆也在做，有些差异性。那15期间，我们希望不仅仅是一个信息服务中心，也希望是一个知识服务中心。这个就是属于和学校的个体和机构成为战略的合作伙伴。那么有了这样一个大的战略方向，其实如果转化成一个更加简洁的方式，是我前不久讲的一个公式，也是我们做的事情。现在建的 LabLink 或者是智能知识服务平台，想做的其实是把前面的2层形成一个叠加效应。所谓知识库的 n 次方乘以 AI 馆员，知识库的 n 次方，其实知识库就是我们要建的为 AI 建的图书馆。n 次方什么意思？当它的1个、2个、3个、4个的效益不是加的效益，是乘的效益。我只有1个的知识库的时候，可能效果不那么明显。当我有100个知识库的时候，它会形成一个叠加效应，因为后面的 AI 馆员是它的信息获取和揭示的能力是超强的。所以这就是我们希望达到的效果。当知识库的变成一个生态以后，它的单个的知识库之间的关联它是会强化的。那通过 AI 馆员这种人工智能赋能的方式，会实现我们新的一个革命。那这是我们的一个整体的规划。那回到刚刚讲的第2层，为 AI 建学术图书馆就是2个层次，一个我称之为基础层，基础层就是传统的为人类读者建设优质的学术图书馆。过去200年、300年、500年、2000年，我们都是这么做。将来很长一段时间，我们还要继续做好。有了这个基础，我们去建第2层，我们是因为心智层为 AI 建设优质的学术图书馆。那么这个就是实际上做的是知识库生态的问题，这个是我们的战略规划。有了这个规划以后，怎么采取行动？这是传统的我们图书馆的网页，网页的功能其实它是一个信息检索系统，无论是你的馆的服务的时间，还是你的数据库资源，还是你的纸质书，都是通过这样的门户获得信息。这是本质上是一个检索系统。信息检索系统，我们觉得这个已经不符合人工智能的需求，所以我们有很多同行知道，我们5月27号发布了这个新的平台，这已经在用了，我们已经把它变成了一个人工智能交互的界面。这个核心的想做的事情就是说，把我们所有拥有的合法拥有的数据资源变成一个数据后台，而界面不再只是一个传统的需要一定专业知识的信息检索系统，而这是一个基于自然语言的交互系统，里面可以去就学习、科研、阅读和这个馆的空间服务去做交互。那么我们最近还在升级。那这个时候，回到刚才我讲的公式，我们的资源揭示方式不再是要去要传统的，就像你在2000年前用黑白照相机去拍照一样。 现在变成了数字相机或者是傻瓜机。那但背后的原理是一样的，背后我这个系统强不强大，完全取决于我们的数据基建，就是知识库的 n 次方。所以我们有了这样一个工作平台以后，目前的更重要的任务是把数据基建建好。数据基建建不好，这一个平台其实是没啥用处的。那么我看，
嗨，我是你的专属图书馆。
这是一个
AI 馆员教
4个场景，
今天
教学场景
我来为大家展示图书。
核心的是，我们已经
专属动态看
把
板即
这是
刻就位，
在真实发生的
学习上预接你的
我们右下
学习课表，
边已
知
经跟
道难题
我们学生正在上的课
我不只给你答案，
确实是关联
更能精准。
那么传统上，我们图书馆是把这些教参资源送到我们学校的 Canvas 系统去提供做老师做服务，我们给教学的技术部分做后台。现在是我们彼此打通了，通过学校的 Canvas 系统，也就是教学服务系统，能找到我们电子教参。通过图书馆的网页登录进去以后，就能找到老师和学生正在教或正在学的课程，同时这个课程相关的教参和相关东西就可以自动关联。那么研究同样道理，
只需告诉我你的研
这个
究论文
其实大家都在做哈，效果好不好也是取决于数据
资源
基建。
不到
我相信
1分钟
华智大模型，
我就可以
它因为
生成一
它的数据
篇学
本权，尤其中文的
点击
数据本权
参考文献，
它效果可能会更好一点。原理是一样的，无非就取决于你的数据基建做的好不好，你的关联够不够清楚。
能将数十篇和
一样道理，有可溯源，
深度提炼
一样道理。
结构。
我不展开讲了。那么
在
这个是阅读，我们希望，既然图书馆有这么多书，为什么我们一定要用 Kindle 去读，对吧？我能不能为什么要用讯飞去读？我能不能我的图书馆开发的功能就在你的学生和老师的手机上就可以读？我们已经在开发这功能，镶嵌到我们学校的系统上去，等等哈，还有更多的功能。So what， 对吧 ？Then what？So what？ 这个最近很多的同事在问我，比如说我们去年做了这个法学知识库，效果怎么样？坦能讲，马马虎虎，一般般。为什么？因为很多的技术障碍，很多的机制障碍，很多的用的障碍。这个东西就像电商一样，就像一个平台一样，你用的越多，这个人工智能给你的推荐越精准；你用的越少，它其实数据还是很粗糙。核心的问题，我等会挑战很多。那么怎么去解决这个问题？要做的事情很多，其中一个我刚刚讲的知识库的 n 次方，所以我们要把知识库建好。所以现在正在做的事情，我要建全校的学科知识库生态，从单一的知识库变成一个生态。单一的可能是一门课程，可能是一个专业，可能是一个学科。这个是我们的法学在做的，去年做了跟某一个友商在合作的做东西。那么还不够，我们还现在做课程。我现在在学校里面碰到老师和个人都去兜售我的知识库，老师和个人学院只要愿意，我都说 all in， 我会全力以赴支持你做这个事情，前提当然是合法合规。所以我希望慢慢通过这个课程把这个生态建好。那么，所以我们现在形成了1+1+N 的工作机制。一是图书馆，我有大量的合法拥有的资源；中间个一是我们学校的网络信息中心，它有算力和空间。N 是什么 ？N 是学校里无数的用户，可以是个体老师、个人或者是学院，他们有这个需求去做这个事情。这个是我们下面已经在做的很多，在推进的。比如说个人，我自己的课程就有；比如说团队，我们我们学校有个老师团队做的是这个廊桥的，他也做知识库，我们就把它关联过来，把全球跟廊桥相关的信息放在我的学校的知识库生态上。那么其实我跟他讲，我帮你搭平台，权限你来设定，我们前提是这个数据是合法拥有的东西，我尊重你的利益，尊重你的权利。所以但是我要建这个生态，也许有一天你愿意放开更多，没关系，我先把它建起来。还有是学院，我们比如说我们材料，清华的材料很好，我们交大材料也不错，这个哈工大材料很好，所以我们今年有一个 AI 加材料的新专业，我们跟材料学院一起合作，在做一个，我们去支持他建他的新的专业做负责。总之要形成这样的工作机制，这个是我的一门课，应用场景，我在我的课中。这还不是我的课，是我同事的课。我的课中去嵌入到把这个课程知识库建起来。总之， 发挥视线精神，千方百计去建这个生态，希望把这个生态建起来。现在还在路上，目的是希望把第2层给 AI 建的学术图书馆能够建成起来，就可以用。挑战很多，我列了3个，一个称之为反公有地悲剧 ，the tragedy of anti-commerce。搞经济学、搞公共管理就会知道，这是个非常常见的问题。它不是产权太多，它不是产权太少，是产权太多。产权太多以后，每一个人希望在数据产权上分一杯羹，他都拥有合法的产权。对个体来说，这种诉求是合理合法的，但对于整个的数据基建来说，它就变成了一种反公有地悲剧 ，the tragedy of anti-commerce。怎么去解决这个问题？它需要协调，需要去规划，需要去量力。第2个，怎么确立图书馆的独特优势？每个图书馆不一样，我们很多图书馆在华资大模型面前很渺小，华资或者中国知网，它拥有了中国的绝大部分的甚至所有的中文学术。图书馆再去建它的话，好像跟它没有比较竞争优势。怎么去确立？每个馆不一样。当然，每个馆多少都拥有一点自己学校拥有的独特东西，怎么去加上去？怎么去共同赋能？去共同不仅要在学校里面建小生态，还要和行业去建大生态。这个是我觉得也是个非常重要的问题。就像经管上我讲到的，我们对很多问题我们需要共同努力。第3，怎么去兼顾短期任务和长期目标？对于很多馆来说，短期任务都很重。而这个数据基建是一个长期做的工作，如果短期工作不能完成，可能馆长都没得做了，还做什么长期工作，对吧？但是呢，长期工作不做，馆长做起来也没啥滋味，所以怎么去实现这个平衡，好像有点难度。但是呢，我想借这个机会呼吁大家，行业的事情行业一起做，我们一起努力。所以现实很残酷，但是我觉得我们要有一种，今天早上这个我们这个Escola 这个副校长讲到的，我们要应变，我们要去适应新的时代。我借用了王国维先生讲这个中国的历代的文学的形式，核心就是唐诗之后有宋词，形式改变了，载体改变了，但人类对文字的欣赏，人类对知识的需求一直不会有改变，甚至更多。就像王老师讲到的，可能图书馆以后变得更加more essential，更重要。所以我想大家一起努力吧。好的，谢谢，报告完毕，谢谢。
So thank you very much, Professor Chen, who shared a practical example of how a leading research university like Shanghai Jiao Tong University is rethinking its library strategy, services, and infrastructure to become truly AI ready. From institutional exploration, now we move to the practical question of how libraries can create value for their university through research excellence and talent development. Our next speaker is Professor Liu Hongwei. Professor Liu is a university librarian of Harbin Institute of Technology. He is an award-winning educator and researcher with extensive contributions to computer science education, cloud computing, and reliable software and technology. His presentation, Tech Empowered Library, Driving Disciplinary Growth and Faculty Excellence, examines how libraries can support faculty development and research capacity. Professor.
谢谢杨馆长的介绍哈，非常感谢。另外呢，也特别荣幸有机会能够在这样的一个高规格、高水平的会上，然后介绍我们哈工大的一些工作，所以感谢各位。 这个报告里边呢，有一些是就是我个人的观点哈，仅供大家参考。我在很多会上呢都强调过，就是图书馆可能有很多属性，但是最重要的属性呢还是大学，尤其是大学图书馆。大学图书馆呢就必须要为大学服务。我觉得金华上次咱俩聊天的时候还说到这件事儿哈。那么如果大学图书馆不能给大学的发展提供有力的支撑的话，那么这个图书馆呢就很难在学校有存在感，很难被学校进行支持。所以大学图书馆呢本身我们可以通过系统的这样的一个角度，我们来看大学图书馆。大学图书馆里边可能有很多的这个因素，那么这些因素呢要整体的耦合在一起，要以系统的方式来运行，才能有效的产出它的这个效益。但是同时呢，大学图书馆的这种效益呢，又是通过对大学的贡献来进行体现的。所以从系统的角度来看，大学呢又是一个系统的系统，就是 SOS 哈这样的一个结构。那么大学发展的目标就是图书馆要支持的一个目标。所以如果我们继续放大，我们还可以放到国家战略需求的角度哈，我们来讨论图书馆和大学之间的和这个国家之间的这样的一种关系。那么高水平的大学如果想建起来的话，我们都知道哈，大学呢是有5项的职责，从人才培养、科学研究到社会服务、文化传承创新，最后是国际交流。但是一所高水平的大学，如果对它我们进行评价的话，我们是觉得呢是可以从5个方面更加具体的指标哈，我们来考虑。那么第一个方面呢，就是优秀学生的聚集地，就是不管是国内的学生还是国外的学生，那么都对这个学校呢有所了解。那么他们在考自己的就考大学、上本科或者上研究生的时候，他们乐意选择这所大学这是对学生来说，我们能选择到优秀的学生到这个学校来。那么另外呢，也是全球尖端人才的一个聚集地。那么这个角度来讲呢，其实主要是说我们能够找到更加优秀的这个师资来未来从事科学研究，或者是呢对我们学生进行培养。那么吸引进了好的学生，那么找到了好的师资，那么最后呢，我们能够把这些学生呢，能够变成拔尖创新人才，变成对社会有用的人，对国家有用的人，对整个这个世界的发展有用的人。那么这是从人才培养的角度我们做的一个衡量。那么在科学研究的角度呢，我们希望呢，就是我们不管是我们自己的毕业生，还是我们的师资队伍，能够真正的成为前沿科学探索、重大科技发现和重大技术发明的一个原创地这是大学里边要做到的。那么也是我们校友和我们老师应该做到的。当然，一个大学存在过，那么就应该在这个世界上呢留下自己的声音。那么从长期来说，应该是人类文明进步理念和文化的一个贡献地。那么从这个角度来讲，那么世界一流大学不仅仅是一个学术的高地另外呢，也是思想创新、文化交融和社会进步的一个引擎。所以，不管是大学还是大学培养的人，要成为全球的一个领导者，要能够推动整个知识边界的一个扩展，为应对人类共同的挑战能够提供解决方案。这是从大学的角度我们进行描述的。然后我们看我们现在大学的一个变化，我总结的不一定准那么第一个就是从人才培养的角度，我们能看到我们学生的学习方式实际上发生了巨大的变化。因为刚才从主持人的介绍，大家也能看出来，因为我是来自计算机的一个老师，而且呢，我做大量的教学工作。我到现在为止呢，每年的讲课的学时数还要超过100个学时。那我讲计算机系统，就是 CMU 有一门课叫15213，那个 CS15213那门课。那门课呢是一个比较有挑战性的一个课程，它实际上教的是学生呢如何编写一个能更安全和跑得更快的一个程序。所以这样的话呢，相当于是一个程序如何的能够充分的利用计算机各层的这个资源，然后编写一个好程序跑得更好。那么底层涉及到计算机处理器，那么高层涉及到编译器，涉及到操作系统，涉及到链接，那么涉及到上层的一些应用实际上都在里面。一个程序，那么从高级语言程序变成一个可执行的，到加载到真正的运行，到一个进程这个进程被回收结束这样的一个过程。那么每年真正的进行上课的时候，我答疑的时间都会很长，学生排队进行答疑。 那么尤其是在实验室里边，大家如果那个手机你可以查一下哈，就是网上呢有一个你能搜到很多我们叫哈喽的一生，Hello World 哈，Hello的一生，让学生知道怎么产生，一直到最后的完成。那么这个实验是非常难的哈，非常难。但是今年我在带实验的时候，我就非常轻松，学生几乎所有的问题都是通过大模型来进行解决的。所以从这儿来看，学生的这个学习方式已经发生了变化，很少去问老师，很少去问助教，是通过和大模型、通过和智能体进行交互解决自己的问题。另外，投影上大家能看到一些数据哈，我是把柱状图上面的这个数据直接取消了，因为这个数据呢我还没有进行公布。但是呢，相对数据是对的，就是左侧的那个图，大家左手侧的图，是我们从1到5月份纸版图书借阅的情况。这里边呢，蓝色的那个框是2015年1到5月的，那个橙色的框呢是2025年，橙色的框是2026年。所以总体来看，左侧的我们借阅的人数实际上是在减少的，1到5月的合计也是在减少的。然后同时呢，那个右侧是借阅的册数，我们看册数也在减少，而且呢，减少的量是比较大的，降低了8.7%。那么可能全年降也会有这么大的一个降幅。然后呢，我们同时也能看到，就纸电图书的总的使用量还是在增长的，就是我们把电子的图书如果也加进来，增长的量呢是15%，11.5%这个量呢还是比较可观的。这里边呢实际上存在2个问题这个也是我跟学生做了一次交互那么第一个问题就是电子图书的这种阅读习惯使纸版图书的阅读量越来越小，这是第一个。第二个问题呢，就是大模型代替了学生对整本书的阅读，学生不去借书了通过大模型呢，直接把书里的片段、把书里的重点内容可以捞出来那么这样呢，实际上也影响了学生对图书的一个借阅，这是第一个总体情况来看是这样的。但是如果你进行细化分析的话，你还能看到不同类型的图书还不完全一样还不完全一样。那么我现在这个投影上，那个红色的百分比标的是图书的类型，红色的是增长的一些类型的图书，大家能看到像文学类还是在增长的，然后呢，哲学、宗教还是在增长的，历史和地理也在增长，然后真正降下来的是工业技术类的图书和数理科学、化学类的图书，它是在下降的这两个下降的量是比较大。那么总体下降呢，是因为我们学校是一个工科大学，过去这2类的图书在我们被借阅的书里边占的比例是非常大的，非常大的。然后我们也做一个简要的分析只是猜测，有可能是这样。那么工科或者是理科的学习，大量的学是以知识点为主。那么大家可能知道你比如说，我们过去讲的认知学习的这一块这一块。那么我要学习一个学科，从知识点学起，然后知识点形成网络形成网络，最后呢构成你自己的学科结构。这个学科结构呢，再进行横向扩展，进行纵向扩展，然后点和点之间的连接呢，再进行加固这是整个学习的一个过程。但是在这个学习的过程当中，那么工科生去查阅的大量的都是知识点，但是你如果是阅读小说就是文学类的这个作品，或者是哲学宗教这些东西，那你要系统性的进行了解。所以从这儿来看，这些图书它的借阅量还在持续的进行增长，所以这是一个好的现象好的现象。那么也说明实际上对纸板书的应用实际上是分裂的是不一样的。另外呢，就是电子资源的使用，这个是我昨天在会上，我们提前开了一个会昨天在会上呢，我还说就电子图书的使用的这一块我也会讲一讲。那么大家也能看到，我们这个统计的时间段是一样的。这个时间段里边，我们能看到呢，我们2025年的时候，2025的时候和2026相比，全文库是在降的，是在降的，就大量的对全文库的使用也是被大模型被替代掉了。另外呢，就是中文数据库的使用量降的非常大。大家看那个数中文数据库同比下降了是42.8%，所以这个量呢还是非常令人惊讶的，就是大模型对整个图书馆的未来的一个改变。这是从学习的角度我们看到的一个变化。然后呢，我们还要支撑这个学校的科研，然后呢，我们再看一下科研的一个变化科学研究的一个变化。然后上边呢，我是拿了一段话是总书记讲的一段话。 但这段话里边的数据呢是来自于科研领域的，就是18世纪以前，知识更新的速度是90年翻一番，这是知识更新的速度。到了20世纪90年代，知识更新的速度呢是3到5年就会翻一番。然后还有一个数据呢，说人类社会创造的知识近50年比过去的3000年的总和还多。那么创造知识的速度在大幅提升。然后同时呢，我们还有另外的一个指标，就是知识的半衰期。什么是知识的半衰期？就是这个知识被发现以后，变成旧知识啊，50%的知识变成旧知识，需要的时间啊到底是多长？大家看一下那个数据哈，20世纪初的时候需要35年，看见前面的数据，先让大家能够想象到，但是到了2003年的时候就3到4年，到了2024年的时候是2.3年啊，2.3年，知识更新的速度非常非常快。然后我们再看人工智能，就是大家可能现场有学计算机的哈，计算机的老师，那么计算机领域里边呢，特别重视会议论文，不是发那些 transaction 或者是 SCI 检索的一些期刊啊，是更重视会议论文的。那么为什么会那么重视会议论文？因为期刊的论文发表的周期非常长，一个实验结果，一个新的发现出来以后，你有一个新的想法，你把它写成论文投到期刊，等这个期刊把论文发出来了，你的内容就已经过时了啊，就这样快的一个速度。但是会议的话，你只要投出去2个月之内可能就能发表啊，这是47天啊这样的一个半衰期啊造成的一个结果。那么背后的原因到底是什么？为什么知识会发展的这么快？背后是工具，就是认知工具使我们知识发现的速度啊会这么快。所以只要是做工科的，你都会了解哈实验科学。从实验科学开始，我们说笛卡尔科研范式，从实验开始，我们观察实验现象，统计实验数据，然后呢用模型进行拟合，然后给出一个模型来，然后呢去推测我们其他的情况怎么来做这实际上呢就是我们过去发现这样做的，而且呢我们反复的进行迭代，让我们这个模型呢越来越精准。然后在此基础上呢，实际上这件事解决的是不用等着自然现象去发生，是在实验室里我就可以做，所以这样的话，它的这个知识累积的速度就在提升。同时还有理论科学，那么计算机出现以后呢，我们就可以进行模拟，所以大量的做不了的实验，你比如天体运行我就可以用这种模拟的方式来做，然后天气预报我同样还可以做这种模拟的方式来做。如果大家往前追，还会看到，我记得日本当年那个气象研究所曾经做过一个超级计算机，那个超级计算机的名字就叫地球模拟器地球模拟器，当年是排在那个超级计算机 Top 500里边的第一个就是计算科学通过模拟的方式来提升这种科学发现的速度。然后呢，就是大数据尽管大数据里边科学价值没有那么高，但是呢，通过大数据进行挖掘，还是能挖掘出很多规律的。那么现在就不一样，现在采用 AI for Science 的这种方式。那么 AI for Science 这种方式呢，实际上是跳过了实验我就可以这个来做。我盯一下时间不要超时。那么我实验都可以跳过去，然后呢，我直接用历史数据，我就可以有新的科学发现。那么我这里边呢是给出了4个例子这4个例子里边有2个是拿到诺贝尔奖的。你比如说第一个AlphaFold 这个就是大模型的开发团队通过做这个大模型，然后解决了这个蛋白质结构问题，然后大模型的开发团队获得了诺贝尔奖。然后第2项第3项、第4项，这个我就不细说了因为时间的关系。但是从总的特点来说它没有需要原来的这些实验设备，这是第一个科学发现的方式发生了变化，这个工具发生了变化。那么同样组织方式也发生了变化，过去是由人来组成的，人加机器，人加计算。那么现在是人机系统，我们使用任何一个大模型，我们都看到，我们可以和大模型直接进行交互，它像一个活着的人一样，它会给你提示应该往哪个方向来做。这是整体的这种模式的一个变化。那么下一点呢，就是整个科研价值转化的方式也会发生变化。那么从科学到工程到产业，那么这条链越来越简洁转化的时间也越来越短，这是整体的科学的一个变化。那么这些变化呢，实际上是给图书馆也带来了非常多的变化。 你比如说，知识的载体还是过去的书吗？还是过去的论文吗？大模型的系数、大模型的参数是不是也是知识的载体啊？另外，将来我们写论文，我们还需要写几十页、十几页吗？我们还需要写1、2万字吗？可能就是很短的一小块，就是一篇学术论文。就是人能够做出来的这些创新的东西，就是一篇学术论文。那么其他的辅助的部分，由大模型根据不同的人来进行读的话，那我就可以进行生成。啊，我计算机的人读计算机的文献和机械的人读计算机的文献，同样一个创新点，那么论文的形式可能是不一样的。所以不仅仅是人工智能在改变图书馆，实际上呢，现代信息技术我们可以做一个大的结合，从物联网、大数据、人工智能到区块链啊，到区块链，其实每一点都在改变我们图书馆。然后呢，我简单的说一下我们哈工大图书馆哈，根据这些变化，我们做了哪些事儿啊？一个是大模型，大模型我们图书馆自己做不了。OK， 那我找我们学院来做哈，各个学院来做。那么这里边标红的是现在还挂在我们图书馆上的大模型哈，我们的老师是可以用的。那么标蓝色的字是我们曾经挂过，后来因为算力的问题没法运行的，我们就把它直接进行下架了。像天工开物是得了很多奖的这个大模型。另外呢，这个科研这是 LeapSpace， 我不去细讲，可能很多图书馆都有，给我们老师提供啊，让我们老师呢来做这个科研。另外呢，其实我们自己做了大量的，因为科技发展非常快，知识更新非常快，那么领域的变化自然就非常快。图书馆呢，要为老师们去找啊未来的研究方向，找空白，找哪些领域最重要。这是我们对 Nature 的发文啊，我们做了一个分析啊，近10年的，让我们学校进行切入，因为我们学校呢是工科大学，那么理科的这块做的这个量啊，或者是基础学科我们做的比较少。所以这个呢是给我们的一些理工科老师作为参考的哈，这个做的一件事儿。另外呢，就是高背景科学家，我们也让我们老师哈怎么做有价值的论文，然后他这个论文呢怎么能够成为高背景论文。那我现在给出来的是我们一位老师哈，不是我们学院的，是一位姓陈的老师。实际上呢，他研究的内容是比较传统的，就是高光谱的分类啊，比较传统的一个内容。但是呢，他成了高背景科学家，那么他的主要做法就是面向一个问题，然后呢一直在进行更新啊，用不同的方法呢来进行做。大家其实在上面那个文字应该能看见。你比如说他最早的时候，可能就是用普通的 CNN 模型来做。如果大家看到右下角他新做的那篇论文，他就是用 Transformer 来做的。几乎现在所有的大模型都是基于 Transformer 啊这样的结构来做的。当然中间呢，他也用了其他的一些模型，比如说一些简化的模型哈，来解决这个效率的问题。然后这是我们另外的一位老师，这实际上是我的同事哈，我在计算机学院的同事。这个老师非常强，他曾经一篇论文有超过2万次的引用，那么这个也是高背景学者。那么他做的事儿啊，确确实实方法非常有影响力啊，有影响力，甚至呢集成到了课堂上，集成到了教材里，集成到了 MATLAB 的这样的一个工具箱里边啊，被作为这个工具啊来进行使用的。所以这是给老师们哈进行提供哈，他们怎么来做。另外呢，从团队的角度呢，我们也做了一些事儿哈，比如说为一个团队来发掘这个团队啊，它的可能的合作团队大概有哪些，我们把他的论文发表的论文全部塞到这个，我们是放到龙虾里边去了，然后呢进行分析啊，进行聚类啊，进行分析啊，帮他们找合作团队的。另外，这是我自己的学科，因为当时也是私心哈，我把我自己的学科呢，我要分析一下我们学科的这个情况。然后从这儿，我们下边实际上有几个结论，比如人脸识别、目标跟踪。那么这块呢，是我们计算机做的非常好的。但同时呢，自然语言处理，其实我们的自然语言处理几乎是全世界最大的一个团队，哈工大的有70、80人啊在做这个方向。但是总体来说，论文的质量不行。啊，这是我们副校长，就是我的主管校长，就是干这个方向。所以上次他还跟我说这个不要随便发，你先让我看完再发哈，这是他当时讲。另外呢，其实也帮我们老师呢分析他自己存在的问题。你比如说，我们现在大家右手侧那个图，是我们老师的合作网络。我们这里边有一个非常有名的老师，那个也是被我引掉了哈，名字我就不说了哈。他也曾经是高背景学者，那上一期就没有他了。我们帮他分析啊，他自己发表的论文存在什么问题？他的论文最大的问题就是都是他自己团队做的，几乎没有合作方啊，几乎没有合作方。那么尤其是疫情以后啊， 所以这是它存在的问题。同时呢，我们也用人工智能技术对我们自己的图书馆的一些资源，我们进行分析，到底什么样的书借出去的多，什么样的书借出去的少。那么这样做，实际上呢，主要是为我们图书馆纸本资源副本的这个配置啊，来做决策来用的。就是都是用公共的工具来做，不是用我们自己私有的这个工具来做的。那么同时呢，我们还和知网啊一起做了一件事儿，我觉得这是我的意外之喜啊。当时呢，我只想提高我纸本的图书的就业量，我希望学生在搜索知网的时候能搜索到我图书馆的馆藏，所以把它呢就和知网的系统呢连接在了一起啊。现在呢叫知网呢管它叫做纸电融合啊，在做这件事。但是做完之后呢，我觉得知网是做了一个发展，就是除了把这个图书揭示出来之外呢，还用知网解对图书本身啊做了一个评价，这个图书引用到底有多少？学生可以根据被引用的情况来对图书的质量有一个初步的这个评价。这是做了3期，那么最后呢，我简单做一个总结哈，因为时间关系我就不展开讲，就是数字技术在重塑资源体系，图书馆的资源不是过去的形式了，然后同时呢，也在拓宽我们教师获取科研资料的边界啊，这是第一个。第二个就是智能情报挖掘啊技术，非常重要，能够赋能我们教师哈、工程产业这3块进行协同攻关。另外呢，线上的协同平台的搭建啊，这是我们现在正在做的一件事儿，正在做未来学习中心这件事儿啊，软硬件我们都在干，就是空间我们也在做啊，软件也在做，那么便利师生能够跨领域的进行研讨。另外呢，就是科创智库，这是我们图书馆目前一个最主要的工作哈，为学校决策、为学科决策、为老师发展提供支持。好的，我的报告就在这儿，就到这儿，感谢各位老师。
So thank you, Professor Liu. Indeed, technology is not an end itself. Its real value lies in strengthening research performance, talent cultivation, and institutional development. Libraries can play a critical role in this process. So while technology can accelerate research and academic growth, it also raises important questions about governance, ethics, and partnership. This leads naturally to our next speaker. So I'm delighted to introduce Mr. Benjamin Mueller. Ben is a university librarian at the Chinese University of Hong Kong and an internationally recognized library leader who chairs the Joint University Libraries Advisory Committee, JULAC, the Pacific Rim Research Libraries Alliance, PERLA, and the Guangdong Hong Kong Macau University Libraries Alliance. He plays a critical role in advancing collaboration in research impact, AI, and open science across the region. His talk is Reimagine Research Libraries as AI-enabled knowledge ecosystem, ethics, literacy, and partnerships.
谢谢，大家好. Hello, good afternoon, everyone. It's a great pleasure to be invited to speak here at the World Academic Libraries Forum and to share some thoughts with you and give you a case study of the work and the approach that we've taken at my institution, the Chinese University of Hong Kong. And I'll be talking, as Tina introduced, on reimagining the role of libraries in the AI era. This is our campus at CHK in Hong Kong, a little north of Hong Kong U, just south of the Chinese mainland. And we have a beautiful landscape, very inspiring place to be based, about 25,000 students and a multidisciplinary university. We're just embarking on our next strategic cycle. And the emphasis from our leadership, from our Vice-Chancellor, is for the university to be entrepreneurial and innovative. And for us in the library, we're trying to translate that into what does it look like to be an academic library that is entrepreneurial and innovative. And I think we're hearing some really strong examples during the course of this program on what that looks like in different countries, in different settings. So I'll be presenting from our corner of China on AI and reimagining the role of libraries. We've heard a lot about the ubiquity of information that's at our fingertips. Using our devices, we can access information, we can process information in ways that were unimaginable 20 years ago. For libraries, that poses a number of challenges. It also creates a number of opportunities. We're hearing a lot about the general framework and the general challenges that we're facing, so I won't dwell on those too much. I want to bring to your attention, colleagues who were at the WAL last year in Nanjing might recall the IFLA Trends report from 2024 that was presented then. So these are the 7 trends that are affecting the development of libraries in the world that we live in. I think they're as relevant today as they were 3 years ago. You can see that some relate to technology, some relate to the way that societies are evolving, and the importance of trust for libraries, the importance of enabling community connections, are aspects of the role of libraries that we shouldn't forget and we shouldn't forsake because of the importance of information technology and the adoption of technology and the impact it's having on our libraries. So what I want to discuss today is how we are implementing AI in CUHK Library, but also the reasons that we're implementing AI in CUHK Library. I must say, before I expand on my remarks, since I moved to China 3 years ago, I've been really struck by how progressive institutions and individuals are in terms of adopting AI. And academic libraries in the Guangdong, Hong Kong, Macau, Greater Bay Area are really leaders in adopting AI, based on a paper that I wrote with my colleague Chris Chan from Hong Kong Baptist University, where we surveyed a number of librarians and asked, what is your approach? What are your types of adoption of AI technology in your library? And it was really interesting to observe how keen and creative librarians in the region are in terms of adopting AI. I won't talk about key trends shaping libraries because we've heard a lot about this and you'll hear more about it over the course of the afternoon and tomorrow. Suffice to say that in the environment that we operate in, it's very challenging to retain the attention of any individuals for any length of time. I think our audience are doing a really good job in being attentive and listening to all the speakers, so thank you very much. But one of the challenges for us in our libraries is how do we recapture the attention that is being directed to WeChat, to TikTok, to Facebook, to all these other places that are pushing content out, pushing information. And I'm not even mentioning all of the AI tools that are competing to give answers to users who are looking for information. So the question that we need to pose ourselves is, how do we re-engage our users? And part of the answer, I think, is this quote: imagination is more important than knowledge. And we've heard a lot about knowledge over the course of today. And sometimes we forget about some of the unique qualities that make us human, is the ability to conceive ideas that other people might not conceive, to think outside of the box, to think outside of what is the predictable next token that would make sense to have after this. That's really special in the age of AI that we live in. And I think for our libraries to remember this is important. This is not a quote from me, by the way. This is a serious scientist who was also a very creative, very imaginative person. How can our libraries help to foster the imagination of our young people, of our older people, and help to elicit new ideas, fresh ideas that can inspire our users? This is something that we really care about in CUHK Library. In our mission for the library, we say we have 3 jobs: to inspire, to inform, and to support the Chinese University of Hong Kong in its teaching, research, and engagement. So this is relevant for academic libraries as much as it is for other parts of society. So with that in mind, let me talk to you about how we've adopted AI in the library. This is not a brand new thing. In CUHK, AI implementation happened long before I started. We've had a digital initiatives team in the library for about 10 years now. And for the past 3 years, we've been continuing work in this area through our dedicated digital initiatives team and also through a wider piece of work to engage the whole of the library in implementing AI. What we did 2 years ago, 2.5 years ago, is we published internally within the library a paper that set out what is our ambition for using AI in the library. We had 2 main goals. One, to improve the user and the library staff experience through using AI by automating tasks, by accelerating work. And the second was to foster an understanding of AI across the community. We have 6 principles for use of AI in CUHK Library. 4 on the screen, the other 2 didn't fit, so they'll be on the next slide. The first one is transparent practices, to make sure that where we're using AI, we are honest about it and we're clear about it. And you can see from the average quality of my slides that these were not created using AI. We also commit to data privacy, to not divulging the identity of users or compromising either identity nor copyright of the users or the content that we're using when we're adopting AI tools. The third is to make sure that when we're using AI, we are not embedding or strengthening established biases. So to be conscious that different AI tools have got different biases, whether you're using tools developed in America or whether you're using tools developed in China, there are certain biases within the system because we all have biases in our cultures, and we need to be acknowledging that and making sure that where we're promoting AI tools, we're also doing that in a responsible way that fosters the diversity and inclusion which our university is proud to promote. And the fourth aspect is a commitment to providing training. I'll talk more about how we're implementing that, but we're conscious that 3 years ago, most of us, particularly outside of technological areas, most of us were starters when we were introducing ourselves to AI tools. And when we're going to our colleagues or when we're going to our users and saying, you should use AI for this, you need to equip them with the skills and abilities to use them effectively and responsibly. And that requires training, and the library is well placed to deliver that training. My boss in CUHK, the Pro Vice Chancellor for Education, is an academic with a background in AI. He's an AI expert, Professor Erwin King, and he sees the library as having a special role to promote skills and attitude training related to AI for the whole community. So this is not just a job for us to train ourselves, but also a job that we are being tasked with within the university to train our users, both students and faculty. The last 2 principles in our adoption of AI at CUHK Library is to evaluate performance and make sure that we measure how effective different tools are, that we reconsider the tools that we're adopting and the purposes that we're adopting tools for. In some cases, we know that we might trial something and it might not work. And that's okay, we accept that, and it's part of learning and it's part of improving. The final commitment that we make to our library and to our university is that we will invest in AI. We understand that there are costs associated, and that where we're saying to users or to staff, this tool enables you to be more efficient and more effective at what you do, then we, the library, will put some money towards that, whether that is for training or for AI tools. And that also means, by implication, that we need to look at how do we allocate funding from other sources, other streams, and how do we make decisions if we're saying that AI is a key priority. Looking back to Professor Jin's discussion earlier about the pressures that we're seeing on our database costs, on our subscription costs, on our article processing charges, etc., how do we balance our different opportunities to invest and which is the most appropriate, which is the most likely to enable our researchers, to enable our students to thrive and to do well? So those are the 6 commitments that we make as CUHK Library when we're introducing AI to our users and to our staff. In practice, we have some neat graphics, so where we're able to animate some of our special collections material, and particularly for younger audiences or for audiences from outside of academia, when we're trying to engage with the community, we can show them some of our historical images. And for instance, we have some pith paintings from Guangdong that show farmers growing rice in the 19th century. And so rather than just seeing a static image, we can animate it and give a sense of how would farmers be operating in their fields, what kinds of actions would they be doing. That's a very simple and very effective way of bringing to life some of our collections for users. And it's something I know many libraries in the audience are using. It's something that we see a lot in public libraries and in academic libraries. We're also using language and content generation tools, whether that's for our marketing content for the library, for photo generation and getting ideas and creative ideas for promotion of the library. This is an area where we recently ran some training, and we trained over 100 staff to use AI for generation of content to promote the library. We also have been experimenting with an AI agent for cataloging. I know our colleagues in Sun Yat-sen University Library have been very active for a long time in using AI tools for cataloging of rare books and other material. This is something that we are trialing. We've experimented for 6 months, found out one tool didn't quite work for what we wanted to do, so we're trying different tools. And then the final example that we're currently using is to improve our operation, improve our day-to-day operation. So we have a chatbot which we're enhancing with AI. Again, you'll hear more about some great examples of AI chatbots in libraries from our colleagues from Singapore Management University in just a moment. And we also use AI to filter and to direct some emails that are incoming, so that instead of a human having to triage the emails, then the bot will identify what the email is about and direct it to the relevant team in our technical help desk. Tina mentioned at the beginning that implementation and adoption of AI implies that we are making a choice to expose our users to AI. We're choosing also to expose AI to our users, and we need to be mindful that that has implications. So we need to be able to educate ourselves, to educate our community about what does it mean to be using AI. And we, 2 years ago, arranged a series of high-level talks about the principles of AI in our library. So this was about generic AI adoption, and it was in partnership with the Faculty of Engineering and the Faculty of Philosophy. So we had a series of talks on the ethics of AI. We had speakers from France who presented on decision-making by self-driving cars. How do you program a car to decide what injuries to cause? If that is the choice, there has to be an injury. How does the programmer decide what to do in that situation? We had talks on alignment, AI alignment. How do you make sure that AI decides in the same way as you would want a human to decide? So we had a speaker from the Chinese Academy of Sciences who came from Beijing and gave us an excellent talk, Professor Yi Zhang, and a talk by Ruth Chang from the University of Oxford on AI and its applications in decision-making. She is an expert in jurisprudence, so from a legal perspective, what does AI look like? All 3 of those talks are available on our CUHK library web pages. So if you search for AI ethics, and you can see you can watch all 3 talks, and they're about an hour or so each. We are also trying to bring other colleagues forwards with us in adopting AI. So we've heard earlier about the importance of partnerships, and we have 3 working groups that we have established in the last 12 months. One in Hong Kong of JULAC librarians looking at digital initiatives, including AI. One from Gamula, our Greater Bay Area colleagues, and Pacific Rim, bringing together some librarians from America, some from China, colleagues from Singapore, and the wider Southeast Asia region. I think it's really important that we have conversations between institutions and within institutions about how we're adopting AI. So within CUHK Library, we've introduced a number of workshops. Some are delivered directly by the library. Some are delivered in collaboration with our Human Resources Department and our IT Services Center. We are also subscribing from next year to LinkedIn Learning to provide access to AI training for the whole community. And this was encouraged by our Pro Vice Chancellor for Research. We heard about the Sustainable Development Goals earlier. And we also have an annual data hack event where we invite students from all faculties across the university to come together. We group STEM students from sciences with arts and humanities students so that they're working together, and then they have to try and find practical solutions to discrete problems related to the SDGs. So this year was around data solutions for social good in Hong Kong and thinking about how can we use data that we can make available in public manners, so fair data, and use that to find solutions to real problems. One of the examples related to managing waste, managing plastic waste in the city. If I may move quickly to strategy and transformation. Traditionally, our university libraries support teaching, they support research, and they support third mission activities. This is something that our libraries do, something our universities do. And traditionally, there's been quite a hard differentiation between the work within the university, teaching and research, and what's happening outside, engagement, widening participation, engaging people from outside. For us, going forwards, we need to think about how do we integrate these. The theme of the conference is really relevant in that respect. And for our libraries, we can look at how do we bring those together. I want to, when we talk about imagination, I want to give you some very brief examples from some of the really amazing libraries that I've visited in the last couple of years. This is Beijing Public Library, the winner of the IFLA Baker and Taylor Public Library of the Year in 2024. And it doesn't look like a library. There are no books in sight when you enter the library, but it is a fabulous, inspiring space to get, to feel like you're part of a community, to feel like you're in a place that lifts your spirit up and where you can get fresh ideas. How can we create those kinds of spaces in our libraries to give that feeling to our users? Even the coffee machine is AI powered, and it can print your face on the latte foam. Very, very impressive. So libraries in China, absolutely fabulous. I don't have time to talk to you about those today, but how do we educate ourselves to have new types of literacy to help our users in the AI sphere? So we have makerspaces in CUHK Library. Part of the role of the library is to be able to train people to use makerspaces. Part of the role of our libraries is to be enabling our users to be ready for the manufacturing in the next generation. I've also seen dancing robots in libraries and an amazing hall of the metaverse. All of these things need colleagues with technical ability and the ability to be creative and think about how do we apply ourselves in these different areas to improve our user experience, to inspire our users. So this is what I think is the role of the library in the imagination age. I think it brings together AI, the open science principles that we've been hearing about earlier, looking at different types of learning spaces that lift the mind and make people focus and think about new ways of addressing problems, and looking at the library as a place not only for collections, but also for being and for being inspired. That is how we integrate teaching, research, and engagement. And I want to conclude on that note, because I think it's the really important point to remember is if we want to support our universities to create future-ready citizens when they leave university, to create contributors to our economies and our societies, they need to be equipped with both the technical ability to use AI and the ethical breadth and depth to be able to understand the tools that they're using and why it is appropriate or inappropriate to use tools. And in many cases, it's a fluid situation. So there's no obvious right and wrong answer. And I think for us in our libraries and the way that we manage our libraries, we need to be able to have that ability to manage the complexity, to manage that ambivalence where we're using imperfect AI tools and we are imperfect human beings. But if we are using those AI tools responsibly, it can help our libraries and our users to be better, to be more creative, and to contribute to the societies that we work in. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Ben. Ben reminds us that successful AI adoption is not only about technology. It requires responsible governance, AI literacy, collaboration, and a clear focus on human-centered values. Our next speaker is Dr. Wang Xianfang, the University Librarian of Beijing Normal University. He is also an education scholar and a library leader who serves in several national and regional professional organizations. His research interests lies in higher education and international comparative education. His presentation today is Technology Empowerment and Service Innovation in the Development of Academic Libraries in the AI Era. Dr. Wang, please.
非常感谢主办方的邀请哈，让我有这样的机会能向同仁们汇报一下北师大图书馆的一些探索哈。当然实践上还是在推进当中，主要从5个方面，主要是集中在是我们怎么思考转型和怎么推进转型的。首先是呢，就是在深化转型发展面呢，我们想就是这个高校图书馆的转型的问题，首先要思考这个图书馆是为谁而建的，或者是为谁而服务的。我想呢，这个高校的，尤其是中国高校图书馆呢，应该它是为国家、为学校、为教师、为学生来服务的。所以，在这个提出转型的过程里边呢，我们明确了4个服务的面向。那在这过程里边呢，这个每个服务的维度里边呢，我们也都有明确的一些工作的一些这个具体的内容。那么具体是转型是从哪里往哪里转呢？我们认为是我们图书馆是从资源保障型向发展支撑型转型，也就是说立足新时代这样的大格局里面，我们作为一流大学的图书馆，如何去支撑世界一流大学的建设？要对图书馆要对学校的战略，要对学校的发展有实际的支撑作用。在这个方面呢，我们为了积极的落实这种转型呢，我们进行了机构的调整，也就是说呢，进一步的明确了一些工作的思路，以总书记新思想来为指导，来聚焦高校的人才培养等5方面的核心职能，将列德树人的要求呢贯穿到工作的全过程，明确强化服务面向，深化学科支撑，突出重点特色，优化工作流程。我们组建了7个部门和1个学科服务团队。那么明确了基于古籍相关工作的文化传承与创新服务部，成立了强化学科支持的科研支持部，成立了直接服务人才培养的育人中心等相关的机构。在工作当中呢，也明确强调3条工作主线：服务学术发展、学科发展和学生的发展，建设师生共有的精神家园，推进一体两翼的统筹发展。因为我们学校呢，除了北京校区之外呢，还有在广东建设985的校区，有驻外校区，所以我们强调了一体两翼的这个战略格局。也就是说，在实际推动当中呢，我们实际强化了学校支持、学科支持、学术支持和学习支持这样的实际的工作。第2方面就是在实际过程当中呢，我们要加强技术的赋能，主要分为3个方面，基础支撑、业务赋能和服务升级。在基础支撑方面呢，我们打造了数据中台，也就是说呢，整合我校馆藏数据、读者数据，还有一些服务数据等等，把它呢这个应用在动态的资源调整，还有这个性化的数据服务，还有为各个单位呢提供相关的数据共享服务。还有呢，这个建设智慧门户，也就是我们重构了图书馆的服务门户，也就是基于读者的需求来建设这个门户。也就是说，这个门户呢是面向读者的，要根据读者的需要来建设这个。所以我们在这个里面呢，一些所设的栏目都是基于读者的需求来设立的。同时，我们也实施发布一些进行综合数据的发布，还有个人数据报告的发布和个人课程教材资源的推荐，同时也关联我校的学术成果库。 业务赋能方面呢，我们也有一些明确的举措，比如说用 AI 辅助图书的采选，通过这种 AI 的加持呢，让采选的流程更优化，让这个采选的这个图书它的质量和效率都明显的提高。同时呢，这个 AI 辅助情报分析，我们的管员呢，发挥自己的专业特长呢，也这个建立了一些小的工具，比如说智能情报数据分析的工具架构，用这个呢来实现呢对我们的一些成果进行那个快速的提供一些的数据的支撑和报告的一些模板的支撑。那在这方面呢，我们建设了内部的评价数据库，完成了2014年以后的全部数据的回溯进库，同时也自开发了一些深度清洗和标准的工具，标准化的制定了数据处理的一些这个标准化的报告模板。同时，我们也自开发智能生成的工具，通过这种工具呢，我们可以针对期刊的分区等相关的指标来设计应用，来进行准确的计算，同时自动能生成组合图表和解释文字的一些导出的报告。服务升级方面呢，我们引入了智能检索工具，优化知识检索服务。在这方面呢，也是为师生读者提供基于 AI 语言模型的一些研究的工具，开发增强阅读功能、提升深度阅读服务的一些相关的工具，像我们自建的这个高校人文社会科学研究优秀成果库这个数据库呢，我们结合 AI 大模型的应用呢，对这个全文库呢进行了自动化的梳理与标引，为读者打造了垂直化的知识模型，为读者提供深度的文献阅读服务。还有，同时我们优化学术成果库，提供了3项的智能服务，智能语义检索，还有 RIG 的智能问答和智能分析报告等等。同时，我们也研制了 AI 的资源指南，来供师生来进行这个学习和尝试。第3方面就是推荐指定一体化。其实指定一体化方面呢，是我们和哈尔滨工程大学一样，就是我们是基于云端资源所推动的，和知网共同推动的这样的一个工程。在这个方面呢，因为中国知网呢是北师大用户是非常活跃的，不管是下载和浏览呢，都是数据是非常良好的。基于这种良好的状态呢，我们想就是基于这个科研的需求来触发读者对馆藏资源的进一步的期待和渴求，所以在这个基础上，我们一起来推动了这个指电融合。在这方面呢，我们探索争取实现一站式的检索，同时也整合知网的电子图书资源，满足用户的阅读需求。展示引文网络与引证数据，洞察研究脉络，评估学术影响力。也就是说，让读者知道哪些书更值得读，哪些书需要读。这是这个相关的一些界面啊，在这个里面呢，我们是2025年10月11号来启动这项工作。那么截止到2026年4月27号呢，这是推荐馆藏270万余人次，检索馆藏呢也超过8000次，浏览的详情也超过了1000次，涉及个人用户是9138人次，还是有非常很好的效果的。那这个是馆藏它搜索检索的情况、馆藏的情况和相关联的这个电子图书的情况。同时呢，在这里面呢同步馆藏的借阅状态，也就是说这个到底有几本书啊？它是不是还在馆，还是已经被借出？还有呢，这是关联了这个新可书馆。同时也关联了一些这个学术的评价，也就是说这个所看到的书籍它的质量情况如何。第4方面呢，就是汇报一下深化学术成果库。学术成果库呢是我们和知网联合一起来推出的一个 被全校高度认可的一个重要的工程吧。我们是2021年4月21号正式发布，目前已经成为科研管理完整的、精准的、唯一的和权威的学术资源数据平台。这里面呢涉及到这个期刊论文26.4万，还有会议论文2.2万，也就汇聚我校50年以来的各类成果46万余条，涉及成果的类型有24种，有47个学部院系建立了机构主页，为4300余名教师发布了学者主页，为全校教师开通了个人的空间。与校务中心、校务数据中心、人事处、科研院等部门通力合作，实现了平台对接与数据整合，数据跨平台的共享，助力全校教师专业技术支撑的晋升、晋级、年终考核和科研管理统计等。那这个是学术成果库的界面哈，在这个里面主要是体现的是机构库这个方面，这是教育学部方面的啊，教育学部的成果主页呀，还有它的成果分布情况和成果收录的数量。这是这个学者库层面的一个界面。从这里面呢，也能看到学者的相关的一些具体的一些成果的分析，还有统一学位论文库和项目库等等，都是相互关联，同时也关联了我校举办的一些这个期刊库。那么通过这个呢，就是我们是数据建设是我们图书馆的自有资源，还有通过这个知网推送的资源，还有教师个人存缴的资源等，共同来建设了这样的一个成果库。那么实现了呢这个数据互通和统一来源。同时呢，我们也设立了管理员审核和个人维护这样的不同的权限。学者呢也可以根据自己的需求来进行这个公布和展示自己的相关的信息。同时呢，也可以进行成果数据的维护，比如说删除啊、增加呀，还有按照需要的类型呢进行筛选和导出。最近也在尝试一些新的功能的拓展，比如说 CCBD 的突出的数据对接的问题，成果收录自定义的，还有成果批量导入和匹配，同名人员数据的迁移整合，数据状态的梳理，还有系统功能的升级，以及呢我们对有个性化需求强烈的院系呢新增这个成果类型，比如说为艺术学院新增了艺术作品这样的成果类型。同时呢，新增期刊相关的评价数据标引，中科院呢还有这个WAS 高倍引等等，实现文章的这个 WAS 和 CNKI 的倍引频次数据的及时更新。同时，我们也面向全校师生呢来提供生成式的知识服务。这是我们建设的学术成果库目前所推动的情况。同时，我们开学后呢，将把学术成果库呢向教学领域覆盖。在这个放假前，我们已经召开了相关的部署会。那么，我们学术成果库呢是如何支撑双一流的呢？那刚才其实也通过刚才的汇报呢，也有很明确的一些介绍哈。那么，既有这个学校决策的一些支持。像我们创办了学术影响力动态专报，宏观上面向学校职能部门，中观上面向学部院系，微观上面向课题组和科研人员来进行定制化的一些服务。那么，在这个双一流建设的场景方面呢，我们图书馆这个承担了很重要的一些角色啊。同时呢，科研院、人事处、校务中心、学部院系、各院系，我们呢是携起手来啊，就各管自己的一段渠，来把这亩田耕好了。所以呢，就是可以支持科研学科的监测、分析和评价，支撑学校学科与科研的规划、管理和决策等等。那么校内各个部门方面，对于也是有很明确的一些应用的场景。那支持4340余人 在线导出各类岗位的聘用申请的表格，这是在服务晋升、晋级和续聘等方面。那么校内各个部门呢，也实现了就是科研管理系统啊、博导数据采集、教师主页系统，还有以及我们校区所进行的这个岗位的晋升和聘级考核的一些相关的工作。由于这个学术成果库的功能比较强大，科研部门已经明确不再自建自己的系统，人事系统也以这个为主来进行这个全校教师的科研管理、科研的绩效管理。那么赋能学校方面呢，也有实务的规划编制、队伍的建设，还校内巡视的提质增效。也就是说，怎么来这个强化巡视的这个成果，那也要通过学术成果库来进行一些数据的支撑，还有赋能院系的一些管理。基于数据京师平台建设的数据应用支持院系数据的这个数据查询、统计和分析。有31个院系呢，约150位领导和管理人员开通了相关的应用权限。学部院系也建了一些自有平台呢，也和学术成果库呢来进行对接，以学术成果库当中的数据呢为基础，来深入的开展他自己的专业建设。同时，在图书馆方面呢，与本馆内的科研成果评价数据呢，相关的数据库呢进行互补。同时呢，编制呢这个学术影响力的动态专报，对呢排名、学科、科研情况等各个方面来进行深度的分析，然后并且提出有效的建议方案。同时呢，也出一些全景式的学科态势分析报告，也出这个多元的科研论文评价和双一流代表性成果的遴选相关的一些报告，编制专利分析的分级分类的报告，还有科研成果方面的一个国际合作效益的分析的报告，等等啊，就是通过图书馆和各个部门的鼎力合作哈，让我们觉得在 AI 时代，图书馆的这个一些工作呢，还有很多的空间啊和进一步的拓展和提升。这是期刊评价、国际影响力评价、引进人才评价等等。这是北师大的一些探索哈，仅供参考。谢谢大家。
So thank you, Dr. Wang, for sharing your insights on how libraries can leverage technology to drive meaningful service in transformation. As we have heard throughout this afternoon, transformation depends not only on systems and services, but also on people. That brings us to our final speaker in this keynote session. Mr. Salihin Muhammad Ali. Sahini is a library technology and innovation leader and Singapore Management University Library. He focuses on AI capacity building, digital transformation, and user-centered service design. His presentation, AI-ready libraries require AI-ready librarians, building organizational capacity for digital transformation. Will focus on developing organizational capacity. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me? Yes. First of all, I want to thank you, the organizers of WAL and the hosts, for inviting me and for the warm hospitality. My name is Salihin. I'm a librarian from Singapore University, and we're in technology adoption and AI strategy. Today's session, I'm gonna talk about AI readiness in libraries. It's not just about adopting new tools, but also about building organization capability to use AI responsibly, sustainably, and also meaningfully. The key message I hope to leave with you is simple. AI-ready libraries require AI-ready librarians. So my focus is going to talk more about people. Okay, because we heard about a lot of tools today already. Okay. So I'm going to talk about a bit about what is SMU, Singapore Management University, and how library is positioned to support the university. Why is there a shifting landscape in AI in higher education? And for the bulk of the talk, I'm going to talk about four key enablers, which form the basis of the organizational capability. And from there on, maybe some sharing session or reflections of my own. Okay, to give some context, SMU was established in 2000. Is positioned as a global city university in a small, tiny island in Singapore. Its aggregation pedagogy is in terms of interactive, collaborative, and project-based. We have around 13,000 students across undergraduates and postgraduates, and we have 2 colleges and 6 schools. The 2 colleges focuses on interdisciplinary for undergraduate and postgraduate, and our schools focus on accountancy, business, social science, law, information systems, and economics. So we don't have an engineering school. Okay. So recently, the university have completed their 5-year plan. This is our university strategic plan, where it provides a wider institutional context because the libraries do not operate separately. We operate in the background of the institution. So our initiatives should support learning, research, and service institutional impact, as what we heard today. For SMU libraries, AI readiness needs to connect with university broader strategic direction rather than a set of technology experiments. And behind all this, there is a changing landscape that's happening around the world. So in response to the change, in response to the strategic plan, our university have their own framework on how to use AI in the SMU education. So this framework has changed a few times, and this is the latest one so far, whereby what do we want from our students. With these opportunities that are happening, the library also has its own 5-year plan where we are focusing on the same few things like education, research. But for the first few years for 2026, 27, and 28, we will focus more on talent, where that's the basis of my talk today. Rather than looking at AI as a standalone technology initiative, we would try to contribute it across the whole library pillars. And the question is not what AI tools we should deploy, but how ready we are as an organization to adopt AI effectively and sustainably. And it's in response to our planning internally, we also did a focus group where we look at different sections from the collections, from the libraries teaching, from the libraries supporting research on how we can set up or implement AI initiatives for the next 5 years. So why does this conversation matters now? Academic libraries are already experimenting with AI across research, learning, and discovery operations, and even user engagement, as we've heard this morning. But many of the efforts are done as pilots, as trials, or as informal experiments. The issue is not that the pilots do not become a library service automatically. A library may test a chatbot, support AI-assisted discovery search, or use AI to analyze feedback, but without staff confidence or governance or even workflows and the proper infrastructure, these initiatives may just remain individual explorations. So the question is, how should libraries use AI? Yes, we already heard that for today. But how do libraries become ready to adopt AI well? Okay, so the current state, I mean, this is, I think, what we are experiencing, at least this is a sharing experience from SMU. The current state that we had was not a lack of interest. Everybody is interested in AI. In many libraries, it's already there, but the problem is sustainability. On the current state side, we see pilots, a lot of trials, a lot of informal learning in a lot of where the learning or the champion is done by one or two librarians who are experts. These are very useful starting points, but they can also lead to uneven learning and even uneven risk management. The needed state is different. We need to have a capability model, some form of rules and guidelines as a form of governance, and also shared workflows and role-based readiness. In other words, the goal is to shift from individual experiments to an organizational capability. Okay, this does not mean literacy is not important, as we've heard from our colleagues from Hong Kong universities. AI literacy is still important, but it's not enough on its own. If we only train staff on tools, we risk treating AI as another software adoption exercise. But the bigger challenge is operational readiness. Libraries needs to connect people, workflows, governance, and infrastructure. This means asking the more practical questions. What does AI mean for different roles? What workflows should be redesigned? What risk should we review? These are similar questions that we have discussed with colleagues from University of Hong Kong this morning. So, what is organizational capability? In terms of AI, the organizational capability brings together AI literacy, role-based capability, experimentation, workflow redesign, infrastructure, and so on and so forth. These are some of the things that we can make as a part of a capability building, organization, training our workforce, talent development, and from what I've gathered from the experience that we get in SMU, we've tried to make it a bit easier. So that's why we came up with these 4 key enablers as a form of framework. The 4 enablers are capability development, collaborative experiment, governance, and infrastructure. I will elaborate one by one, but in summary, capability development focuses on role-based AI literacy, foundation, and advanced competencies, and as well continuous learning. Collaborative experiment creates spaces for working groups, showcases, sandboxes, and peer learning. Governance provide ethical AI use, human oversight, transparency, and risk assessment. And infrastructure provides enterprise AI tools, automation, and secure experimentation. Together, these 4 will help to move the library from having individual experiments scattered interest into a trusted and adaptive capability. First of all, capability building. Okay, not everyone in the library needs to have the same AI skills. Okay, the key point here is that AI readiness cannot be a one-size-fits-all. Staff could start off with foundational AI concepts and responsible use. This means that you need to have the basic AI understanding of AI fundamentals. What is a LM? What is a RAG? What is grounding? And what are the ethical challenges in AI use these days? That can be a foundation knowledge for everyone. But as we proceed further, they need to move to applied practice. This could be linked into the existing staff development process. The aim is not to turn everyone into AI experts. The aim is to help each role build enough confidence and judgment to use AI appropriately. Capability development should also be role-based, connected to the actual work. So in this example here, I have probably a teaching librarian, AI literacy librarian, helping students to evaluate AI results. A research librarian may make use of AI tools to do literature reviews or systematic literary reviews. Collections may use AI to create metadata enhancements. Service staff can use AI to create chatbots. That's what my colleagues are doing in SMU. And technology staff who already have some sort of basic may need to learn the other risks, the AI cybersecurity risks that comes with AI as well. And library leaders need to connect all these things together to make sure it aligns with the university strategy, governance, and institutional priorities. So for number two is more of sharing and collaboration. In terms of AI experiments, this is what we've seen just now with the University of Hong Kong. We also did something similar whereby we have a lot of use case trials, testing what worked and what didn't work. And we also make sure that as quality checks, they are recorded. So we document the learning and then we try to share openly. And then from the discussion, we also decide responsibly what works and what docs. I think this is not unique to Singapore Management University, but also colleagues who are planning to make use of AI tools. We even have what the group we call in SMU is called AI Learning Interest Group, Ali Group, just to make it sound like Alibaba Group. The staff could test use cases as, for example, as usage trials, literature scan support, metadata cleanup, survey common categorization, and later on we'll come together at least once a month to discuss about having some sort of community of practice, peer learning, to make sure that we learn from each other and then discuss further which ones to make into eventual library service. The third enabler is governance. I want to frame governance as an enabler rather than a blocker. Good governance is not about slowing the adoption. It is about helping the library move faster with confidence. We try to apply this kind of traffic light kind of governance or guidelines, whereby the low risk is usually when the people use for the staff use AI for their own internal productivity, which is not exposing any danger. Secondly, for medium risk, anything that is staff assisted, where there's still a human in the loop, and the high risk one where it impacts final user decisions, personal data, or even scholarly records. These are some things that we probably want to mark it as high risk and make it even more having a bit more oversight of it. Having this kind of governance also signals to other departments in the university that we are not adopting AI tools indiscriminately, but we are also having some sort of risk. And some of this governance is also informed by what the university IT departments are doing as well, and even the provost office as well. So having some sort of alignment and showing that we have a guide also brings we can improve the conversation and trust among the other departments in the university. And last but not least is infrastructure. This is something that I would say that not the library does alone, but the library does in partnership with other university departments, especially the university departments. For example, staff would not want to use AI tools if it's not approved from the university. So, and for example, and also in terms of workflow automation as well, in terms of whatever internal knowledge bases that we have, it also has to come from the university. Which knowledge bases are used for the REC. We have an experimental sandbox that is developed by our university IT department, whereby we can test different models such as DeepSeek, Claude, OpenAI models, and then it's open to all staff members at this point of time. It's open to all staff and faculty members for us to try to test and experiment and make those small pilot proof of concepts for us before we develop our services. And last infrastructure that has to be provided is some sort of analytics infrastructure. How do we monitor? How do we measure that something is working or not? So these enterprise approved tools create a safer baseline for experimentation and productivity. So when infrastructure is provided and is trusted by the staff, they will feel a bit more confident on using all these AI tools. So AI experiments, it gives staff, when we give staff safe tools, trusted contact, they will feel a bit more supported. And when it's captured inside these workflows, it's also evidence that some form of learning is done. So how do you operationalize all this? Okay, AI transformation is contextual. So for education, research support, collections, and all this, it might, like I said, it's not a one size fits all, but it's a difference. So let me take the example of collections. My colleagues in the collection department use AI to enhance the metadata. For my department, we use AI for qualitative data analysis. That means when I have survey comments, I will use AI for the categorization, and we can even use our FAQ triage or service sentiment analysis to see whether people are happy or not with our service or not. So these are some examples that AI can happen. It's not the same at every different juncture. It's not the same for every librarian. Okay, so when the domains are, when the pilots, okay, when we have different domains that we are focusing on, not all of them are mature, or not all of them are integrated. So for example, in SMU, most of our domains, I will probably say, is at the third stage. We are more of coordinating. So, but it starts off with being aware of what is the potential and the opportunities for the use of AI, as well as the risks. Second is the experimentation. Once we know what we want to do with within the domain of education or research or collections, then we can control them using the enablers, the infrastructure that is provided. Lastly, is about coordination. How do we make sure that learning and assessment is done within the library? I would say we are not, in certain areas, we are not at the integration or maturity yet, but I would say that my colleagues in the research support department, like what was shown by our colleague from CNKI, that we have used Undermine to do research support. So I think in those where we have Undermine to use research support, Cite to use research support to do literature reviews, there's some form of integration whereby we invite faculty who are doing this kind of work to be part of the library, and it is already embedded in the research workflows for our faculty. Okay, then what's the purpose of all this? So when we have AI to help us with to save time, so the goal is always human-centered. The goal is not to replace librarians. When we have more time, I think librarians can spend it on judgment, to build relationships within the library and also outside of the library, and also for them to learn, and then also to have impact. What are the impact stories that we can write about where we are contributing as a university, as a department of the university? So as a summary, this is my second last slide. So this is my personal learnings. Not everyone needs the same AI skills. That's one. Government should be an enabler. It should not stop people from exploring. Thirdly, experimentation needs a structure. So you need to provide the infrastructure for people. And then we need to build the adaptive capability, as what we heard this morning, agility, and not on tool dependency. So a successful AI library is not the one with the most tools, but one that can evaluate, adapt, govern, and scale responsibility. And that's it. I leave you with some thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, Sanihi. I can't agree more with you more that AI transformation is ultimately a people and organizational challenge. Building staff capacity, governance, experimentation, and a culture of learning is essential to long-term success. So to conclude this session, the key message we have received is clear. Successful AI-ready libraries won't be built by technology alone, but by combining innovation, research support, ethics, and organizational capacity to create lasting impact. Thank you to all our speakers and all of you for being part of this session. Thank you.
各位老师，我们进会场开会啦，谢谢。各位老师，我们进会场。
女士们、先生们，尊敬的各位来宾，大家下午好！欢迎我们又回到会场，继续第3部分主旨报告的环节。我是福耀科技大学图书馆馆长邓景康。作为本次论坛的支持单位，福耀科技大学图书馆很荣幸能与各位嘉宾共聚一堂，共同探讨学术图书馆的未来之路。那么，经过了今天大半天的充实而热烈的研讨，我们看到了，无论是上午关于馆员角色演进与图书馆功能重构的讨论，还是下午前2个主旨报告环节对 AI 时代学术图书馆转型路径的深入剖析，一个共识正在逐渐的清晰起来。就是人工智能不仅正在改变图书馆的技术手段和服务方式，更在重塑图书馆与外部世界的关系。图书馆不再是一个封闭的知识孤岛，而是日益成为连接学术、技术、产业与社会的关键枢纽。这正是我们本环节主旨报告所要聚焦的核心议题，就是 AI 驱动图书馆跨界融合与可持续发展新图景。接下来，我们将有5位嘉宾从不同的角度来分享他们的洞察和实践。在这儿呢，做一个小小的改动。那么，本来我们这一场的这个第1个报告呢，是福耀科技大学的王书国校长。那么现在呢，就是把它调到最后1个报告。所以后头的4个报告呢，依次往前递进1个，哈。好，那么接下来呢，我们第1位的演讲嘉宾就是武汉大学图书馆副馆长许洁女士。许洁副馆长呢，现任武汉大学信息管理学院教授、博士生导师，智慧出版与数字文化系主任，同时担任武汉大学出版研究院副院长、国家新闻出版署出版行业智库负责人、语义出版与知识服务重点实验室副主任，曾荣获第6届中国出版政府奖优秀出版人物奖，并被评为武汉大学10佳教师。许洁副馆长长期致力于数字出版与知识服务、科学交流与科技传播等领域的研究。他今天的报告题目是跨界融合与图书馆可持续发展生态的构建。让我们以热烈的掌声有请许洁副馆长。
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for inviting me here. Thanks for having me here to represent my university and the university library to share with you about my study and our experience. Everywhere we go today, we hear the same questions. How will AI change academic libraries? What will AI replace research? Will it reshape our scholarly communication? Will it redefine the role of librarians? These are important questions, and they all deserve serious discussion. That's what we do now. But I would like to invite you to step back and look at the much big picture. For more than 1,000 years, libraries have survived every technology revolution, from handwriting manuscript to printing press, from card catalogs to the internet, and from digital libraries to generative AI. Every era has proclaimed that library has or were standing at the turning point, and every era has asked why library could still remain the relevant. So that is why, instead of asking only how AI will change our professions and libraries, I would like to ask a broader question. What kind of ecosystem will enable academic libraries not only to adapt, but also to survive sustainability. So that is my topic today, crossing boundaries, creating sustainable ecosystem for academic libraries. So I will provide my thoughts and our experience in our professions. Since a lot of the audience today in this hall are Chinese, I'm going to share my idea with Chinese language, and I believe we have translators who did better than I do. So 接下来我会用中文给大家做报告，但是我的 PPT 是双语的，也非常欢迎我们在接下来的这个时间里，再来交流这个跨界融合的问题。那我只是提供一些简短的我自己的思考。How to yes here okay oh green okay OK，我会从2个方面来展开我的思考和这个报告。The first question is why we need to cross boundaries, and the second one, how to cross boundaries。就是我们今天谈的是这个 sustainability， 谈的是这个跨界，但是我今天也注意到我们这个大会的另外一个主题，跨界的另外一个面就是融合 integration， 所以我会结合我们图书馆的工作来谈一谈我们在今天的 AI 时代，图书馆还应该如何去 survive， 或者说making sustainability development。第一个问题就是为什么要跨界？我想先来回到我们图书馆的2000年以来的这样一个本质，我们的这套生态系统，它是以大学图书馆为核心，那么由出版商、由这个技术服务提供商、由我们的学者、老师政策制定者，还有大量的读者来构成的这个生态系统。那么它长久以来是作为4种功能存在，一个就是library as collection 作为馆藏，另外一个呢作为信息的入口，然后作为学习的支持和作为知识的行动者存在的。那么这套生态系统良好的运行了2000多年，那我们一直都是在这样做的，不管技术如何变化，我们的功能基本上都是这样一个系统。但是今天我们发现，这个环境可能略微不同了跟前面每一次科技革命给我们带来的冲击一样，我们又面临新的冲击了。那主要就是3重挑战。第一重呢是知识生产方式的根本变革，在我们这个 AI for Science 的时代里面，科学的边界呢它加速的消解了、融合了。那么传统学科的分类，我们图书馆赖以生存的基础就是分类就是建立目录，就是管理知识，那已经变得模糊不清了。开放科学呢，正在要求图书馆从文献的把关人、守门人和典藏者，变成了这个开放科学和开放知识的基础设施，这是第一重巨大的挑战。第2重挑战呢，就是用户需求的根本性的变革，或者说我们说系统性的变革。那么我们今天的用户是谁？是 Z 世代，是年轻人，是00后这一波在大学里面正在求学的青年人。那么尤其是早期科研人员 earlier career researchers， 他们的信息行为，他们的用户需求变得跨学科、跨媒介、跨场景所以非常的分散化。原来大家做学问的那一套方式，知识生产方式和知识消费方式已经完全被颠覆了。所以第2重挑战是我们的用户都变了。有没有我不知道大家有没有就是深入的跟我们的 Z 世代去交流过，就是他们从什么样的媒介、什么样的环境当中，在什么样的场景下去获取学术信息大部分的人都不会说我从图书馆。我们曾经做过一个持续了6年的跟踪全球这个 Z 世代青年研究者信息行为的调查。当我们问他5年以后你认为大学图书馆还会存在吗？其中有一半的人表示可能不会存在，他也没有这个需求了。所以这个是一个对我们这个行业来说是一个非常重要的一个变化。那第3重挑战就是可持续发展的结构性压力。我们当前的这个不管是国内还是国外各种这个研究型图书馆私立大学、公立大学图书馆都面临所谓的结构性压力。我想大家都感同身受，非常有这个切肤之痛。经费的约束我在来的路上还在跟知网同事讨论，这是我们面临的这个经费，对吧？这个 越来越少啊，这个经济的压力啊。然后第二个呢，就是空间的老化。我们现在要谈 AI，要谈智能空间，要谈这个未来图书馆，但是我们的空间怎么样在有限的空间里面去做这样一些事情？第三个是馆员角色的转化。前面两个 part 的专家，很多人讲到 AI 带来最大的改变是人的改变，我们有没有足够的人力去赋能，或者说被 AI 赋能？那这些都是结构性的压力，要求我们从资源聚合型的机构转向生态共建型的机构。现在没有任何的一个图书馆啊，或者说一个技术公司，哪怕像知网这样的这个垄断啊，不能说垄断啊，这个非常强大的资源提供商，它也不能做到自己。这个能自己建好一个生态，一定是要跟大家合作。所以这个其实就是我们办这样的活动非常有意义，就是大家共建这个生态。所以，如果大家有这样一个共识 ，we have to change, we have to cross the boundary to take the border, burden to survive 的话，那我们应该如何 cross boundary 呢？所以我今天分享的其实是 cross boundary 的另外一个面。你要去跨界，其实从内部的角度来讲，就是你要去做融合。那6个方向的融合，那么我们从思考和实践的角度来讲，可以分为这6个方面。第一个就是馆际的融合，馆际的融合就是图书馆和图书馆之间，在大学机构内部的图书馆、档案馆和这个艺术馆、博物馆之间进行融合。那在武汉大学的实践里面，我们做了一个非常好的 Gallery、Library、Archive and Museum 的4个这个 GLAM 的跨界融合实践。首先，我们依托这个有一个万林艺术博物馆啊，它的标本艺术品资源，打造一些展，包括跟这个档案馆的联动。我们举办主题展览近100场啊，相关教育活动150场，参观呢430万人次啊。当前正在举办的就是云冈石窟的进校园的武汉大学这样的活动，这个是非常能够联动起所有的资源来的。那么包括我们这个博物馆的特色资源，有这个文物，有动物标本，有艺术品，全部都是已经进行了这个文物的数据化啊，这个高清的扫描，建了相应的这个数据处理。那所有的这些资源都可以在我们图书馆的这个网站上去做呈现、去查询啊，去做数据的关联，进行支撑研究。那再比如说档案馆啊，我们这个很多的高校都有名人，都有校友，那么会捐一些校友的馆藏，名人的馆藏。我们的资深教授，包括他捐了一些这个书画、信札、古钱币等，都为他专门建立入藏，而且也进行了数字化。这就是 GLAM 的一个实践啊。然后包括这个当代艺术的这个档案库啊，这个档案库不仅是文物和艺术品存在这个具有良好保藏条件的。这个实体空间里，同时我们也进行了数字化的这个采集，也可以供大家来研究。有了这样一些资源，我们就可以举办各种各样的这种主题展览啊、主题教育，以及配合院系的老师和同学来进行这种学习交流。包括我们在去年办的一个非常成功的展览，就是敦煌石窟的考古特展，不仅仅是安排了这个现场的展陈，那么我们也还有一些研学的活动啊，结合这个敦煌的这样一个展呢，我们策划了文学院、历史学院考古系的很多的师生的这种社会实践和调查。那么结合学校的校庆的这种艺术名家的邀请展，这些展过我们必然要留痕啊，要建立艺术档案，要进行这个关系维护等等。那么这里呢，是我们形成一个机制的物语新生的创意策划工作坊。那么结合理论授课，馆藏的实地教学，包括我们去培养策展人，把学生、把老师请到博物馆、艺术馆、档案馆里面来，亲自教授如何策展，这样的这个工作坊非常的成功。那么同学和老师们就通过这种策展，就完成了课程作业，学习了这个扎扎实实的理论结合实践的知识，甚至他们可以以一场展览作为结课作业。所以学生是特别喜欢这样的形式的。 第二个融合呢，就是管院融合。我想前面几位老师、几位馆长也讲到，就是图书馆真正服务的是院系和师生。那么在这个管院融合里面，是要深度的嵌入我们说学术社群或者学术共同体。这里有一些具体的例子，比如说我们跟这个测绘南极研究中心的这个合作，跟这个遥感的合作。跟这个城市设计学院的合作，跟口腔医学院的合作，举办了非常多的专题展览啊，里面有常设展啊，也有一些这个专题的活动，那就是依托之前说的 GLAM 来进行的。那还有跟院系的合作，我所在的信息管理学院已经跟武汉大学图书馆是签订了这个战略合作协议，产学研用是一体的啊。我们图书馆的这个老师在信管院可以带研究生啊，那信管院的这个学生到图书馆来实习，这是每年暑假的一个必修课哈。然后呢，同时去申请国家级的这个项目啊，共同开展研究。这个是包括跟历史学院、文学院、中国传统文化研究中心等等这些10多个院系形成了有方案、有机制、有规划、常态化的合作。第二呢，就是我们可以结合这个各个院系的特色，比如说我们在古文献学领域里面啊，我们就这个跟美国康奈尔大学的图书馆的文献保护中心合作，邀请相应的专家到我们图书馆来讲授这个西文古文献的修复，这个课也是非常的受欢迎，培养了几位这个专门的修复西文典籍的古籍的这样的专家，这个也是跟我们这个外语学院、文学院的合作。同时呢，已经常态化连续多年和遥感信息工程学院和机械工程学院、计算机学院等合作，为他们提供专场的知识培训和这个师生的素养提升的活动。同时结合这个，我们大学图书馆还有个非常重要的就是书香校园建设，进行阅读推广活动。那我想所有的大学图书馆可能都会做，但是我们做完这个书香校园的活动，我们更进一步，我们评选10大书香学院，然后馆长、副馆长带队到每个学院去授牌。实际上，这不光是一个荣誉授牌的活动，更重要的是交流。我们的馆长、一线的馆员到每一个学院去和老师、学生座谈。就了解他们的需求，包括他们对图书馆空间的空调温度的抱怨，包括对这个失物招领处的这个响应速度慢的这种吐槽，我们都可以听到，都可以解决。所以有一个非常好的每年1次的这种到每个学院去交流的这种机制，马上就可以办理和解决他们的问题。这就是跟这个学科跟院系的协同。当然，我们也深度的参与了行业的很多活动，包括我们在这个高校图工委的扮演一些角色，在湖北省的这个高校图书馆里面也起到了很好的协调的作用。这是参加的一些活动啊。第3个融合呢，就是校地融合。其实像我们的这个各个地方高校啊，在地方的这个高校的图书馆跟地方的关系是非常紧密的。那么你只能在通过这个跟地方的紧密合作去这个宣传大学的精神比如说我们武汉大学所在的湖北省武汉市武昌区就建设读书之城书香社会，我们就深度参与了，早就跟这个武昌区政府共建读书之城开放一些活动，在不影响师生阅读环境的情况下去承担一些这个公共文化服务的工作，包括呢跟武汉市的地方志编纂委员会一些高新区的管委会来合作，来为他们提供这种必要的社区服务和知识服务。那么武汉大学图书馆有一支非常深受师生欢迎，也是很有名的一个志愿服务队，叫做小布志愿队。这个志愿队就是连续多年走进了武汉市的这些社区去在寒暑假的时候就是提供托管服务，因为很多家长他没有办法去带孩子上班，我们的学生志愿队就给他们讲故事宣传阅读推广。同时呢，包括跟武大的附小、附中也有这种持续的育人合作。实际上，这些是不是大学图书馆或者是一个 academic library， 它的 responsibility 呢？实际上可能是它的核心之外的工作。但是，我认为从 sustainability 可持续发展的角度来讲，是一定是要做这些工作的你在地，你融入当地，然后为这个管地的这个融合提供服务，就是因为你深入的在这个社区里面去提供支持和服务，所以你是不可或缺的。那么 AI 到来的时候，就 自然而然的不会为技术的这个马首是瞻，因为我们有太强大的一个支持体系，或者主动融入一个强大支持体系。同样又讲回 AI， 我们不光是对学校提供这个 AI 的教育，我们还面向社会提供 AI 素养培训与教育。比如说，我们跟中华女子学会就提供这个面向“一带一路”国家妇女干部的 AI 培训。那么经过为期1周的培训，这些发展中国家的妇女干部能够掌握 AI 的技能，能够搭建智能体。然后我们的网站上的这些短视频也是可以，就是不用注册就去观看 AI 培训的。那么接下来的一个是技术融合，这个我想大家讲的很多了。比如说我们鼓励各个的管员我们的有能力的一线工作人员去搭建智能体，然后运用智能体来解决工作当中的问题。比如说，我们就做了一个关于这个信息素养、信息检索教学的这个基于链式思维的 AI 的智能体的设计架构，并且把它实现了这个是鼓励各个管员运用公开的开源的工具来做。同时呢，我们还有3个层次来使用 AI， 一个是跟商业公司合作定制校内的 AI 平台，我想很多大学高校都，比如说跟波尔合作，跟这个超星、跟知网合作。做了定制化的 AI 平台，我们也有同时呢，我们也购买正版的这个商用学术数据库，比如说我们就购买了这个 CNKI 的这个 AI 的产品目前来说访问量很大师生评价也很高，然后呢，包括我们把这个 AI 呢嵌入了图书馆的核心业务，包括学科情报、知识产权、空间等等都在用，所以基本上我刚才听各位同行介绍的都差不多大同小异，只不过就是你怎么样把这个 AI 更好的融入你自己原本的业务，可能稍微多做一点的就是在这个技术领域里面，我们还参与或者说牵头制定了这个国家标准，比如说这个文献注录的标准比如说这个出版物的标准，然后国家新闻出版知识服务知识体系建设的标准，所以我觉得大学图书馆应该在这种打通知识壁垒和标准壁垒的这个方面可以多做一些工作。其实我们大家这个在做标准方面可能稍微欠缺一些大家都是发文章写报告，但是实际上如果能够参与一些知识体系的建立形成一些国内国家和行业的标准，可能对我们更加有利那么第5个就是学科融合，科研赋能科研创新，这个大家前面讲的很多了，只不过我们把它这个科学化形成一个框架，数据驱动的武汉大学图书馆的学科服务框架，把它这个梳理了成为全馆的共识。大家知道在自己的岗位上应该去怎么对标，包括我们提出来这个6个 I 打造未来学习中心，融合的空间智能的氛围，交互的支持，万物智联创新能力的建设以及培养国际视野现在已经在进行当中然后其实前面也提到了这个学者中心。那么我想说的是，我们各个大学都面临交叉学科和新兴学科的发展。比如说，在我们学校里面就新成立的机器人工程、人工智能、碳中和、新能源、量子科技，所有的这些学科在传统的图书馆分类体系都是不存在的我们去这些新兴学院调研的时候，他们就说：“老师，我们到了图书馆，我们是学无人机的，是学低空经济的，但是在图书馆里面我看不到我的这个门类，我们连个教材也没有。所以我们在图书馆里面会重点的去看这些新兴学科和交叉学科的知识和信息资源有没有得到满足，有没有为这些师生和研究者提供良好的条件当然，这个 AI 素养教育前面也提的很多了，那我们把它上升为一个框架、一个方法论在全馆上下去推行。最后一个融合，其实就是最根本的管校的融合。大学图书馆是大学的一部分，必须要支持高校的发展和提供高校的这个决策的支撑，否则的话是生存不下去的我们也跟大家一样，比如说提供了这个机构知识库数据分析系统，我们会去做管理决策，比如说在引进人才在这个学科评价的时候大部分的报告都来自于我们图书馆常态化每年提供100多份。这个各种各样的学科发展报告、评估报告，有的是这个临时的有的是常态化的。比如说我这里举例的这个学科服务动态对标世界一流学科分析，以及学科发展态势报告，这个是每年都要做的。那么当然有了 AI 工具之后方便很多最后说一点我们的思考和讨论，给大家就是可能展示一下未来我们可能还可以从哪些方面。那我想刚才看的那个生态系统呢，有一些变化，也有一些没变。那哪些没变呢？我想，我们从来就不只是图书馆 的服务对象不只是书架、图书、文献，我们从来都是做人、信息、智慧的工作，以及整个环境。所以我们当现在的这个生态系统变成2.0之后，图书馆的核心角色还是在这里。那它可能会变成知识服务的促进者、伦理的指引者，然后公共空间的提供者和知识的把关者。那么，其实在这个信息管理链里面的数据、信息、知识和智慧，这个核心是没有变的啊。我想未来不管这个 AI 又出现了各种各样的技术和迭代，那其实整个的核心还是在这个链条上，我们从事的是人跟这个信息有关的工作。那五大图书馆做的就是面向未来做的几个点，第一个是规划引领。我知道很多大学图书馆都不做15/5规划了，但是我们今年还是这个按照自己的想法去做了一个规划，因为全馆上下特别需要凝聚共识。不光是做了这个15/5的规划，还做了人才队伍的15/5的规划，还做了未来学习中心的建设方案和这个新校区图书馆的建设方案，这样全馆上下就能凝成一股绳来共同用力。第二呢，有了这些规划还要落地，那我们会做一些政策保障所以陆陆续续的完善和制定了很多学校层面和图书馆层面的政策，当然也废止了一些不利于 AI 这个融合图书馆发展的一些政策。当然，其实涉及到最后，我们是希望能够把这种空间改造把它重新打造成为实体空间、精神空间、研究空间和学习空间于一体的面向未来的新型图书馆。那其实呢，我们的这个未来我们的任务还是那句话，从来都不是简单的文本技术，绝对不仅仅是 AI 的技术那未来如果我们把自己放在一个更广阔的一个 ecosystem 里面，我们就会知道我们自己的这个站位在哪里，我们的生态位在哪里，环境变化了之后，我们会有哪些变与不变，这就是我们的思考。欢迎大家关注我们武汉台图书馆，也请大家有空的时候到武汉大学参观，谢谢。
好，感谢许杰副馆长的精彩报告他从生态构建的视角出发，系统阐述了跨界融合对图书馆可持续发展的战略意义，并结合武汉大学图书馆的应用实践，阐述了高校图书馆成为连接校内外学术枢纽的发展路径。谢谢许馆长。接下来，我们有请四川大学图书馆副馆长张胜强先生来进行分享。张胜强副馆长呢是传播学博士、研究馆员、硕士生导师，美国波士顿西蒙斯大学图书情报学院访问学者，担任四川省科技情报学会第7届理事会副理事长，四川省图书馆学会第10届理事会常务理事，中国古籍保护协会第2届理事会理事，中国索引协会第7届理事会常务理事。张胜强副馆长主要从事数字图书馆、数字出版和学术传播相关研究。他今天的报告题目是“赋能与赋权 ：AI 驱动高校图书馆跨界融合的双重逻辑”。让我们掌声欢迎张胜强副馆长。
各位同仁，下午好非常荣幸有机会在论坛上呢跟大家来分享我的一些思考。去年我也参加了论坛，我觉得参加论坛的最大的意义就在于每次交流以后对我坐在这儿做分享的人来讲的话，我就受到的这个启发还更多因为每一次的这个分享会得到各种方面的声音对我的这种回馈，所以我今天呢也希望我今天的思考呢也能得到一些这个声音的回馈。那么我今天呢，其实在做一个思考呢，这个问题呢，就是说在 AI 浪潮的现在那么图书馆除了适应变革以外，我们是否还可以有更多主动的选择，去发掘我们的生存价值或者说发展价值？坦率地说，这个思考我并没有得到很明确的答案所以说很希望今天的话呢，求教于各位。那么首先我们来看一下我们学术图书馆现在对 AI 的这个认知。那么我们美国这个同行美国这个研究图书馆协会呢，其实做了3次的这个跟踪调查，就是对馆长们对生成式 AI 持着这种态度 那么从2023年4月的65%到23年12月的85%，到25年1月份哈，这个数字已经到了91%。也就是大家对 AI 持非常肯定的态度啊，是一个非常明显的事实啊，和大家日常的这个感性的认知也是相符的。那么另外看到我们还有一个报告是我们科瑞维安的图书馆发展态势报告啊，他们也是做了一个2年的对比。那么在全球做初步探索和实施工具的图书馆从14%到21%。那么从实践层面来看也是我们这个图书馆对于 AI 的应用也是持非常正向的态度啊。那么另外的话呢，我们25年10月国际图联杂志有一个特辑叫重塑全球图书馆事业。那这18篇的文章的话呢，也在讨论就是成为一个热点，就是我们图书馆在应对 AI 的时候该有怎样的作为这个而且呢，我今天也特别巧哈，我们这个特辑的我们的主编我们王雪茂先生正在现场所以说今天也特别巧，如果到时候可能还有很多问题想请教我们王先生那么也就是从3年的时间，我们图书馆对 AI 的使用已经从要不要用到怎么样用好完成了一个跃迁那么从我们学术图书馆服务的对象来讲是我们的学者们那么我们学者们所开展的这种学术的研究，其实范式也发生了很多的变化。从研究的起点来说原来的研究更多的是人的探索，但是现在我们发现就是当然这个发现不是我的发现大家也看到我的每一个观点后面呢都有相关的作者其实我也是综合了一下很多研究的观点，就是研究的发现，这是一个清华的团队和芝加哥大学的一个团队他们做了一个研究，发现从这个原来的很多的探索的话呢是人的探索主动的探索，但现在的话呢我们的很多的研究开始集中在数据最丰富的领域，这是 AI 作用下的一个效应那么科学很可能被锁定在局部最优，但我们觉得数据的去发现肯定是一个非常有意义的一个领域，但是如果我们任这样的这个趋势去发展的话，那我们的科学很可能被有一个锁定在一个局部。那么从研究路径来讲的话原来我们的很多的研究的话呢我们的学科分工是比较的明确的，当然我们也有学科的合作，但那种学科的合作也是基于人的探索那么现在的话呢 AI 在起到一个非常中介的跨域连接，这个连接的话呢有正向的也有负面的，就是说因为我们获取知识的能力在加强，我们了解另外一个学科的这个方式也更直接，所以说我们在中介的跨域连接方面有促进的作用。比如说我们现在有 AI 帮你去选团队选你的合作团队，但也有一个可能是你可能在很少的领域想去找更多的合作者那么第三个的话是我们谈到人际关系，人际关系来讲的话呢我们也是从原来的话呢都是讨论人类协作，但现在我们也都知道我们在各个的环节人都在使用 AI， 那么这人机的这种协作在很多团队里面成为一种这个日常，而且这个里面有一个非常有意思的这个数字就是初级研究者减少了31%，什么意思呢？就是我们在很多团队里面，原来的话是人的合作里面有很多的是这个新的这个加入到研究的这个团队中的这样的人是比较多的，但是我们现在由于大量的依靠 AI， 我们可能很多的导师、很多的项目领导者可能也不是那么多的愿意去找我们的新的这样的这个新生力量那么从这个角度来讲的话呢，人才培养的路径也在改变。那么第四个的话呢，我想这个是可能不言而喻的伦理的关切在普遍的升温我们所有的研究者都在担心，第一担心可信度今天的很多专家都讲过了。那么还有呢，也在讨论数据的隐私也在讨论算法的偏见，还有透明度的问题。也就是说，整个的学术活动都是从人的主导模式再转向数据化、自动化、协作化与平台化。那么这只是形式上的，更深层次的问题是，这个时候由于数据化、自动化、协作化和平台化， 我们可能要在学术的这个范围内重新去讨论创造力、权威、责任和知识的多样性啊。那么我想，知识这个研究范式的变革是一个非常值得我们去思考的问题，即使我们是作为这个学术这个研究的一个伙伴。那么我们想说，学术图书馆的转变呢，其实也是一直在发生的啊。AI 的驱动是一个原因，但是学术图书馆的转变的话呢，是一直在发生。那么我们从这个2020年，为什么说个2020年呢？我们知道2020年有一个疫情啊，有很多的因素都会促进我们图书馆的很多模式的变化。那么20年前就已经发生了这样的一些变化，传统模式朝着我们的数字化的方面已经做了相关的转型。比如说我们有信息素养的教育，我们数字内容导航、机构库的建设，然后还有我们在评估图书馆的这个能力的时候已经从资源的占有量往资源的发现力和分析的能力去转换同时的话呢，我们也在大力的考量学术传播的问题，所以说我们开放获取运动在2020年前也已经就成为一个学术图书馆关注的这个方向。那么到疫情之后的话呢，我们发现这种转变在加剧那么首先来说的话呢，就是我们线上原生获取优先也就是说我们现在的很多的用户对于线上怎么样去拿到这个资源首先是拿到资源，当然现在 AI 驱动以后的话是拿到答案是一个优先的选择另外的话呢，我们说的随时随地的这种服务同时我们要求的我们的空间是一个可重构的学术共享空间，就是我们现在有很多的像我们的实验室、我们的孵化区都是图书馆也在拼命的这个涌现这样的服务。另外的话，今天我们也听到了关于敏捷迭代的问题那我们现在也在拼命的说我们要做敏捷的迭代。那么对于馆员来讲今天也有专家提到就是我们能力也在提出了一些新的要求，比如说数据管理，比如说 AI 工具的应用等等那么在 AI 的时代，我们的学者对图书馆其实也提出了更多的新的要求第一的话呢，当然我们就很直接的说，大家要答案这是一个非常明显的这个变化。大家对文献的获取和答案的获取之间，可能很多时候我们的学者选择了要答案。第二的话呢，要求更强的研究支持，还有就是更高的应用性。我们发现可能 OPAC 的这种依赖性在下降，大家更加偏好便捷就是现在也就好多在说没有语音对话的这种平台已经不是未来这个平台的一个发展了。第四我们说强烈的要求 AI 与素养的支持。第五就是我们说开放学术的这个支持今天我们尽管呢也提到了开放学术的问题，我们的学者们虽然未必了解开放学术的各种的这个具体的情况，但是他对开放学术的这种支持的要求也是非常的明显的那么我们学术图书馆呢，其实也在做系统的这种回应。比如说我们在服务模式上我们不管 AI 有没有，我们都在讨论按需服务，我们也在考虑拼命的做嵌入研究的这种情景。在空间角色上我们也在做学术的协作的这种空间另外的话呢，我们的功能我们的空间的功能也在各种混合功能的这种重构刚才也提到了我们的能力的问题对馆员来讲的话呢，一定从传统的馆员往我们的数字技能还有我们的教学合作与变革的管理方面做相应的这种协同性的调整那么 AI 驱动的资源融合刚才我们许馆长也提到了很多的融合，我都觉得那些融合都是我们图书馆现在在做的。那么我第一觉得我觉得非常重要的一个融合呢，我想提出的是资源的融合，也就是我们现在对资源的融合是不止于馆藏，还有不止于形态，也就是大家都经常提到的多模态的问题。而且我觉得这样的一个融合的话呢，还有一个非常重要的要求是什么？是要求它是可计算的，就是我们的资源都是要成为一个可计算的网络，而不是一个静态的结合。那么 AI 现在这方面在这方面给予我们的能力，给予我们图书馆这种可能性，确实是非常大的。在数字策展、分类系统、元数据自动化，还有我们已经看到很多的智能检索聊天机器人等等方面都有相关的这样的场景和应用。那么我们在数字保存方面，它支持信息的自动获取，还有各种的元数据的自动的这样的添加这样的能力的 加强的话，我觉得是我们AI 给到图书馆赋能的一个非常重要的一个方面，就是在资源的方面。那么我举的案例呢，其实的话呢，比较的这种个人哈，并不是一个图书馆哈，因为我们图书馆在这方面应用的案例太多了哈。那么我这个案例呢，是我哈，我作为一个图书馆员也一直在信息化系统方面呢，在开展相关的工作，而且对特色馆藏呢也有相应的执念。就是图书馆对特色馆藏实际上很愿意去做哈，但是去怎么样做的话，每一次做这个项目的话，都要花很多的精力。但是我对这个收藏来讲的话呢，我很早的时候我就对门票就是对到各地方的门票呢，其实做了一个收藏。我收藏了很多这样的门票，但我很想把它做在网上做一个系统。但是由于这样的系统呢，不是图书馆就是大多数图书馆都不做这样的东西就是我其实也没有太多的机会去实现。但后来现在 AI 出来了以后，你发现有很多的低代码平台它就可以帮助你很快的实现。那么我做了这样的一个门票系统呢，我不是为了打广告只是说因为我只是订阅了这样的一个会员，然后花了40元。为什么是40元呢？因为1个月它需要消耗的就是40元，我在1周之内就完成了这样的一个系统那么这样的一个门票管理系统呢很多的功能我觉得呢初步上就是达到了我们特长的这样的功能我想说的这个意思，并不是鼓励我们的图书馆都去用这样的低代码平台去实现，因为这样做是很大的风险，很大的这种 bug 因为我们因为这种低代码平台它的长期维护性是很低的很容易出现在我们的维护上面出现这样大的那种 bug 的问题。但是我想它可以帮助我们干什么？如果我们要做一个特长系统，用它去跑原型，快速的实现原型是很有用的那么这样的这个资源也就是说它的赋能方面的话，在资源方面也给了我们一种可能，我们有更大的可能去实现我们已有的馆藏去做这样的一些资源的这样的一些系统。那么另外一个赋能的话呢，我觉得是 AI 驱动的全链条学术的支持，还有素养的这个重构。那么全链条的素养的这个支持的方面的话呢，我们说我们的主要的学术环节包括从问题的发现到获取，到文献的分析与综述还有我们的论文的撰写与投稿，还有成果的传播与保存AI 都可以让我们图书馆员再加入其中，成为我们学术研究的一个重要的伙伴。那么第二个这个嵌入的话呢，就是我们说的素养的这种嵌入。素养的嵌入的话呢，作为AI 来讲，做素养的方面的这种培训对全球已经超过有50%的馆在提供材料有42.5%的这个馆呢已经开展了这样的这种教学包括我们川大图书馆，我想很多馆都在把 AI 素养作为 AI 应用方面的一个非常重要的一个功能在做这样的东西，所以说素养嵌入是非常重要的一个方面。另外的话呢，我们很多专家也提到，伦理与政策的引导，也正是我们现在我们图书馆现在正当其时应该去做的一件事，就是我们加强合规的引用，加强学术诚信的教育。另外的话呢，我们在 AI 和课程的融合方面，也应该做很多的，也有很大的空间去做我们嵌入课程的设计，融入我们的在线的学习环境第4个方面的话，就是我们的馆员能力建设。那么很多的馆都在做馆员能力建设那我们川大图书馆呢，也在有 AI 加馆员的这样的一个专门的项目我们设立了9个小组在很多的方面都要求我们的馆员去做馆员能力的建设时间这么快吗？这个，那我加快一点那么我们现在再举几个例子就是我们现在这个 XR 空间大赛，我举 XR 的时候呢，其实大家都有很多馆都有相关的 VR 的 XR 的设备，但这种设备的话呢，放在这儿很容易干嘛中国可能我们的很多的我们来自海外的很多的这个同行可能不太懂一个词叫吃灰那个设备放在这儿就会被闲置。闲置以后的话呢，中国有一个语境就说那叫吃灰就是那放在这儿就没人用了。但我们的 VR 设备 XR 设备的话呢，我们拿来干什么？我们就是除了就是常规的图书馆都是拿来做体验，我们呢是联系了我们的这个社团，联系了计算机学院，联系了师资，辅导这些学生去做相应的这种设计，而且我们去举办比赛。我这里展示的是第1届比赛，我们今年已经做第2届比赛，第2届比赛已经变成了一个校际的比赛。也就是说，通过这种方式的融合，跨界融合的话呢，我们可能让我们有很多的服务可以得到新的这种空间。 另外的话呢，我们另外一个 AI 素养信息大赛刚才我们说了 AI 素养很重要。那么 AI 素养大赛的话呢，是我们川大图书馆和重庆大学我们特别是四川和重庆我们发起的现在呢已经做成一个全国性的一个素养大赛这个情况呢，在座的很多我们的同行都有参与，我就不再做很多的介绍。这也是我们觉得跨界融合一个非常重要的一个例子。那么还有就是人工智能素养这样门课我们川大呢，现在的话呢，把人工智能素养课呢做成了一个必修课，也就是我们的学生，所有的学生都要上这门人工智能素养课。这门课的话呢，由图书馆来主导这在全国可能还是这个非常少有的另外我们说赋能的话呢，就是让学术图书馆从资源中心转向了一个研究与学习的基础的设施。未来的竞争力最重要的是，我觉得应该是能力伙伴，我们要成为不可替代的能力伙伴。但是赋能中并不是坦途我觉得赋能中肯定是有隐忧的。比如说刚才也是那篇文章、那篇研究里面也提出，由于 AI 的加入，让我们学术的个体收益是巨大的，产出增加了3倍，引用也增加了5倍。但是我们知识的广度，也就是集体这个层面，我们的研究知识广度收缩了4.63%，合作减少了22%。这是我们需要考虑的一个问题，就是那些没有被关注的知识领域，还有被搁置的研究问题，谁来保障他们不被研究、不被边缘化？那么赋能呢，我觉得也并非全部。那么学术研究中除了说更多的产出、更多的效率之外，可信度、多样性、长期性、公共性，这也是我们在和我们的学术研究的伙伴一起在做，为这种学术的这种发展需要去长期考虑的。那么在技术浪潮中，我们图书馆是不是只能做一个技术的这个采纳者那我们说，这个时候我们图书馆是否有可能性去参与到 AI 规则的相关的价值的制定和相关原则的这种制定？那么在这个问题提出的时候呢，实际上我并没有想太明白，但是有2个方面的消息或者说相面的新闻的话呢，我喜欢跟大家分享第一个的话呢，是我们的美国同行就是在这个美国图书馆协会做了一个图书馆人工智能的使用指南。那么这个指南的话呢，也有一个就重要的核心的这种描述这描述的话就是说，我们有作为图书馆有对 AI 说不的积极的专业选择，就是经过慎重考虑以后，我们对 AI 是选择延迟、省略、移除或者停止使用美国 AI 产品，是一种基于图书馆价值的积极专业的选择，而非采纳失败的标志。我觉得这个表述的话，我深表同意，是因为我觉得我们图书馆在做 AI 的时候，不应该被焦虑所困扰我们要有一个负责任的态度来对待 AI。那么另外的话呢，另外一个那个例子呢，就是我们大家这几天也比较热议的，就是巴拿马计划，就是 Anthropic 的巴拿马计划它大量的购买书，然后的话呢，切除书籍去提取文本，最后他做了一件事去销毁原版。那么销毁原版在法律上，他据说是他为了合法他为了合法，因为他原来不是这么做的时候，他从网上去获的时候，他罚了15亿美元。他这么做，法院说是合法的。同时的话，我们也看到这里面全都是效率的问题。他切除书籍，然后最后销毁，都是为了合理就是为了效率优先。但是我们图书馆呢？图书馆在这个问题上，其实一直在这个问题上，他为什么要去扫2022年以前的书？2022年以前的书是什么？就是我们认为的，他们所认为的干净的语料。那么图书馆在干一件什么这样的事儿？图书馆一直在守护这样的资料。那么从这个角度来讲，我们图书馆一直在守护我们所具有的这样的一个我们的业务方面我们的这样的一个稀缺性，我们一个独立性我们不依附、不盲从，也不被资本左右。还有一个，我们怎么样对待 AI， 我觉得是一个典范，是人类对待 AI 的一个缩影，就是拥抱效率，但我们不放弃我们的判断。那么最后的话呢，我想用一个最后一张 PPT 用这个赋能和赋权相当于我们的发动机和导航仪来讨论，就是说我们在拥抱效率的时候，也要考虑我们的方向那么1000多年前张载有一个横渠思问，提到就有一个为往圣继绝学。那我想这是古人的一个理想。那么在我们图书馆今天在 AI 的时代，我们去守护真实、守护多元和守护公平，也是我们图书馆应该做出的贡献。好，谢谢各位。
好，谢谢张胜强副馆长的精彩报告啊！他通过深刻的学理剖析和丰富的实践案例，阐释了 AI 正在推动图书馆从资源中心向研究与学习基础设施转型。同时呢，这个图书馆不应该只是技术的被动采纳者，更应以自身的价值标准积极参与 AI 时代学术规则的制定。赋能让图书馆走得更远，赋权让方向不偏航。感谢张副馆长。那么下面呢，我们有请这个演讲嘉宾是同方知网数科海外营销中心总经理关晓兰女士。关晓兰女士呢，长期从事学术出版与知识服务领域的国际业务拓展，对全球学术图书馆的发展趋势有着敏锐的洞察。她今天的报告题目是数字时代学术图书馆的重构，从 AI 应用到 AI Ready 的知识基础设施建设。CNK 的思考与实践，有请关女士。
各位尊敬的来宾和领导和图书馆界的专家学者们，大家下午好，我是来自同方知网海外业务中心的关晓兰。感谢这个邓馆长的介绍哈。我的工作呢是在知网从事20年的国际业务开发工作。那这个工作呢，仍让我有机会在全球不同国家和地区的图书馆呢，有特别深刻的交流和学习。那最近几年呢，在 AI 发生这个 AI arising， 就是进入我们的生活和这个学习之后呢，我深刻的感受到，实际上 AI 让全球不同国家和地区的这种鸿沟是越来越多了，那所以我觉得这就是我们为什么组织这样一个 convention， 这样一个学术交流研讨会的主要的目的。那今天呢，很荣幸作为报告者之一来参加这个环节的分享。那因为我们整个会议呢，在 YouTube 上和 Zoom 上都还有我们的国际嘉宾，所以我的分享呢将以英文来进行。So, well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Guan Xiaolan from Sinca International. Thank you for having me here today and share our insights and practice about AI in library. So we successfully witnessed the growth of WAL over the past 6 years. So before I come in here, team did analysis of all speakers' topics during the past 6 years. And we found the topics of like service innovation, library capability, and open sciences are the most mentioned ones. But however, since last year, AI is tremendously drawing the most highlights. Exactly, AI is greatly changing the way we discover, we organize, and we share the knowledge. And I think all of you already have this kind of feeling of a shift in your own organization. Increasingly, researchers, especially for the young generation, begin their study from AI, and they just asking a question in plain language. So the knowledge discovery is moving from search to ask, and AI is becoming a new front door to knowledge, actually. This is calling all the libraries' peers are running fast to adopt AI products to improve their discovery, strengthen the reader services, and expand the research support. So from a global view, what AI is adopted to, in fact, library pipeline. So here I would like to cite some good examples to worth share. One, in the terms of research discovery, so several libraries are applying AI to enhance research support. Like IE University Library in Spain, they built Ask Adam. It is an AI research assistant that combines ChatGPT with OpenAlex databases. It helps students and faculty staff to explore topics and find relevant papers and get support with literature reviews. And another case from Hong Kong UST, they integrate the Primo research assistant to the discovery system and supporting the natural language search and recommendations, summaries, and citation navigation. And also the case from MIT libraries in USA, they built something called Hamlet. It can support automatically classify thesis topics and enrich the metadata, making the graduate research easier to discover. And the Finno AI is developed by the National Library of Finland, was built on the open source tool ANIF. And it's automated subject indexing services using machine learning technology and also natural language processing technology to analyze text and also recommend the subject terms, helping libraries with metadata and the knowledge organization. And more information and the cases from the special collections. And you can see the Oxford Bodleian libraries, they partner with OpenAI to scale up the digitization using the OCR and the handwriting recognition to read materials that used to take humans months to transcribe. And Harvard Library, they launched something called Collection Explorer, and it is letting people search letters, search manuscripts, and also photographs, and also audiovisual materials just by asking. And no more relying on the exact keywords like before. And Yale Library University Library, they built a digital collection AI tool, and it can read OCR, transcribe the manuscripts, and also summarize them and answer questions about them. And it's already being used with the some rare book library collection already. And Stanford libraries, they use the vision language models to automatically generate descriptions for images, enabling natural language search across their entity digital image collections. So all these cases are showing us the way to solve a real problem. So most digitized images have no description at all, and tagging them by hand simply doesn't scale. So AI can do something in learning space and reference services as well. University in Georgia creates a presentation collaboration space offering the AI tools and the tech equipment, and also expert guidance to support students in speech design, video production, and also digital communication skills. And also Lingnan University Library in Hong Kong, they use IoT and machine learning technology for real-time seat monitoring to reduce the seat saving. And the National Library Board in Singapore, they have adopted an AI reading assistant combining generative AI with library collections to offer the book Q&A and also personalized reading discovery. And the last case also from Hong Kong UST Library, and they provide a privacy-first AI chatbot to developed together with students and the library for the research consultation. Well, during this kind of wave, AI-powered academic tools is now growing so fast. Broadly, this is falling into two types for AI tools, like the writing assistant tools like Grammarly, like Paperpole, and also Whiteful. And the research discovery tools like Cite, Consensus, and also Athlete. And also there are some AI-enhanced database like Scopus AI, ELSE for Leap Space, and also like us, Thinkai AI. And also the library service assistants, virtual references, smart chatbot, and also automated Q&A. We can see a reliable survey showing that roughly a quarter of the libraries already adopt the AI tools, and the individual users is far larger and harder to measure. But a new trend is arising according to our observation that libraries would like to seek a light set model, commercial subscription plus cloud integration, and it's become a dominant way libraries adopt AI. Because AI cuts across so many domains, as know, libraries pushing its projects forward often collide with other parts of the university. So whether a library's actual knowledge resources can be understood and used by AI at all, so that's the real challenge I think is we should concern about. there is consensus forming in our field for AI. Any PDF or a scanned page or an image or a pile of ungoverned full text is just a data carrier. It is not by itself a knowledge resource capable of supporting semantic understanding, knowledge linkage, or reasoning. So what AI can actually use is a knowledge that has been well organized and governed, machine readable, semantically structured, linked, citable, reusable, multilingual, and durable enough to be reused. So we just put it simply, AI can generate the answer from almost anything, but only governed knowledge can make that answer trustworthy. So the biggest opportunity ahead of our libraries is to build AI-ready knowledge. And for most libraries, that means starting with the two knowledge assets they actually own outright and hold exclusive value in. First is a special collection. The special collection markers of the university own history, and precisely because they are unique and they cannot replace elsewhere. And also the institutional repository, IR, is a natural home for a university research output. So in the AI era, we think there are two knowledge assets also face different challenges, actually. For the special collection, the biggest problem maybe is the accumulation of dark data. So most digitization projects historically stopped at scanning or storage, right? So they produce a large volume of PDF images and also unstructured files. So without the descriptive metadata, these files are essentially invisible to AI. For the IR, institutional repository, the problem is it's also different. So traditional system like DSpace or MSpace largely rely on passive keyword and metadata matching. So with a clunky interfaces and also a high barrier to search, these high-value research assets rarely get discovered outside a narrow set of the internal evaluation use. So we propose two strategies for this kind of challenges. One is the basic cataloging is the only first step. So only when the metadata is carefully refined, non-text materials are intelligently transcribed, and the underlying data is deeply linked, can special collections actually become AI ready? And the strategy two for the this kind of collection is to use the retrieval augmented generation, RAG technology, at the bridge, okay, to make the IR globally discoverable and give their research assess new value. So this means we need to plug all the collections into the major academic AI ecosystems. That's where the real reach comes from. Because if our data never enter these ecosystems, is effectively invisible. So on the map, researchers actually use every day. A library special collection is a repository, is rare materials. These are generally unique, high or authority data assets. So we should give more attention than before. And the last, I like to be clear one more thing is building the knowledge infrastructure for the AI era is a broad, is not a brand new topic to libraries to discuss. It is a continuation of capabilities we have built over a long time in the knowledge organization and knowledge governance. What AI has done is to give these capabilities new applications and give the underlying data new value. And we all know AI is only as good as the data behind it. So high value, high quality data governance will be set the ceiling on how deep and how trustworthy AI can be. So over 20 years business. So ThinkCAD has built two core capabilities that map directly onto the two strategies I just described just now. One is the knowledge organization and the governance, and the global knowledge discovery and dissemination. So we have spent years and years building resource digitization, OCR, metadata standardization, knowledge classification, semantic organization, knowledge linkage, and also discovery into one integrated capability. So none of it was originally built with generative AI in mind, but it turns out to be exactly the foundation of AI-ready infrastructure nowadays. We have applied this in practice. You can see from the screen that it's already have a lot of cases successfully in China local mainland, and also on the specific historical resource collection. So in the first year launching, ThinkCAD AI already reached 9 million individual users globally and more than 5,000 institutional clients to use it, with accumulation use exceeding 100 million interactions every day. ThinkCAD wants to bring more than technology to do this work. We want to build AI-ready knowledge infrastructure together with libraries worldwide. So on one side, we would like to help libraries move forward special collections from digital preservation towards intelligent era. So the distinctive resources are actually understood by AI and also discovered globally and continuously used. On the other hand, we also wish to help the universities unlock the research value trapped in their repositories, moving output from local storage into the global discovery and making its international influence to keep going. Here's how ThinkCAD AI works with these rare books and archives in the 4 steps. So first one, we will clean the data. The smart OCR reads, scan the rare books and archives, and extracting the text and the illustrations, sales, and also annotations. And then we are convert the traditional or simplified characters and add the punctuation, standardize the different characters and the tag names and the place, titles, and also errors. And step 2 is to build the knowledge base. We trunk the text semantically and embed it with the model built for the academic language only. And step 3 is to connect to the AI system. So libraries link their collection data to ThinkAI's Huazhi LLM via a secure API portal with each institutional data kept isolated and secure, and also retrieved combines with the methods semantic search, knowledge graph search, and also full text search. And step 2 is delivered to the users, and all this empowers ThinkCAD AI existing features. So giving the users multiple ways to explore special collections. And in our map in the future, in ThinkCAD AI chatbot, we hope users can check institutional special collections. That means a specific university rare collection or their IR will integrate into ThinkCAD AI. So AI can search is strictly limited to the local designated collection, and avoiding the made up or wrong generic answers typical of the general large language model. And furthermore, we will include the trustworthy citation tagging. So for each conclusion generated on the left comes with a clear citation tag, linking back to the library collection source, and also with clicking the tag will arise a card showing the original documents metadata. So every claim is traceable, and what you'll see is that exactly where it came from. In the meantime, we can involve entity navigation and knowledge graph functions in ThinkCAD AI. So the smart entity recognition connects the people, tasks, and also other entities inside a special collection. Say a user looks for a scholar, they can instantly see that the scholar's research over time. and their keywords, their whole network of connections. And the last but not least, when something reading original special collection document, an AI study partner will stay open at the right side and say, okay, so they will, when the user highlight a tricky passage, maybe a classical Chinese or manuscript or any other kinds of a difficult phrase. So one click and they will get an explanation or a modern translation. So this records will be also stored instantly to our users' personal search dashboard. So if we looking back to the previous years, every major technology shift in library's history has come with an infrastructure upgrade. In the print era, libraries built a collection infrastructure centered on preservation. And in the digital era, they built a digital infrastructure centered on organizing and sharing the digital resources. Now, in the generative AI era, and believe libraries are moving into a new stage that is building AI-ready knowledge infrastructure. So beyond the AI tools, it's not a rejection of AI tools. Of course, it's far from it. It is a call for a longer view for libraries to grow from being users of AI into builders of the knowledge infrastructure the AI era runs on. So in this spirit, ThinkCAD warmly welcome every opportunity to partner with library peers around the world to explore the path together and to build it together. This is my report. Thank you so much.
好，感谢关晓兰总经理的精彩分享啊，就是他从产业实践者的角度呈现了深 KI 在推动学术图书馆从 AI 应用到知识基础设施建设的系统思考与实践探索，为图书馆界与产业界的协同创新提供了有益的这个借鉴。谢谢关总经理。那么下面一位演讲嘉宾呢是斯泰伦博斯大学图书馆的信息服务总主管艾伦·泰斯女士。艾伦女士呢，曾经于1998到2002年担任南非图书馆与信息协会主席，2009年到2011年担任国际图书馆协会联合会就伊夫拉的主席，现任国际图联伦理咨询委员会主席以及 ORCID 理事会理事。他曾荣获多项杰出领导力奖项，包括南非图书馆与信息协会荣誉会员、国际图联荣誉院士。他今天带来的报告题目是从数字化转型迈向智慧融合。我们掌声有请艾伦女士。
Can you just put it on the slideshow for me? Okay, there it is. Good afternoon. Let me also start by saying thank you very much for the invitation. Kate Robinson she and I had some communication about something, and then she said to me, IATL has been asked to recommend a speaker for this year's World Academic Libraries Forum, and would I be interested? So I said to her, yes, I would be delighted to do so, and I'm indeed very pleased to be here this afternoon. It's an opportunity to connect with some of you that I've met in China and other parts of the world, and have also been working with for many years. I'm really pleased to be here. And I also have to say that I was a little bit worried that I'm going to be the last speaker today. And I was worried that, you know, I might fall asleep because I only arrived last night. And that probably half of the audience would not be here this afternoon. But of course, you are a very disciplined group of people. And I'm delighted also to see so many of you are still here to hear me speak. And should I look that I fall asleep, or any of you, then my 3 colleagues from South Africa who are also here, they will stand up and start singing and dancing as the Africans can do. So you will see my presentation, or my title has changed very, has changed from what's in the printed program. And one other reason why I'm actually very pleased that I'm here at the end of the day today is that I really think you have heard everything. I don't have to say too much. But it is an opportunity because my presentation really brings together, pull together all the threats that we have heard today. And I'm not going to focus so much on my university. Many of the things that you have shared, we've also been doing. I have just 2 examples that I want to apply, but I am taking a slightly different approach. And as I said, the idea here is to look at the journey from digital transformation to intelligent integration. We, you know, some of the speakers started very early this morning. I particularly, a lot of what I will be saying also touch on what Wang from Northwestern University had said. Benjamin, and I also spoke to Kate during the break, and she said, well, we're so great to be here because there's so many things that we always think we want to do this, and to hear some of these things really inspire us to want to implement some of these things. Now, for example, in the case of Benjamin from the Chinese University of Hong Kong, when he gave the example of the AI literacy and training that they're doing for the whole university, I thought, wow, I'm going to use this when I go back to my staff, because 2 weeks ago we had a university senior management strategy, and of course AI was on the agenda, and some of the staff were asking, you know, but will there be training for them as well and not just for students? And I stood up and I said, the library offers to provide training for the whole university. And of course, some of my staff were not very happy, but I said to them, we're going to do it. I already offered it. And now I'm going to say to them, all the libraries in China is already doing it. So we have to do it. And so we've heard many other examples as well. So as I said, I'm going to speak about this journey from synthesizing developments of the past decade with the next decade. So I will start with the foundation, the decade, which is the decade that we have passed and currently in, of digital transformation. And then I'm going to move on and make a proposal in terms of perhaps what the next 5 to 10 years would look like for academic libraries. And then, you know, also end, and as I said, very much to what Wang had said this morning at the end of that. So as we have heard from all the speakers today, over the past decade, academic libraries have moved from digitizing individual services to integrating platforms, identities, data spaces, and expertise. This presentation traces that movement through repositories, web-scale discovery, federated access, linked data, and cloud library services platforms. It then outlines a 5 to 10 year scenario in which libraries use governed agentic AI to streamline operations, support responsible research, and preserve source-grounded evidence, build digital and AI literacy, and operate intelligent learning spaces. The central argument is that digital transformation does not diminish the library. It shifts the library's value from controlling containers of information to integrating trustworthy knowledge, research infrastructure, human judgments, as we've just heard also from the last speaker, and inclusive spaces. So When we look at this in terms of a decade of digital transformation, then these technological developments of academic and research libraries during roughly the past 10 to 15 years can be understood as a progression from digitization through platform consolidation towards institutional integration. Early digital projects often reproduced established library functions in electronic form. Catalogs became online, journals became licensed databases, and local collections became scanned objects. More recent transformation had connected these functions to the broader research lifecycle. The library increasingly operates as an infrastructure partner for discovery, identity, data stewardship, scholarly communication, preservation, and digitally enabled learning. The core argument here is that technology does not diminish. As I've already indicated, the library, it changes where the library creates value. So, in this decade of digital transformation through convergence. So whereas in the past we had looked at institutional repositories initially concentrated on thesis articles and other textual outputs, their scope now, of course, as we've heard today, include datasets, software, multimedia, digital heritage collections, and links between researchers and objects. This shift has been reinforced by open access and open science expectations and by the FAIR principles, which emphasize that research objects should be findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable. Repository quality is therefore no longer measured only by the number of files deposited. It also depends on persistent identifiers, rich metadata, licenses, preservation planning, provenance, version control, and the ability of humans and machines to reuse the material. The trust principles and organizational requirements, transparency, responsible user focus, sustainability, and appropriate technology for repositories expected to preserve the digital evidence over time. As we again have heard, library metadata has also begun to move away from record-centric exchange towards entity-based linked data. This development draws on formal knowledge representation traditions, including first-order logic and description logics, but is implemented on the web through standards such as Resource Description Framework, RDF, and Ontology Web Language. RDF represents statements as subject predict object triples which formally define semantics, while Ontology Web Language statements supports richer ontologies and reasoning over classic and relationships. So, access now in where we are now has become less dependent on the physical campus or on brittle IP address recognition. Federated identity services now allow a user to authenticate through the home institution and carry trusted attributes to external providers, service providers. EduGain is an interfederation service connecting national identity federations so that students and researchers can use institutional credentials across borders. In South Africa, for example, we use Sapphire, which provide the National Academic Identity Federation and participate in EduGain. For libraries, this represents a significant change. Access is increasingly based on a trusted institutional identity and entitlement rather than on location alone. Taken together, repositories, discovery indexes, identity federations, linked data, and cloud platforms show that digital transformation has influenced the library's most profoundly through convergence. The library is no longer defined by one catalog, one building, or one collection. It is an integration layer connecting people to licensed and open knowledge, connecting research output to the evidence, and connecting institutional services across organizational boundaries. In this case, we're looking now and going forward in terms of a new decade, a decade that we envisage of intelligent integration. Now, the WAL 2026 theme, from transformation to integration, libraries as innovation engines for sustainable development, provides an appropriate frame for the next phase. And I want to congratulate you on the theme that you have selected for this year. The future library is unlikely to be a fully automated institution, although we think so in terms of AI. A more credible scenario is a library that combines research agency with human accountability, integrates digital and physical services, and treats trust, inclusion, which we've also heard before, and sustainability as architectural requirements rather than optional values. Further, a main thing that had come through again throughout the whole day is around digital and AI literacy, advisory services, and trusted discoveries. So here we actually look in the underlying pattern here is a model that interprets a task, chooses actions or application programming interfaces, observes results, and adjusts the next step. And that, of course, is what AI can do very well. In a library, for example, governed agents could reconcile electronic resource records, identify broken links, classify service requests, draft metadata enhancements, prepare a usage report, detect anomalies in system logs. It can then route digitization tasks or assemble evidence for collection decisions. The greatest value would come from coordinating existing systems rather than replacing them. In an information containing synthetic text, now the library as a curator of source-grounded digital evidence, the library's preservation role becomes more, not less important. Libraries cannot guarantee that every deposited data set is true. They can, however, preserve the evidence, change that allows a claim to be examined. Data at source should therefore mean retaining the original submitted object. Again, we've just heard this from the last speaker, where lawful documenting who created or collected it, recording transformation and software dependencies, assigning persistent identifiers, maintaining checksums, preserving versions, and linking derived outputs to source material. Future repositories should preserve not only final data sets, but also the context needed to assess them, data management plans, instruments, code, workflows, consent, and access conditions, AI use declarations, and records of material transformation. Where AI contributes to cleaning, classification, transcription, or analysis, the repository should capture the model and version, relevant prompts, or configuration, human verification, and links between source and derived objects. I hope you're starting to see in 5-10 years' time, you're probably not going to have the workforce in the library that you have today, unless those that are coming in and those that are now here and that will still be there in the next 5 to 10 years are going to be completely re-skilled, because you're not going to do the work that you do now. The robots will do that. That librarians do, because all these other functions can be done much better than we would do it. So as far as digital and AI literacy is then concerned, the main thing here for the libraries, the librarian's educational role will broaden from teaching databases to teaching judgment across a hybrid information environment. Citation and reference management will remain important, because provenance, attribution, and source verification become more difficult when AI systems produce fluent synthesis. Training should therefore connect established information concept, literacy concepts, with AI-specific practices such as prompt documentation, citation verification, bias detection, privacy assessment, model comparison, disclosure, and reproducibility. AI advanced discovery tools will increasingly offer conversational querying, semantic expansion, summation, and cross-language access. The library's task is not merely to expose these interfaces, but to constrain them to trusted scholarly corpora where possible, showing the evidence passages behind answers, preserve a route to the publisher or repository record, and teach users to distinguish discovery from verification. So as I'm getting to the end, and these are my two examples that I want to show you from Stellenbosch University, and this is where we have decided that digital transformation had also changes the meaning of library space. Stellenbosch University, and this is photos of our makerspace, show how a makerspace can be extended by a 270-degree immersive technology lab designed for visualization, critique, and interdisciplinary collaboration. The lab was intentionally built as an open and flexible environment rather than a closed single-purpose installation. Its architecture separates projection processing from user application, supports different software and disciplines, and uses a familiar desktop interface, but it prioritizes accessibility and ease of operation. The project was designed and implemented as an extension of the university library's makerspace. The makerspace itself was a project that found birth in repurposing existing spaces. Then, I only have 1.5 minutes left, I think, is now the next one, and this is our immersive technology lab, which is linked to the makerspace. And there's a very nice video. If you want to go to the library, Stellenbosch University Library website, you will be able to see this. And this is one of the services that I have never anticipated it will be used like it actually used here. Because what we've done here, we have recognized that adoption is gradual. Academics needs opportunities to experiment before the space can be integrated meaningfully into curricula. These design principles provide the basis for future AI and Internet of Things library spaces. The next layer could include privacy respecting occupancy and environmental sensors, equipment health monitoring, adaptive energy space, intelligent booking, and assisted interfaces. Such spaces should remain configurable across disciplines and should not collect more personal data than the service require. The success should be evaluated by learning, research, and inclusion outcomes, and not by the novelty of the technology. The library's distinctive contribution is to combine access, technical support, data literacy, collaborative space, and responsible governance in one shared academic environment. In conclusion, as we say here, libraries from containers of information to institutions of trust. Digital transformation has influenced the academic library by expanding its responsibilities and repositioning its expertise. During the past decade, as we've already said, repositories, discovery, linked data, and all of those things have progressively connected previously separate collections in workflow. During the next decade, agentic AI, source-grounded preservation, AI literacy, and intelligent spaces may connect library services even more closely to daily research and learning. The strategic choice is not between a traditional library and a technological library. It is between fragmented technology and responsible integration. Academic libraries can become innovation engines for sustainable development when they use automation to remove unavoidable labor, preserve human judgment where accountability matters, curate evidence at source, widen access to trusted knowledge, build institutional capability, and design adaptable spaces that people can genuinely use. In this future, and this is my last comment, the library remains essential because it provides something that technology alone cannot: a durable institutional commitment to access, context, stewardship, and trust. Thank you.
感谢艾伦女士的精彩报告。她回顾了高校图书馆10年间从单项服务数字化到平台、数据、空间全面整合的演进，更前瞻性的勾勒出了未来的这个图景。数字化的转型并非削弱图书馆，而是推动了其价值重心的转移，成为可信知识、科研基础设施、人文思辨能力与包容性空间的整合者。这为我们重新审视图书馆在 AI 时代的定位与使命提供了极具高度的战略视角。谢谢艾伦女士。好，那么下面我们下一位的演讲嘉宾是我们很荣幸的邀请到了福耀科技大学校长王树国先生。大家都知道呢，树国校长曾经任哈尔滨工业大学校长、西安交通大学校长，2个 C9的这个校长现任第9届国务院学位委员会委员，中国工程教育专业认证协会荣誉理事长，中国工程师联合体副理事长。树国校长还在机器人研究领域的资深专家，在智能机器人、智能空间机器人和医疗机器人等方面取得了重要的科研成果，主持研制了世界第1个创伤康复仿生手，中国第1个人脑解剖电子图谱，中国第1个腹腔微创介入手术机器人系统，曾任863计划智能机器人专家组副组长、特种机器人专家组组长，曾获国家级有突出贡献的中青年专家称号、全国10佳师德标兵和全国5一劳动奖章等荣誉。校长今天带来的报告题目是“新技术革命背景下的技术变革与人才培养”。让我们以热烈的掌声欢迎王树国校长。
尊敬的各位同仁，来自于世界各地的各位朋友，非常高兴大家来到福州，来到福耀科技大学，来参加这样一个重要的会议。刚才在会前和几位会议的组织者一起在探讨21世纪到底给我们带来了什么。整个人类社会正在经历着一场史无前例的新技术革命，这场革命将极大的改变人类未来发展的走向。所以前2天我刚刚看到一个报告，7月21号，美国白宫政策研究室主任向特朗普总统递交了一份报告，报告的题目叫《科学：一个新的黄金时代》。这个题目就非常非常吸引人，然后我认真的研读了这份报告，130多页的一份报告，看到了美国的政策制定者们对这场新技术革命给整个人类未来发展所带来的巨大冲击和影响。他们在及时的研究、及时的调整美国的政策。大家知道，美国的高等教育是世界上最好的，大家都认可，它确实做得非常优秀。但是大家想到，现行的成果来源于1945年，仍然是美国白宫政策研究室主任当时的布什先生向美国总统递交了一份报告，那份报告的题目叫《科学：无尽的前沿》。那个报告奠定了美国的科研体制，后来全世界各地几乎大家都在按照这样一个方针来建设我们的大学，建设我们的科研体系。但是现在一个新的报告出来了，时隔81年，一份新的报告出台了，说科学一个新的黄金时代。这份报告在很大程度上对原有的秩序进行了修正。原因是什么？为什么要修正？规律是什么？未来前景在哪儿？一系列的问题摆在我们面前，尚无定论，但需要我们去认真的研讨。大家都行走在沙漠之中，一场新的技术革命将使得人类进入一个崭新的时代。我妄言一句，人类正在从一个旧的时代向一个新的时代过渡，缘由就是这场新技术革命。我们很幸运， 我们正在经历一个人类时代的变迁，我们正在告别一个旧的时代，正在迎来一个新的时代。速度多快我不知道，但是这个新的时代正在走来，而且当下已经展现出强烈的迹象。以人工智能为代表的新一代技术革命，正在强烈地冲击着我们原有的产业形态、科研形态、研究范式等等，一切都在快速地发生变化。所以我们很幸运啊，作为当下正在岗位上工作的人，我们正在亲身经历一个伟大的时代变迁。这些都和我们在座的各位所从事的工作息息相关。所以，作为学术工作者，我们应该对此进行深入的研究，探讨其中的规律，去研究未来的发展走向，以使得我们的工作更符合时代发展的规律。所以，结合这样一个主题呢，我选择这样一个标题，就是新技术革命背景下整个技术的变革、它的规律、它的范式，以及在这个背景下，大学作为人才培养的主体，如何来培养人才。啊，所以这样一个主题我尽快啊，因为我知道已经快到吃饭的时间了，我尽量把时间缩短一点。想从这么几个方面来说，其他的我就不多讲了，因为今天我们是一个国际会议。我想说，中国政府的态度在20大报告当中，中国政府把未来的计划分成2步走。第一步是2035年，我们选择一个时间节点，要把我们的教育、科技、人才要达到一个相当高的水平，到本世纪中叶实现民族的复兴，这是中国政府提出的发展途径。那么其他的我不多讲，我直接切入到这场新技术革命。这场新技术革命，中央政府也看到了，中国的政府也看到这场新技术革命给人类带来的巨大冲击，同时也带来了发展的机遇。所以，中国国家主席习近平先生在中国的两院院士大会上发表了讲话，对这场新技术革命的特征做了这样一个详尽的表述。我认为这一段讲得很好。他说，这一轮新技术革命和产业变革，大家看，他每一次都把新技术革命和产业变革相提并论，这个和这次白宫出台的政策异曲同工。他也提到这个问题，很好。新一轮技术革命和产业变革深入发展，科学研究向极宏观拓展，向极微观深入，向极端条件迈进，向极综合交叉发力。他用了4个极来表征这场新技术革命的特征，我觉得说得很到位。最后一句话说的画龙点睛，点到了这场技术革命为什么给人类带来的影响如此之强大。它叫这场新技术革命不断突破人类认知边界。根源就在于此，原有建立在前3次工业革命基础之上的知识体系已经支撑不了这场新技术革命发展的需求，或者说这场新技术革命的新的发展已经突破了原有的知识架构，或者我们换句话说，我们原有的知识架构需要打破，需要重新构建了。所以由此才给人类社会带来了巨大的影响。最后一句话说出了这个我们刚才反复强调的新旧时代的交替，就是深刻重塑全球秩序和发展格局。这句话的意义不言而喻，大家清楚。重塑格局、重塑秩序什么意思？预示着人类正在迎来一个新的时代。这个新的时代的来临，就建立于这场新技术革命基础之上。所以，这场新技术革命将使得人类告别一个旧的时代，迎来一个新的时代。所以，大家看这个习近平主席在中国的两院院士大会上，把这场新技术革命的5个领域做了一个划分啊，这个大家都很熟知，我就不一一赘述了。包括人工智能啊，包括生物学呀，包括这个先进制造啊，包括能源呢，包括海陆空天等等这些大家都熟知啊，这个我就不一一赘述。在刚刚结束的中国的两会，通过了中国政府的“15+5”规划纲要。这个规划纲要当中提到了布局未来产业，大家看，布局未来产业，量子科技、生物制造、氢能和核聚变能，这是未来产业；脑机接口、具身智能、第6代移动通信。所以大家看，这都是这一场新技术革命的竞争的焦点啊，竞争的焦点。所以大家看，发展壮大新兴产业、新一代信息技术、新能源、新材料、智能网联、汽车、机器人、生物医药、高端装备、航空航天。所以大家看，新产业也好，未来产业也好，都在刚才总书记所罗列的这场新技术革命的5个战略必争领域之中。所以这些 都是这场新技术革命的主要新赛道，全世界都在高度关注啊。所以后面我就不一一赘述了，这是他讲了从5个显著来表征这场新技术革命的特征。一个是这场新技术革命创新的广度显著加大，大到什么程度？天地运行、星系演化、宇宙起源；小到什么程度？基因编辑、粒子结构、量子调控。所以无论从宏观还是从微观，我们都达到了人类前所未有的程度。所以我们能够把客观物理世界看得更清楚，所以我们才会有一系列的发明创造。深度显著加深，包括深空、深海、深地，这个大家不用说，我不赘述。速度显著加快，以信息技术、人工智能为代表的新兴科技快速发展。大家注意这句话，大大拓展了时间、空间和人们的认知范围。什么意思？我们人类从诞生开始一直到现在，我们一直生产、生活、生存在有限的3维物理空间，时间和空间一直在约束着我们的行动。我们一直幻想我们能够突破时间和空间的限制，但是我们一直没有这样的能力。这场新技术革命给我们提供了可能，出现了多维空间、数字空间，大大缩小了时间和空间对人们日常生产生活行为的限制，所以带来了一系列的巨大突破。出现了人类正在进入一个人机物3元融合的万物智能互联时代。大家都说新时代，什么是新时代呀？总书记在这讲了一句话，特别到位。我们正在进入一个突破时间和空间限制的人机物3元融合的万物智能互联时代。人类从单纯的物理空间走向了多维空间，加了一个虚拟空间，还加了一个生命空间。所以这是这场新技术革命给人类带来如此巨大影响的根本原因所在。人类从来没有突破过时间和空间的限制，更没有在多维空间当中去构建一个适合这个新的环境的新的社会形态。所以人类必须要改变，不改变就跟不上这场时代的发展。所以人类正在我们用我们自己的双手在技术革命当中构建一个新的时代来造福人类。其他的我就不多讲了，我想直接往下走，谈到这个白宫刚刚出台的这个报告啊，这个报告我建议大家认真的研读啊，认真的研读，确实这个报告写得很好，很到位。报告的题目叫《科学一个新的黄金时代》啊，在81年前，1945年，白宫的办公室主任、政策办公室主任给当时的美国总统也递交过一个报告，那个报告的题目叫《科学无尽的前沿》。那个报告奠定了美国当时的科学研究的基本框架，后来世界各国都按照那个模式来构建了当下我们大家所熟知的科学研究的范式。那个范式是什么？鼓励科学家无尽的、自由的去畅想、去探索未知世界，然后大量的成果自然溢出，然后成果转化落地，形成新的产业，是这样一个线性的这样一个发展模式，一直延续到现在。所以我们到现在仍然是在遵循着这样一个研究范式在研究，但是现在美国白宫在反思这场新技术革命，再用这样的范式去研究已经不适合了。还有很多原因，后面我们会讲到。好，他写了一本书，写了一个报告，130多页，叫《科学一个新的黄金时代》。那么在这个报告当中，他是这样讲的：他说，这个2战落幕的时候，他们当时是这样一个范式，政府出钱啊，大学研究，然后产业落地，是这样一个线性的模式。但是现在过去了，今天战略环境发生了改变，大家看标红的那个地方，战略环境发生了根本改变。人工智能、半导体、量子计算与生物技术已经成为大国博弈的主战场，科技不再是单纯经济发展的主杠杆，直接关乎国家安全、军事对抗、供应链安全以及全球话语的分配权。所以他说，科学早已超越纯粹的知识探索，它本身就是国家核心战略能力的重要组成部分。所以和当下的局势就结合起来了，地缘政治也结合起来了，所以大家突然发现啊，原来科学不再那么单纯了，科学和政治密切相关，科学和经济密切相关，科学和国际秩序密切相关，所以一切都在重构。 我们希望它向好的方向发展，不希望因为新技术的诞生而使得国家之间关系更紧张。我们不希望这样，我们希望更和平，更趋于善意，更趋于人类未来和平之发展。所以我们在这个关键的时刻要对它进行深入的剖析。那么他说，AI 时代之所以撼动传统的体系啊，这是原因。之所以能够撼动原来单线的这种直线思维，是因为人工智能彻底重构了科学创新的基本流程，又回归到这场新技术革命的源头。因为人工智能为代表的这场新技术革命，颠覆了原有的知识生产规律。所以他说，几百年来，我们的科学都是靠科学家的个体能力，提出假说、检索文件、设计实验、分析。最稀缺的就是人没有那么多的时间，没有那么多精力。但是现在，顶级大模型展现出惊人的科研潜能，它能够瞬间吞吐百万篇的学术论文，梳理庞杂的知识网络，寻找隐藏的跨学科关联，甚至能够辅助提出研究假设，并自动化设计实验方案。在材料基因组工程、新药研发、蛋白结构等等 ，AI 正迅速地跃升为不可或缺的核心生产力工具。AI 成为核心生产力工具，在数学领域 ，AI 甚至能推翻近1个世纪的猜想。所以前2天我看到美国的数学家感到很悲哀，说我们以后还干什么呀？他在1、2个月的时间，几乎把我们半个世纪所做的努力全部给实现了。AI 达到这个程度怎么办？所以我看到一篇报道说，人工智能只用了不到2个月的时间，做出了10道费尔斯奖级的难题，甚至把一个过去的假设给推翻了。如果这样下来，我们就不要小瞧 AI 了。AI 不是工具，它是在这个时代一个新的与人类伴生的这样一个智能体。将来以后，我们人类当如何与它和平相处？我们千万不要成为它的附属工具。将来人工智能驾驭我们，那人类就要遭殃了。所以，人类在这样一个我们亲手造就的人工智能时代，我们当如何合理的利用它，和平的利用它，在进步当中造福人类，而不至于给人类带来伤害。所以他说，科学竞争的决定变量由此发生了根本性的转移。过去谁拥有的科学家多，谁发表的论文多，谁拥有的知名大学多，谁就有绝对的话语权，是不是这样？我们一直看大学排名，哪个国家排名更多，大学前10的多少，前100的多少，我们都以此为荣，说我们是教育强国，我们是科技强国。对不起，现在规律改变了，现在谁拥有更优异的 AI 模型，谁拥有更庞大的算力集群，谁拥有更高质的高清的数据集以及更先进的自动化实验平台，谁就能捷足先登，掌握下一代科学发展的制高点。这是美国白宫的原话，不是我说的啊！我刚才讲的这一切都是美国白宫这个科学一个黄金时代报告当中的原文啊！所以大家看到美国政府对此下了很大的力气，在研究这场新技术革命之所以给人类带来如此巨大影响的原因所在，以及采取什么样的相应对策。所以他说，在诸多前沿领域，企业实验室的研发效能与创新突破能力已经全面碾压传统大学。同志们，大家看到了吗？各位先生、女士们，已经全面碾压大学，怎么办？我听说美国的大学校长们已经处在极度焦虑状态，因为在这个报告的指引下，美国政府要大力的削减给大学的经费。我很幸运，我没在美国。当然我的经费也不来源于政府啊。我知道大家对经费看得很重，因为企业的经费很多。坦率的讲，企业现在投入科研研发的经费要远远超出政府，比政府要大得多。一个企业在某一个领域投入的经费，人力、物力、财力要远远大于一个国家所投入，可想而知，创新必然在这块土壤上出现。所以这场新技术革命爆发的源头没有在大学围墙之内，而是在大学围墙之外。为什么？因为大学围墙之内不具备这个创新的土壤和生态，它没有这么充足的资金资源，没有这么充沛的人力资源，它也不能快速的构建新的研究实体。所以企业应运而生， 创新型的企业应运而生，他们成为这场新技术革命的领头者。所以大家看到最近美国一大批人工智能公司快速的涌现，我非常高兴，我看到这个新技术革命催生了一批新的年轻的一代，非常非常优秀。我看到4个刚刚从牛津大学毕业的4个年轻人刚刚回到国内，他们组建了一个公司，研究了一个智能体，专门在研究生命科学领域的一个智能体，能够快速的破解生命科学领域的一系列难题。哎，我都担心，我看到施一公先生，我就想跟他说，你要失业了怎么办？这个智能体已经出现了，太了不起了，太了不起了！4个年轻人，大家看到中国一个年轻人所组建的团队，刚刚发布了一个新的大模型，叫 K3。啊，非常好的一个模型，而且它的能力极强，就是年轻人，一代年轻人在人工智能领域快速的脱颖而出，既造福于人类，也让我们看到我们人才培养的模式发生了改变。所以反过来，我要说，我跟很多大学校长同行说，我说为什么这些人才在校内我们没有发现，走出校门一个个都出现了？到底是我们无能，还是我们校园环境缺失了人才培养的土壤？我们需要反思。现在问题找到了，我们大学不具备培养这些脱颖而出人才的生态。这个生态是什么？不仅是钱，包括资源，包括周边环境，一定是这样的。所以，大学不再是那个高高在上的象牙塔，大学不再是创新的唯一源泉。这点我们必须承认。所以，大学要怎么办？要主动的融入社会，和企业携手共进，来融入这场新技术革命之中。所以这些大家看，最后一个报告开门见山的断言，大学已经不再是美国最具创新性科学研究的唯一家园。这是这个报告给出的结论。我们怎么办？大学已经不再是创新的唯一家园，那我们怎么办？我们不能就此消失，因为我们还是人才培养的源头。这个状态，谁还把孩子送我们这儿来？我们培养的人满足不了新技术革命的需求，落后于社会时代的发展，那我们人才怎么办？所以一个悖论出现在面前：一是前面发展需要人才，一方面我们培养不出相应的人才，出现了一个悖论。所以给我们提出一个特别严峻的现实：大学要变革了。说一场新的技术革命必然伴随着一种新的大学形态诞生，这是客观的。第1次工业革命、第2次、第3次都是如此。每一场新技术革命必然会催生一种新的大学形态，这场新技术革命也一定会催生一种新的大学形态。到底是什么？不知道，我们都在探索啊。所以，其他的我就不多讲了。这个报告很有意思，我建议大家看一看。然后这个呢是施瓦布先生，他是世界经济论坛的创始人，是一个非常有名的经济学家。他写了一本书叫《第4次工业革命》。在这本书中，他是对这场新技术革命是这样来表述的：他说，我们正在迎来一场新技术革命，这场转型，他用了一个词叫转型，和人类以往所经历的任何一次革命截然不同。他有同样的认知，说这场革命太了不起了。它是第1次机械化，第2次电气化，第3次自动化，这是前3次工业革命的率先爆发的领域。但这次工业革命是在前3次工业革命基础之上的各项技术的融合，并将日益消除物理世界、数字世界和生物世界之间的界限。大家看到这个结论和刚才习近平总书记所讲的人机物3元融合的万物智能互联时代异曲同工，虽然用词不一样，讲的都是一个道理，就是人类正在进入一个消除物理世界、数字世界和生物世界界限的一个新的时代。所以原来我们只有一个物理世界，人类生产生活都在这个世界，但是现在出现了数字世界和生物世界，所以这是一个多元空间的融合，由此带来了人类社会的剧烈的变动。所以他最后讲了一句话：第4次工业革命正在颠覆，他用了一个词叫颠覆所有国家几乎所有的行业，这些变革将产生极其广泛而深远的影响，彻底改变整个生产管理和治理体系。所以也这个英雄所见略同啊，大家看到这是施瓦布先生一个经济学家，他在这之前的论断和7月21号白宫的报告如出一辙，都讲的一个道理。所以大家看，这是基本斯先生，他是一个英国的大学的一个副校长，也是一个教育学家。他写了一本书叫《知识生产的新模式》。 他已经看到这场新技术革命对知识生产的规律产生了逆转。他说，原来我们是单线的，就是建立在单一学科为主的这种研究，这个模式已经不行了，不适应了。现在的新的模式是什么？在应用环境当中，利用交叉学科的研究方法，更加强调研究成果的绩效和社会作业的知识生产模式。所以他讲的模式的改变和白宫这个报告也是异曲同工，讲的还是一个道理，就是知识生产的规律发生了逆转，知识产生的范式发生了改变。所以这倒逼我们不得不反思。所以这些我就不多讲了，还有很多范例我就不多讲了。我再讲一个，这是哎呀，这到了我所做的那个，我在西安交大的时候做过一个中国西部科技创新港，这是在17年啊，很早的时候，10年之前，那时候我就隐隐约约感觉到这场新技术革命给人类带来的冲击影响很大，所以我就在西安做了一个中国西部科技创新港，用了5000亩土地，花了300个亿，建了一个多学科交叉融合的这样一个平台。每一个楼都很大，大概18万米左右。但是呢，每一个楼不是按学科设置，而是按领域设置。比如说对面我们看到的这个楼就是人工智能这样一个研究院。这个研究院包括国家数学研究中心，也包括国家人工智能研究中心，也包括从芯片的拉单晶，一直到科室到检测到后封装，都在这个楼里面。所以它跨越10几个学科，跨越理工2个大的领域都在这里面。所以这个楼的建立，使得西安交大的多学科交叉融合在人工智能领域达到了一个非常好的状态。所以我的办法很笨，就是你不是不想学科交叉吗？我就从物理空间上先把你的围墙拆掉，让你们天天见面，我看你交不交流。就用这样很笨的方法让大家走到一起结果后来产生了化学反应，效果很好。其中有一个年轻的物理学者，他就在这个楼里面，他利用疫情3年的时间，发现了一系列的新物质。他在做实验的过程当中，发现了不该出现的一些新物质，他怀疑是不是实验做错了。后来反复的实验，发现物质是客观存在的，不是损态，是常态。所以在这个基础之上，他又和搞生命科学的在一起研究生命的起源，和搞材料的在一起研究新材料是如何产生的。后来发现，在微磁场、微重力状态下能产生新的材料，在那个原子和原子的接触面上，力的大小不同，会构成不同的新的物质。所以这一系列新的技术发明，后来他在 Nature Science 上发表了一系列的文章。所以一个年轻人，正是由于学科交叉开阔了他的眼界，使得他的眼界大开，在学科交叉点上突破了一系列的新的进展，非常棒。所以学科交叉是这个时代的特征，单一学科已经过时了。那个学科是在1、2、3次工业革命时期构建的知识架构，但是现在对不起，那个架构已经坍塌了，我们需要打破它，多学科交叉融合来构建新的知识体系。所以这个环境很美也很好。大家看到晚上，大家看晚上的灯火通明不是灯光秀，是大家都在那工作因为疫情期间都不允许到处走，所以他们就在实验室干活。所以那3年，西安交大出了一大批成果。后来国家评奖的时候，哈工大拿了全国第2名，第1名清华，第2名就是西安交大。所以获奖10几项从来没有过所以后来领导问我说：“为什么你们这几年进步这么大？”我说：“我不知道，我回去问问。”我问老师，我说：“为什么这几年成果出这么多？”老师说：“这还用问？你也不开会了，也不来检查我们了，那当然效率就高了。”所以后来我就把这个结论告诉了领导，我说：“你们要少开会，少检查，我们效率会更高。”所以环境很好，很美，一个非常非常漂亮的这样一个生态。在那儿我建了核聚变大装置，在那儿建立了20多个高水平的研究平台。大家看到国家发改委在那开了现场会，开了很多现场会，我都不一一赘述。各个部委争相到那里建立研究平台，所以我才发现，当你干好的时候，大家都来帮助你；当你没干好，需要他们帮助的时候，他们都不来。所以后来我得出一个道理，大家一定记住，这是真理：世界上没有救世主，只有自己救自己，别人才会帮助你记住这句话。当你没救自己的时候，别人不会帮你的所以大家记住这句话。 很多啊，包括这个美国各个大公司，包括国外的，包括捐献资金和设备大概超过100个亿啊，这是各个大公司都来了，包括建立了丝绸之路的大学联盟，包括很多留学生，包括美国杰克逊实验室也到那儿建立联合研究中心。杰克逊实验室是非常非常好的一个医学的实验室研究室，包括米兰在那建立了创新设计研究院，很多很多啊，这个我就不一一赘述。那么谈到这儿，就是在2020年9月11号，面对这场新技术革命，习近平主席也敏锐地感觉到我们需要变革了，所以在20年9月11号，这就应该说6年之前。总书记已经看到我们必须要改变，要跟上时代的发展，所以他提出来我们要发展新型研究型大学。所以那个时候他就提出来要发展新型研究大学，在白宫的报告当中，他们提出来要组建新型研发机构。其实这是异曲同工，大家都看到必须要改变，但至于怎么新不知道，大家去探索。所以教育部出台了就是一个文件，叫《建设新型研究大学》。批复附药科技大学，就大家现在所在大学，叫做新型研究大学，一个由企业家出资，一个民办的，但是定位很高，叫新型研究大学，要求高起点、小而精、研究型国际化，要求起点要高啊，不要重复别人的工作。第二，要小而精，不求数量，只求质量。第三，要研究，要跟上时代的发展。第四，要站在世界这个范畴来观察。不仅为自己，也要为整个人类的发展做出贡献，国际化，所以提的要求很高。后来我问了，我说你提出来我们怎么做呀？领导说要知道怎么做，还让你去干啥呀？我才明白，领导是负责提任务的，我们是负责干活的啊。我们需要把工作干好，所以按照这样一个要求，我设计了学校的基本架构，就是高生师生比1:6啊，因为我们需要个性化培养，需要大量的师资资源。第二，设计的学院都是按领域设计，不按学院设计。大家看，我设计的都是领域，人工智能领域设立人工智能学院，高端装备制造领域设立智能制造及未来技术学院，海陆空天我设计智慧运载学院，新材料新能源学院，生命健康设立生命健康学院。所以我是按5大领域设立了这场新技术革命所涉足的5个学院，所以这样的话实现多学科的跨学科融合。后来我们加了一个数字经济和管理，就是担心这场新技术革命的发展如果没有相应的法律法规行为准则，可能会走向歧途，所以我们加了一个数字经济与管理学院。当然，我们还有2个基础学院啊，文理学院、马克思主义学院等等啊。学校有很多实验室、材料实验室啊，硅基材料实验室，这个我都不多讲。我们要求每一个实验室独一无二啊，别人做过的绝不做，要做别人没做过的工作。所以我们有很多实验室。这个我要讲一下，我们刚刚用了不到1年的时间，我们有一个新的发明，就是把玻璃智能化啊，就现在我们家用的这些玻璃，把它智能化，然后把芯片嵌入到玻璃里面，在0.2乘0.2毫米的面积上，比头发丝稍微粗一点点，要镶嵌4个芯片，每一个芯片都单独控制。这样做的目的是希望就在我们老百姓身边的这些玻璃啊，能够智能化，这是非常好的一件事情。因为我们希望汽车不仅仅是一个代步工具，它会成为一个智能的载体，它要车路云联网，要透波，唯一透波的就是玻璃，其他都是屏蔽的。所以我们要把芯片嵌到玻璃，把天线嵌入到玻璃里面，让玻璃不简单是一个挡风避雨的物理功能，而是一个信息窗口。所以这个用了10个月的时间实现了啊，这个速度非常快。如果在传统大学，我估计给我3、5年我都做不到，因为光项目报批就很麻烦。这儿我说了就算了，一定马上就有钱，钱来自于社会资源，而不是政府给的，所以特别快，只用了10个月的时间建成了一条生产线啊，一条100米长的生产线。今年我们就布局了16条生产线，未来可能要布局几百条生产线。所以将来以后一旦满负荷生产，整个中国1/4的晶圆要在这儿消耗，所以这是一个非常好的这样一个创新的案例啊，创新的案例。所以我们实验室在做，最近也在做很多新的东西，在做新能源，在做制氢，海水制氢，在做和聚变一系列的新的想法。这些想法原来在传统大学我只能想一想而已，我想做做不到，但是在这儿我才知道，各位，我告诉你们。社会能人多的是，高手在民间。大家千万不要以为都在我们大学，不对，社会的人才太多了。所以原来我们大学之所以被动，被动在什么地方？我们是有什么老师干什么活， 我有几个著名教授，有几个好的学科，我能干这个。说白了就是我能做什么我就做，社会要不要跟我没关系。就像食堂的厨师一样，我会做红烧肉我就做红烧肉，吃不吃是你的问题。社会不是这样的，社会来它需求是多方面的。我不吃肉，我要吃素菜，我要吃炒土豆丝。你说我不会做，我们大学就这样。人说国家需要做，我没有这学科，我没有这教授，所以我没有义务和责任去做。不对，应该是社会需要什么你做什么。现在我才明白。大学是应该这样办的，所以现在我做大学思路完全颠倒了。我先分析社会需求，然后再倒逼我用什么技术能够完成这种需求，然后再倒推我找哪儿的人才来支撑我这技术平台，然后再倒推我建立一个什么样的学院。我是这么往回走，我才明白办了一辈子大学，一直到快退休了，我才明白大学应该这样办。原来我们交大有几个著名的教授喜欢做什么，我天天跑政府说我们教授都世界领先，我们教授都中国领先，你得给我钱。后来我发现领导不理睬我，为什么？我不知道需求在哪儿。现在我做了，我还没吱声呢，政府都来了，说这东西挺好，我给你支持；这东西挺好，我给你建平台。我才知道，当你做好的时候，资源都来了；当你最需要资源去做的时候，恰恰没有资源。这就是规律，不要抱怨。抱怨一点没用，让我当领导我也这样。你还没做，你给我画大饼，我敢投钱吗？投完钱你做不出来，我的责任谁替我担呢？所以往往你做好了，资源就来了。但实话实说，他来的时候，我已经不再需要这份资源了。我告诉你，资源在哪儿？在民间，在社会。我需要钱，大量的钱都来了。现在我在附药科技大学，每周都在接触来自于全国各地的金融资本，就在这盯着我。说我要不要钱，要什么，就这样。然后各个企业都到这儿来说，我和你联合，我要开发一个东西，太好太好了。好多新的思路都是来源于社会的需求，而不是我们坐在实验室里去自由畅想。就像白宫的报告所写，自由畅想的那个历史阶段已经过去了。现在我们应该把需求和研究形成一个闭环，快速迭代。所以这是白宫报告的核心所在。一个新的范式，把需求和研究闭环了。原来是单线的，我们无限的畅想，10个可能有1个落地了，然后形成产业化，叫自然溢出、线性化的。但现在不是，需求和研究闭环了，一边研究落地需求，需求产生新问题再研究，研究再落地，它是这样一个闭环，而且是快速迭代。所以这才是这场新技术革命新的研究范式，由此我们应该警觉起来啊！这个图书馆我要说一下，就是我们邓馆长所在的图书馆啊，这个他在这掌握一方，我给他的任务就是要及时的、快速的把世界最新的研究成果能够展现出来，让我们的老师和学生迅速的掌握最新的研究动向。所以图书馆仍然是学校不可或缺的组成部分，因为它是信息的窗口。信息的枢纽啊，所以在座的各位都是从事这方面工作的，责任仍然重大。我们既要研究大的发展规律，又要及时的捕捉信息，让那些学生和老师在这个信息基础之上去做未来开拓性的工作啊。所以学校很美啊，很漂亮，实验室都很漂亮，都是独一无二的啊，没有按教育部规划的那个做，都是我们看到需求，我们就设立这样的实验室。学生的住宿条件也都很好。啊，这个我都不一一赘述了啊。我们有一个歌剧院啊，这儿需要显摆一下，我们是一个歌剧院。这个歌剧院还真不是一般的歌剧院，我们签约的是意大利的专业团队，啊，意大利的专业团队入驻我们歌剧院，它是一个非常有名的，它的小提琴是世界上最优秀的，所以我们签署了一个专业团队，然后每年都要在福建举办一次国际音乐节。然后约请来自于世界各地的音乐家到这儿来，大家文化交流啊，艺术交流非常好，形成一个和谐发展的氛围，这个非常非常好。所以我们不仅用它来熏陶学生、陶冶学生的情操，同时也和周边的市民、城市融为一体，让这个城市感受到，由于大学的存在，城市的品位提高了。啊，由于大学的存在，这个城市被世界所认知，所以我们希望一个大学要看到你的存在价值，否则的话，你去要钱，政府不会给你的啊。所以这个我们要做到这一点。我在学校旁边建立一个科创谷，就像美国的硅谷一样， 把所有的新的发明、新的领域都落脚在那个科创股。最近包括聚变装置，包括生物制氢，包括新的深海的风力发电等等，凡是创新的东西都布局在科创股，所以科创股会有一系列的新的企业产生啊。现在已经陆陆续续有几十家企业申请入驻这个科创股。我希望能够像当年的硅谷一样，在这场新技术革命当中继续走在前面。所有这一切没要政府1分钱，都是来源于社会资本，而且从中我受益匪浅，因为这些人都成为我学校的企业导师，都成为学校的合作伙伴，给我带来了无穷无尽的新的研究方向，给我带来了无穷无尽的研究资源，真的太棒了！我才知道，哎呀，早一点出来就好了。社会真的很丰富啊，真的很丰富。然后体育设施很好，我们有国际标准的游泳池、轮滑场，包括攀岩，包括各种体育设施都非常非常棒啊。所以曹先生呢是捐资者，他捐了100个亿给这个学校。我跟他开玩笑，我说你捐100亿很多呀，但是我告诉你，我原来在西安交大，我1年的预算经费是180个亿，你这钱够我花半年的。老先生说哪有这么花钱的，太浪费了。我说你放心，你那钱就放那儿存着，我不要你的钱，那个钱就是我难的时候我找你，但是我希望我学校能够自负盈亏，我来运行这个学校。所以现在学校我可以负责任的告诉大家，这个学校我们完全可以靠我们的创造来使这个学校运转。所以每一个新的成果落地，包括刚才我说那个智能玻璃，包括我们前面开发的特种电机，每一个我们学校都占有相当的股份。所以每一个我们都要上市，每一个我们都会汇集社会资本，所以我们会有大量的资金来支撑这个学校的发展。所以这个请大家放心，绝对不是捐那点钱，那点钱太少了，不值得我们花啊。所以学校要形成这样一个良性循环。我们不能再像美国当年的大学一样，我们靠社会捐资，我们靠收学费，我们靠那个靠政府给钱，这个都靠不住了啊！我听说美国政府在削减经费，英国政府也在削减经费，所以那是靠不住的。所以最后我们要靠我们自己，靠我们自己的创造，我们自己的奉献来获取社会的反哺，这样的话才能保证我们大学长久的持续的发展啊！所以学生们很开心，今年放暑假13个学生已经到剑桥大学去访问，我学校没掏1分钱，不是他们自己掏钱，是社会掏钱，我们的老师掏钱，太棒了。我们学生到企业去实习去了，都是企业的老总带他们，我没掏钱啊，都是企业掏钱，所以太棒太棒了。所以企业老总给我反馈说，树国你的学生太棒了，很聪明，很能干，而且很有头脑，特别喜欢。他说他们比我带的研究生都好，所以我特别高兴，因为进入附药科技大学的学生大1就要开始做科研。啊，很多人笑话我说：“树国，你当了一辈子校长，你净做这个吹牛的事情。大1懂什么就搞科研？”我说你错，我说你看到了吗？14岁的孩子搞出了人工智能模型，比你搞得还好，你看到了吗？我说一个高中生在人工智能模型大赛当中获奖，你看到了吗？我说一个梁文峰那么小年纪做出了这个 DeepSeek，我说你做出来了吗？所以不要小瞧年轻人，他们有无限制创造力，问题是我们给不给他成才的土壤。这才是我们需要反思的。为什么人才都在大学校园外成长，而我们大学校园内老出不来？我们应该反思，不是我们无能，不是我们不聪明，是我们没有提供成才的环境和土壤。所以现在我在构建这样的环境和土壤，希望更多的孩子能够脱颖而出。我相信中国绝对不会只有一个梁文峰，只有一个王晶晶，还会有一大批。问题是我们如何用更好的环境让他们脱颖而出，这是需要做的。所以最后我们用一句话来概括：梦虽遥，追则能达。人类要有梦，要追梦，只要我们坚守，总能够实现我们的梦想。愿随坚持的可缘，坚持才是最后胜利的保障。祝愿各位在这场新的技术革命当中携手共进，让人类的未来更美好。谢谢大家，谢谢。
好，感谢王校长的精彩报告哈，就是他指出新一轮的科技革命正在突破人类传统认知的边界，重构知识生产体系与产业发展的逻辑，并且呢，在此基础上，他进一步分析了新型研究型大学的创新探索，强调打破科学壁垒，深化产教融合、科教融汇，构建开放包容的创新生态。这个报告是视野宏阔，为我们理解新技术革命背景下 我们的图书馆与产业融合协调发展的大格局打开了新的思考维度。校长是今天下午刚从外地回来的，非常辛苦啊，就是给我们带来了精彩的报告。让我们再一次以热烈的掌声感谢树国校长。好，各位嘉宾，本环节的5个主旨报告层层递进，环环相扣，从技术变革到人才培养，从生态系统构建到双重逻辑的学理剖析，再到数字化转型中核心价值的战略审视，从不同的视角共同的勾勒出了 AI 时代图书馆跨界融合与可持续发展的完整图景。让我们以热烈的掌声再次感谢我们这一场5位嘉宾和今天所有的演讲嘉宾的精彩分享。至此，我们今天大会的研讨的所有主旨报告环节已经全部结束，感谢各位聆听与参与，我们明天再见。